What if the boy who lived them finally stopped letting everyone decide what his life was worth? After Sirius's death, Harry learns the truth Dumbledore never wanted him to know, that his death was always part of the plan. But this time, Harry doesn't run to Voldemort, and he doesn't stay loyal to the light. He disappears, and returns as something neither side can control. A third power, a new name, Lord Peveril.
Chapter 1. The weight of being saved. The first thing Harry Potter learned after surviving the Department of Mysteries was that being right did not make people kinder to you. For months, everyone had looked at him as if grief had made him mad. The papers had called him unstable. The ministry had called him attention-seeking. Teachers had lowered their voices when he passed, as if madness might be contagious if spoken to directly. Students had stared and whispered and moved away from him in corridors, not because they believed he was dangerous exactly, but because it was easier to believe Harry Potter was breaking than to believe the world was. Then Voldemort returned in a flash of green light and screaming glass beneath the ministry itself, and suddenly everyone wanted to pretend they had always known. That was the second thing Harry learned. People could change their story faster than they could change the way they treated you. The prophet changed first. One morning he was a liar. The next he was tragic. By the third he was brave. By the fourth he was useful. And by the end of the week, when the first frightened letters began arriving at Privet Drive from people Harry had never met, all of them folded in shaking hands and smelling faintly of cheap ink and desperation, he realized what had actually changed. Not them, only what they needed him to be. The Dursleys hated the letters more than he did. Vernon Dursley had made it through the first 2 days by pretending nothing unusual was happening. He stepped over the envelopes with red wax seals as if they were dead insects. He refused to look at the barn owls perched along the garden fence. He told Aunt Petunia that if they ignored it, it would stop, because that was how Vernon dealt with everything he could not shout into submission. It did not stop. By the 5th morning, there were 7 owls on the roof, 3 on the fence, 1 on the car, and a nervous-looking tawny owl sitting directly on top of Dudley's old bicycle. Uncle Vernon opened the front door, saw them all, turned purple, and slammed it shut again hard enough to rattle the glass. Harry sat at the kitchen table with a slice of dry toast he had not asked for and watched the dust jump from the windowsill. Dudley, who had developed an impressive talent for pretending Harry did not exist when owls were involved, shoveled cereal into his mouth and kept his eyes fixed on the bowl. Aunt Petunia was staring at the letters already pushed through the slot. There were ministry seals on some. Others had no official marking. One was covered in cramped handwriting from a witch in Wales who had lost her son in the First War, and wanted to know if it was true that you-know-who had truly returned. Another had come from a wizard who had written 3 pages apologizing for not believing Harry and then spent 4 more asking what he was supposed to do now. As if Harry knew. As if a 15-year-old boy, sent back every summer to a house that hated him, had somehow been given instructions. Another envelope slid through the slot. Uncle Vernon made a noise like a kettle about to explode. "That's it," he said. "That is it. I will not have it. I will not have freaks turning this house into some sort of post office," Harry asked quietly. Dudley choked on his cereal. Aunt Petunia's eyes snapped to Harry. Uncle Vernon turned very slowly. For one wild second, Harry almost wanted him to shout. He wanted the old anger, the familiar kind, the kind that belonged to this house and its narrow walls and its rules about silence. That kind of anger made sense. It had shape, it had edges. What waited outside Privet Drive had no shape at all. Voldemort was back, Sirius was dead. The ministry believed him now. Dumbledore had looked at him with grief in his eyes and still sent him back here, and somehow Harry was expected to be grateful. "You," Vernon said, stabbing one thick finger at him, "will stop this." Harry looked at the letters on the floor. "I didn't send them." "I don't care who sent them. I want them gone." Harry pushed the dry toast away. He was not hungry. He could not remember the last time he had been properly hungry. His body still expected food, but everything inside him felt packed too tightly for it. "I'll ask them not to write," he said. It was the wrong answer. Every answer was the wrong answer in this house. Uncle Vernon began shouting. Aunt Petunia flinched when he used the word murderer, not because she cared what it did to Harry, but because the neighbors might hear. Dudley kept eating, slower now, his eyes flicking between Harry and the door. Harry let the noise roll over him. He had become very good at that. It was not the same as being calm, he knew that. Calm had warmth in it. Calm was something chosen. What Harry had was emptiness, a thin pane of glass between himself and the rest of the room. Sound struck it and failed to get through. Uncle Vernon could shout. The prophet could print whatever it wanted. The ministry could rewrite the year and call it truth. None of it brought Sirius back. None of it answered the question Harry could not stop hearing in the dark. Why had no one told him enough to save him, not save Sirius? Harry did not let himself think that too directly yet, just him. Why had no one told Harry enough to save Harry from being used? The answer came 3 days later, not as an answer at all, but as a rescue. Mad-Eye Moody arrived just after breakfast with Tonks, Remus Lupin, and a ministry escort Harry had not asked for. The escort stood on the pavement in polished boots and tried to look as if he had not spent the previous year reading lies about Harry over his tea. He was young, broad-shouldered, and had the particular stiff expression of someone who wanted to be seen doing his duty from a safe distance. Uncle Vernon refused to open the door. Moody solved that by knocking once with his wooden leg. The whole house seemed to remember who he was. Aunt Petunia opened the door. "We're taking the boy for the afternoon," Moody growled before anyone could ask. His magical eye spun once, landed on Harry through the crack in the doorway, then swiveled back toward Petunia. "Shopping! Shopping!" Uncle Vernon barked from behind her. Tonks leaned around Moody with pink hair and a smile that did not quite reach her eyes. School things. Very boring. Books, ink, the usual suspicious items. Vernon looked ready to refuse out of instinct. Then Moody smiled. It was not a kind smile. Vernon stepped aside. Harry was upstairs and packed in less than 5 minutes, not because he was excited, because he had learned never to move slowly when a door opened. The air outside tasted like rain and car exhaust. Normal things. Muggle things. The kind of things Harry had once thought separated Privet Drive from the madness of the magical world. Now he knew better. Madness followed people. It did not care what street they stood on. "Wand?" Moody asked as they reached the corner. Harry held it up. "Keep it there." "I know." Moody's eye fixed on him. "Knowing and doing aren't the same thing, Potter." Harry almost snapped back. He swallowed it. Remus noticed. Of course Remus noticed. He always noticed just enough to look sad and not enough to change anything. "You all right, Harry?" he asked softly. Harry looked at him. The answer sat in his throat like broken glass. No, I'm not all right. No, I have not been all right since Cedric died in front of me. No, I was not all right when the whole country called me a liar. No, I was not all right when you all gathered around me like guards and still left me in the dark. No, I am not all right because Sirius died, and I do not know whether I miss him or hate him or need him or blame myself so badly I cannot breathe." Instead, Harry said, "Fine." Remus looked like he heard every word that was missing. He still accepted the one Harry gave him. That, Harry thought, was the problem with adults. They could recognize a lie, mourn it, and then use it anyway because it made the next 5 minutes easier. Diagon Alley was crowded in the way frightened places became crowded. Too many people pretending they were not there for the same reason. Windows had new wards painted in silver around the frames. Shopkeepers stood closer to their doors. A notice outside Flourish and Blots advertised defensive magic manuals in bold lettering. 2 Aurors patrolled near Gringotts, their eyes never settling long enough to be useful. People recognized Harry immediately. They tried not to stare. That only made it worse. A witch in violet robes dropped a packet of quills when she saw him. Her mouth opened, shut, and opened again. "You have your mother's eyes," she whispered. Harry froze. People said that as if it were a gift. They said it with soft faces and trembling smiles, as if Lily Potter's eyes were something Harry could carry like proof that love survived anything. No one ever seemed to realize what they were actually saying. You look like someone dead. You carry a piece of a woman you cannot remember. Isn't that comforting? Thank you, Harry said, because that was what people expected. The witch began to cry. Harry walked away before he had to comfort her. They bought books first, then potion ingredients, then a replacement pair of gloves, because the old ones had a hole burned through the thumb from a curse in the Department of Mysteries that Madame Pomfrey had healed without asking where it came from, at Quality Quidditch Supplies. Harry paused in front of the display window without meaning to. There was a new firebolt model inside, polished and sleek, floating under a charm that made it turn slowly in place. For 1 second, his chest hurt so badly he thought he might be ill. Sirius had given him his broom. Sirius, who had broken out of Azkaban, lived in caves, eaten rats, and still found a way to send Harry something that said, "I see what you love," behind him. Tonks said gently, "We don't have to stop." Harry shook his head. "I wasn't." He turned away. That was when the screaming started. It came from the direction of the apothecary, sharp and sudden, followed by the crash of breaking glass. The crowd moved before Harry thought. People surged backward, wands came out, someone shouted for the Aurors, and a child began crying somewhere near the ground. Mad-Eye's hand clamped around Harry's shoulder. "Stay behind me." Harry saw the smoke first. Not fire, smoke, thick and greenish, spilling from the broken front window of the apothecary. A curse cloud. He had seen one once in a defense book, the kind designed to choke and blind while whoever cast it escaped. Then he saw the girl. She was small, maybe 7 or 8, crouched beside an overturned barrel near the doorway. Her mother was reaching for her from the street, but the curse cloud had already rolled between them. Every time the woman tried to move forward, Remus pulled her back. "Shield it," someone shouted. "I can't see." The child's still in there. Harry moved. Moody's grip tightened. Harry twisted out of it. Potter, the green smoke crawled across the stones like something alive. Harry had his wand up before he remembered deciding. "Bubblehead charm!" Tonks yelled behind him, but Harry was already casting. The charm formed badly, too thin around the edges, but it gave him enough air to run through the first wave. His eyes watered at once. The smoke pressed cold fingers against his skin, searching for a way in. The little girl saw him and screamed harder. "It's all right," Harry said, coughing. "Come here." She did not move. Above them, something cracked. Harry looked up. A signboard, half-rotted by the curse cloud, swung loose from its iron hooks. It was going to fall directly over her. Harry did not think. "Akio!" The spell yanked the girl forward with more force than he meant. She slid across the stone, crying out, and Harry caught her under the arms just as the signboard crashed where she had been crouching. Pain flared through his shoulder as the edge caught him. He staggered, shoved the girl toward the open street, and threw a shield behind them as another shelf exploded inside the shop. The curse cloud burst outward. For a moment, everything was green. Then hands grabbed him. Harry came out coughing, half-blind, the girl sobbing against his chest because she had grabbed his robes and would not let go. Her mother reached for her. Harry handed her over. He expected relief. He expected someone to say thank you. He did not expect the first wand pointed at his face to belong to an Auror. "Drop yours!" Harry blinked through tears from the smoke. "What? Drop your wand, Potter," Moody snarled. "Lower that before I lower it for you." The Auror did not lower it, neither did the second one beside him. The street had gone quiet in that awful way crowds did when they wanted to watch something happen but not be responsible for it. Harry still had his wand in his hand. He looked at it, then at the little girl, alive and shaking in her mother's arms, then back at the Aurors. "You think I did that?" The younger Auror's jaw tightened. "You were seen entering the cloud to get her out. After an explosion in a known high-risk area with Death Eater activity suspected, and you—" "And I what?" Harry asked. Remus stepped closer. "Harry, no, not this time." Harry turned fully toward the Auror, smoke still curling from his robes, shoulder burning where the signboard had torn through cloth and skin. "And I was there," Harry said. "That's it, isn't it? Something happens and I'm standing near it, so maybe I caused it." Last year I was lying because nothing had happened. Now something happens and I'm suspicious because I survived it. The aura looked uncomfortable. Good, Harry wanted him uncomfortable. He wanted the whole street uncomfortable. He wanted them to understand that their fear did not become truth just because it was easier to hold than guilt. The little girl's mother finally spoke. "He saved her," she said, voice shaking. "He saved my daughter." The aura hesitated. Harry waited. Apology, he thought, just one. It would not fix anything. It would not undo a year of headlines or Sirius falling through the veil or Dumbledore's careful silences. But it would be something. The aura lowered his wand by an inch. "We'll need statements," he said. Harry laughed. It came out rough and ugly. Tonks touched his arm. "Harry," he pulled away before he could stop himself. The mother was still crying. The girl was still alive. Moody was swearing at the auras. Remus was trying to put himself between everyone as if the shape of his body could make peace happen. Harry looked at them all and understood, with a clarity that felt colder than anger, that saving someone did not free him from suspicion. It only gave people something new to explain. The prophet explained it by morning. The headline was not as bad as the old ones. That almost made it worse. Potter panic in Diagon Alley under it, in smaller print. Boy who lived at center of latest attack scare. Harry read the article at the kitchen table of Grimmauld Place because the order had decided, after the incident, that Privet Drive was too exposed for the moment. Not unsafe. Exposed. There was a difference in the way they said it. Unsafe would have meant Harry mattered. Exposed meant he was visible. The article admitted he had pulled a child from the curse cloud. It admitted witnesses had seen him act before the auras arrived. It admitted no charges had been made. Then it spent 6 paragraphs wondering whether the famous teenager's repeated presence at violent magical incidents suggested courage, poor judgment, or something more troubling. Something more troubling. Harry folded the paper neatly and set it beside his plate. Across the table, Ron looked ready to explode. "That's rubbish," he said. "Complete rubbish. They can't write that after everything." "They can," Hermione said, voice tight. "They just did." Her hair was pulled back messily and there were shadows under her eyes. She had spent half the night reading old articles, cross-referencing names of prophet contributors with ministry departments, as if enough research could make hypocrisy logical. Harry appreciated it. He also wanted to tell her to stop, not because she was wrong. Because every page she turned seemed to prove that being right had never protected him. Ginny sat farther down the table, quiet in a way that was new to her. She had been watching Harry since he came downstairs, not staring exactly, but not looking away either. "You saved a little girl," she said. Harry looked at her. She said it simply. No awe, no tears, no trembling remark about his mother's eyes, just the thing itself, for some reason that was harder to answer. "Yeah," he said. Ginny's mouth tightened. They should have said that. Harry almost smiled. They did. Paragraph 3. Ron shoved his chair back hard enough to scrape the floor. "I'm telling Mum." "Please don't," Harry said at once. Ron stopped. Harry looked down at his hands. He had not meant for it to come out so sharply. "It'll just turn into another meeting," he said. "Another conversation I'm not allowed to hear." Hermione went still. Ron's ears reddened. Ginny looked away first. That told Harry enough. "You knew?" he asked. "No," Hermione said quickly, too quickly. "Not exactly. There are meetings, Harry, but that doesn't mean they're all about you." He stared at her. She flushed. That sounded wrong. "No," Harry said. "It sounded honest." The kitchen door opened before anyone could answer. Mrs. Weasley came in carrying a basket of laundry with the determined expression of someone planning to defeat war through clean socks and hot meals. "Honestly, Ron, scraping chairs like that, you'll mark the floor." "It's already marked," Ron muttered. Mrs. Weasley ignored him and looked at Harry. Her face softened. That was the trouble with Mrs. Weasley. Her kindness was real. Harry knew it was real. It wrapped around him warmly, fed him, fussed over him, noticed when he was too thin and pretended not to notice when his hands shook. But it had walls. Every time Harry moved toward the truth, her kindness became a locked door. "How's your shoulder, dear?" she asked. "Fine. I'll check the dressing after breakfast." "Madame Pomfrey already? "I'll check it," she said, in the tone that ended arguments. Harry nodded because he was tired. That was another thing he had learned. People did not need to overpower you if they could exhaust you first. The meetings happened at night. Grimmauld Place changed after sunset. During the day, it was an ugly old house full of dust, portrait frames, and people pretending not to be afraid. At night, it became a throat swallowing secrets. Doors closed, voices dropped. Muffliato charms hummed faintly around the kitchen, though no one said the spell aloud near Harry any more. He sat on the staircase with his back against the wall and listened to the silence where information should have been. Sometimes he caught fragments. Prophecy still the central. "Can't risk him knowing," Dumbledore's orders. After the department, surely. Then someone would remember to strengthen the charm, and the words would blur into nothing. Harry sat there anyway. It was not hope, not exactly. Hope was too clean a word. This was hunger. He had spent the last year starving for truth, and being told patience was the same thing as trust. He had swallowed half-answers until they poisoned him. He had trusted dreams because no one gave him facts. He had run to the ministry because the only clear thing in his head had been Sirius screaming. Now Sirius was dead, and still they whispered. On the third night, the kitchen door opened. Snape came out first. Harry stood instinctively. Snape's black eyes swept over him with the usual contempt, but something else flickered beneath it. Annoyance, perhaps, or recognition. "Eavesdropping again, Potter." Harry looked past him toward the closing door. "Still being useful, Professor." Snape's mouth thinned. For a second, Harry thought he would take points out of habit, even here, even in a house where house points meant nothing. Instead, Snape leaned slightly closer. "You have a remarkable talent for mistaking proximity for understanding." Harry's fingers curled. "And you have a remarkable talent for being near every disaster and explaining none of them." Snape's eyes sharpened. The hall seemed to grow colder. Then the kitchen door opened wider and Dumbledore stepped out. "Severus," he said mildly. Snape drew back at once. Not fear, discipline. That was different, and Harry noticed it now in a way he might not have before. Everyone around Dumbledore had a point where they stopped. Even Snape. Even Moody. Even Mrs. Weasley, though she disguised it as agreement. Dumbledore did not command loudly. He simply occupied the place where other people's choices ended. Snape swept away up the stairs, robes snapping behind him. Dumbledore turned to Harry. His face was tired. Older than it had looked a year ago. The lines around his mouth were deeper. And for a moment Harry saw not the great wizard, not the headmaster, not the man everyone trusted to know what to do, but an old man who had made too many decisions and still expected the world to forgive him for making them sadly. "Harry," Dumbledore said. "Walk with me?" Harry almost said no. He did not know why he didn't. Maybe because some part of him still wanted Dumbledore to fix it. Maybe because that was the cruelest thing about trust. It survived long after it became unreasonable. They walked to the drawing room. The portrait of Mrs. Black muttered in her sleep behind the curtains. Rain ticked against the windows, soft and steady. Dumbledore did not sit, neither did Harry. "I owe you several apologies," Dumbledore said. Harry laughed once without humor. "That's one way to put it." Dumbledore inclined his head. "A deserved answer." Something hot moved in Harry's chest, not comfort, anger wearing comfort's face. "Then give me one, an apology." "An answer." Dumbledore's eyes dimmed. Harry hated that look. He hated how it made him feel cruel for asking. He hated that even now some part of him wanted to make it easier for Dumbledore. He forced himself not to. "The prophecy," Harry said. "All of it. Not the careful version, not the version you think I can handle. All of it." Dumbledore looked toward the rain. For a moment, Harry thought he might actually answer. Then Dumbledore said, "There are truths that cannot be made lighter by being spoken sooner." Harry stared at him. "That's not an answer." "No," Dumbledore said softly. "It is not." "Then why say it? Because it is true." Harry felt his control slipping. "My godfather is dead because I didn't know enough." Dumbledore closed his eyes. The words struck. Harry saw that they struck. It did not satisfy him. "I know," Dumbledore said. "No," Harry said. "You don't get to say that like it's yours." Dumbledore opened his eyes again. There was pain in them. Harry pushed on before that pain could stop him. You all keep doing this. You say you're sorry, you say it's complicated, you say I'm too young, then you send me back into it anyway. Voldemort wants me dead. The ministry wants to use me. The prophet wants to sell me. The order wants me protected, but only from things you decide I shouldn't know. So tell me, Professor, what exactly am I allowed to choose? The room went very still. For the first time since Harry had known him, Dumbledore looked as if he had no ready answer. Then he stepped closer. When I was much younger, he said, I believed power could be trusted in the hands of those clever enough to seize it. I was wrong. Terribly wrong. Since then, I have tried, imperfectly, often, to remember that the worth of a life is not measured by what is forced upon it. Harry said nothing. Dumbledore's voice softened. It is our choices that show what we truly are. The words landed gently. They were meant to. Harry could feel the shape of them. The old warmth. The lesson. The hand offered across pain. Dumbledore meant every syllable. Harry knew he did. That was what made it unbearable, because Harry wanted to believe him. He wanted desperately to believe that choices mattered more than prophecies, more than scars, more than other people's plans. But standing in that dark room with the rain at the windows and the kitchen still full of secrets below, Harry heard something else beneath the kindness. Your choices matter, but only when I allow you to know enough to make them. His throat tightened. And if I choose to know everything? Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. Then I must ask you to trust me a little longer. There it was, the locked door, not slammed, not barred with cruelty, closed softly by a man who loved him enough to keep holding the key. Harry nodded. It was easier than screaming. Dumbledore seemed relieved by it, and that cut deeper than anything else. Soon, Dumbledore said. I promise you, Harry, soon you and I will begin work that may help end this war. What work? Important work. Harry smiled faintly. It felt like something borrowed from another person. Another secret. Dumbledore's expression did not change, but his eyes did. Not forever. No, Harry thought, just long enough. He went upstairs after that. No one stopped him. Ron was asleep when Harry entered their room, or pretending to be. The shape of him under the blanket was too still. Harry was grateful. He did not want to talk. He did not want Ron's anger on his behalf, because Ron's anger always came with faith that someone would eventually make things right. Harry no longer had that kind of anger. He sat on the edge of the bed that had once been Sirius's brother's, in a room that belonged to a dead family in a house full of people fighting a war over blood. His shoulder throbbed. His scar did not. That almost made him laugh. Voldemort was quiet tonight. Everyone else was louder. Harry pulled the Prophet article from his pocket. He had folded it small enough to hide in his palm. He opened it again and read the headline. Potter panic in Diagon Alley, not hero, not liar, not boy, panic. That was what he was now. A warning sign people could point to and interpret however they liked. He took out his wand. For a moment, he considered burning the paper. Instead, he folded it carefully and placed it in the bottom of his trunk. Not because he wanted to keep it, because he did not want to forget. The next morning, Dumbledore asked him to come to the kitchen before breakfast. The order had gone. Mrs. Weasley was upstairs. Ron and Hermione were still asleep. Only Dumbledore waited at the table with 2 cups of tea and a small black book placed between them. Harry sat. He did not touch the tea. Dumbledore noticed, of course. I have considered our conversation, he said. Harry looked at the book. It was old, bound in cracked leather with no title on the cover. I will not pretend I can repair what my silence has damaged, Dumbledore continued. But I can begin differently. Harry's pulse changed. He hated that it did. He hated how quickly hope lifted its head at the first sound of a key. Dumbledore rested one hand on the book. Lord Voldemort did not return by accident, he said. Nor did he survive the rebounding curse on the night your parents died by luck alone. There are forms of magic, terrible and rare, by which a soul may be anchored to this world. Harry felt the room narrow around them. A soul? He asked. Dumbledore's gaze did not leave his. Yes. The rain had stopped. Morning light pressed gray against the windows. Somewhere above them, floorboards creaked. Grimmauld Place breathed its old, dusty breath. Harry thought of Voldemort rising from a cauldron. He thought of a diary that had written back. He thought of possession and snakes and dreams that were not dreams. Dumbledore opened the black book. The object is called a Horcrux. Harry stared at the page. The word looked wrong, sharp and ugly, like something that should not fit inside a human mouth. Dumbledore turned the book toward him. "If we are to end this war," he said quietly, "then you and I must begin learning how many pieces of himself Tom Riddle left behind." Harry looked at the book, then at Dumbledore. For the first time in months, someone had opened a door, not all the way. Harry knew that. He could already feel the shape of the missing pieces. Dumbledore's careful phrasing, the things left unsaid even inside the truth. The way his hand rested near the book, as if ready to close it if Harry reached too quickly, but it was a door. Harry leaned forward. "All right," he said. Dumbledore's face softened with something like relief. Harry saw it. He understood, suddenly and completely, that Dumbledore thought this was the beginning of Harry trusting him again. Harry looked down at the word Horcrux. No, this was the beginning of Harry learning where the keys were kept. And for now, that was enough. Chapter 2. The memory he wasn't meant to see the word Horcrux followed Harry everywhere after that morning. It was not like hearing Voldemort's name. Voldemort's name had weight because people gave it weight. They flinched from it, whispered around it, turned it into a shadow larger than the man. Harry had learned early that fear could make a name into a cage. Horcrux was different. No one flinched from it because almost no one knew it existed. That made it worse. A hidden word had no edges. It could slide under doors, into dreams, behind ordinary conversations. Harry would be eating breakfast and suddenly think of it. He would watch Ron argue with Fred and George over some joke product, order form, and hear it. He would sit beside Hermione while she read 3 books at once and feel the word waiting between the pages. A soul may be anchored to this world. Dumbledore had explained only enough to horrify him. A Horcrux was made by murder. That much had been said plainly. The soul, damaged by the act, could be split, and a torn piece could be hidden inside an object. As long as that object survived, death could not claim the maker completely. Harry had asked how anyone could do it. Dumbledore had looked older when he answered. "That, Harry, is a detail I hope you never need." Which meant he knew, which meant he had always known. That was the shape of every answer now. Harry could not stop seeing it. Dumbledore gave truth the way some people gave food to starving animals, carefully, from a distance, never enough to let teeth close around his hand. Still, Harry listened. He did more than listen. He learned. For the next 2 weeks, Dumbledore called him away from ordinary life in pieces. An hour after breakfast. A quiet evening after everyone else had gone to bed. A walk through Grimmauld Place under layers of charms so thick the house itself seemed to be holding its breath. The lessons were not officially lessons. Nothing with Dumbledore ever was. They were conversations. Memories. Questions placed gently enough that refusing them felt childish. Harry was shown fragments of Tom Riddle's life through the pensive, each one polished and silver, each one carrying the smell of old rooms and older lies. A boy in a Muggle orphanage, beautiful and still-eyed, making other children afraid without raising his voice. A student at Hogwarts, brilliant and hungry, learning exactly how much admiration could be mistaken for love. A young man asking careful questions about dark magic with a face smooth enough to hide what he already intended to do. Harry watched each memory with a coldness in his stomach. He had expected Voldemort's childhood to explain him. It did not. That disturbed him more than pity would have. Tom Riddle had been lonely, yes. Unloved, yes. Feared, eventually. But Harry had lived in a cupboard and had not carved himself into the world with murder. Neville had lost his parents to madness and had not become cruel. Luna had buried her mother and learned to see strange beauty in everything that remained. Pain was not a prophecy. Harry understood that. He held on to it because he needed it to be true. But the memories did something else too. They taught him that no one became a monster in one leap. Tom Riddle learned very young that secrets were safer than pleas, that fear worked faster than trust, that adults only saw what they were prepared to punish. Harry hated how familiar some of that felt. He hated himself for noticing. Dumbledore watched him watching the memories. That was another lesson, though Dumbledore never named it. At first, Harry thought the headmaster was watching for horror, then disgust, then anger. But by the third session, Harry realized Dumbledore was watching for recognition, not between Harry and Voldemort exactly. Dumbledore would never be that crude, but he watched Harry when Riddle smiled politely at adults who underestimated him. He watched when Riddle learned which questions to ask aloud and which to bury. He watched when the orphanage matron described a boy who never cried and never forgot a slight. Harry gave him nothing. That became its own kind of work. Clumency had failed with Snape because Snape had treated Harry's mind like a battlefield and Harry had rushed onto it bleeding. Every memory had been a weapon. Every defense had been a reflex. Harry had hated him too much to learn anything except how to hate harder. Dumbledore did not teach occlumency like Snape. He suggested calm. He spoke of still water. He said the mind need not be a wall. Sometimes it was enough for it to be a room whose doors one remembered to close. Harry nodded. Harry practiced. Harry did not tell Dumbledore that anger made a better lock than calm ever had. At night, he stood before the cracked mirror in the bedroom he shared with Ron and drilled his face into stillness. The mirror was old and spotted at the edges. It made everyone look slightly drowned. Ron complained about it whenever he shaved. Harry liked it because the distortion helped. It made his face feel less like his own. He practiced while Ron slept. Grief gone, fear gone, anger gone. A question asked, no answer on his face. A lie told, no answer. Dumbledore saying, "Trust me." No answer. He learned the exact amount of softness to leave around his eyes so people would see a tired boy instead of a closed door. He learned how to lower his gaze without seeming guilty. He learned how to let his mouth move a little, as if words were coming and failing naturally, so no one noticed he had chosen silence. The first time Hermione caught him doing it, she stood in the doorway for almost 10 seconds before speaking. Harry, his face changed at once, not too fast. Just enough. Couldn't sleep. She came in slowly, carrying a book against her chest like a shield. Ron was snoring with his mouth open, one arm hanging off the bed. Grimmauld Place creaked around them. Hermione looked from Harry to the mirror. "You've been doing that a lot." "What?" "Looking at yourself." Harry almost laughed. It would have sounded wrong. "I'm not admiring anything, Hermione." "That isn't what I meant." He leaned back against the dresser. In the mirror, his reflection leaned too, pale and thin and green-eyed, with hair that never obeyed him and a scar people had turned into a symbol before he was old enough to know what symbols cost. Hermione stepped closer. "Is it the memories?" The easy answer was yes. The true answer was also yes, but not in the way she meant. "There are a lot," Harry said. Hermione nodded quickly, relieved to have something she understood. "I've been trying to find references." "Not on Horcruxes specifically. There's almost nothing, and what exists is restricted or missing, but on soul magic. Anchoring rituals, Egyptian funerary magic, certain bands from the medieval period." "Hermione." She stopped. He made himself soften. "Thank you." Her expression shifted. Some of the urgency left her shoulders. "I just want to help, I know." And that was true. Hermione wanted to help the way fire wanted air, fiercely, necessarily, sometimes destructively, but never falsely. Harry looked at her in the mirror rather than directly. "What would you do?" he asked. "If helping meant someone had to lie to you," Hermione frowned. "Who's lying?" "No one, just asking." "That's not just asking." Harry said nothing. Hermione hugged the book tighter. "If it was necessary," she said carefully, "I'd want to understand why. And if they wouldn't tell you, I'd find out." The answer came so quickly that it almost hurt. Then she looked at him, and Harry knew she had hurt herself too. "Harry," he smiled faintly. "Good night, Hermione." She did not move. For a moment he thought she might push. A year ago she would have. A year ago, she would have marched straight through his defenses with facts, fear, and loyalty all tangled together. Now she hesitated. The Department of Mysteries had changed all of them. Hermione had learned that Harry could be wrong in ways that got people hurt. Harry had learned that Hermione could be right and still not know enough to stop it. That difference stood between them now. Finally, she turned and left. Harry waited until her footsteps faded. Then he looked back into the mirror. His reflection looked back. No answer. Good. The next lesson took place in Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts. It was the first time Harry had returned to the castle since leaving it under the weight of Sirius's death. The corridors were mostly empty for summer, but Hogwarts never truly slept. Portraits whispered as he passed. Armor clicked softly. Somewhere far away, a door shut by itself. For a moment, the familiarity nearly broke him. Hogwarts had been the first place that ever felt like it might keep him. Now even its warmth felt conditional. Dumbledore's office was exactly as Harry remembered it. Silver instruments humming, portraits pretending not to listen, Fawkes watching from his perch with bright, knowing eyes. The pensieve stood on the desk, its contents turning slowly like captured moonlight. Dumbledore gestured toward the chair opposite him. "Tea!" "No, thank you." A small pause, then Dumbledore sat. "You are learning quickly," he said. Harry looked at the pensieve. "About Tom Riddle?" "About many things." Harry knew a test when he heard one. "I don't feel like I'm learning enough." Dumbledore's mouth curved sadly. Few people ever do when the subject is fear. "That's not what I meant." "No," Dumbledore said. "I suppose not." He opened a drawer and removed 3 small glass vials. Each one held a strand of silvery memory. Harry watched his hands. They were steady, but not perfectly so. The blackened ring on one finger had not escaped Harry's notice, though Dumbledore wore it as casually as if dark, dead-looking flesh were a minor inconvenience. Harry had asked about it once. Dumbledore had said, "A mistake." Nothing more. Now Harry looked at the hand again and added it to the growing room inside his mind labeled things Dumbledore knows and will not say. Dumbledore poured the first memory into the pensieve. "Today," he said, "I wish to show you not what Tom Riddle did, but what he wanted." The memory opened around them. They stood in a room Harry did not recognize, though its luxury was obvious. A cabinet full of fine china, heavy curtains, a nervous-looking old house elf standing near the door. A young Tom Riddle smiled at an old witch. Hepzibah Smith, Dumbledore explained softly beside him. Harry watched Riddle charm her, watched him lean forward at the right moments, watched his face brighten at the sight of 2 treasures brought out for display, a golden cup with a badger engraved upon it and a locket marked with the sign of Slytherin. The locket drew Harry's eye. It looked heavy, ugly, important. Riddle's expression changed when he saw it, only for a second. But Harry caught it. Hunger, not like wanting food, not like wanting a broom. This was deeper, possessive, almost offended, as if the world had briefly revealed something that should already have belonged to him. The memory ended with Hepzibah smiling and Riddle smiling back. Harry knew without being told that she died soon after. When they returned to the office, Dumbledore removed his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "The cup of Helga Hufflepuff," he said, "and the locket of Salazar Slytherin. Both vanished after Hepzibah Smith's death." "Horcruxes?" Harry asked. "Possibly, probably." Dumbledore looked at him. Harry met his eyes. After a moment, Dumbledore inclined his head. "Probably." A strange satisfaction moved through Harry. Small, sharp, unpleasant, a concession, not a gift, something pulled loose. He wanted more of them. They studied another memory, then another. Dumbledore spoke of objects with history, of trophies, of Tom Riddle's need to place pieces of himself inside things he considered worthy, the diary, the ring, the cup, the locket, perhaps something of Ravenclaw. Perhaps Nagini, though Dumbledore called that theory uncertain. Harry listened. He asked questions. He gave no sign that every answer created 3 new gaps. By the time the lesson ended, dusk had touched the windows. The portraits were muttering in their frames. Fawkes had tucked his head under one wing. Dumbledore stood slowly. "I must step away for a short while," he said. "There is a matter with Professor McGonagall that requires my attention. You may wait here if you wish. I will return and escort you back through the Floo." Harry glanced at the pensieve. Only once, Dumbledore noticed. "Those memories are not toys, Harry. I know." "I do not say this because I mistrust you." Harry looked at him. Dumbledore's expression was gentle. Some memories wound by being seen before one is ready. There it was again. Care shaped like a lock. Harry nodded, Dumbledore smiled faintly and left. The door closed. The office settled into silence. Harry did not move at first. He counted his breaths. Not because he was afraid of being caught, because he needed to know whether the choice had already been made before Dumbledore left the room. 1, 2, 3, the silver instruments hummed. A portrait of an old witch cracked one eye open, saw him sitting still, and closed it again. 4, 5, 6, Harry stood. He did not go to the pensive. Not immediately. He walked first to the shelves. Dumbledore's office was organized in a way that looked chaotic only to people who did not pay attention. Certain books appeared piled carelessly, but their spines faced outward in groups. Instruments were arranged by use, not shape. The memory cabinet near the wall had 3 locks, all visible, which meant the important protection was probably not visible at all. Harry did not touch the cabinet. He was not stupid. Instead, he looked at the desk. The 3 vials Dumbledore had used sat empty near the pensive. Beside them lay a 4th, half hidden beneath a folded note, as if placed there hastily and forgotten. Harry stared at it. A single strand of memory curled inside. The label was written in Dumbledore's hand. SS. After Ministry, Harry's skin went cold. SS. Severus Snape. After Ministry, he looked toward the door. No footsteps, no voices. The smart thing would be to sit down. The loyal thing would be to wait. The safe thing would be to trust that Dumbledore had reasons. Harry picked up the vial. The glass was warm from the room. His hand did not shake. That surprised him. He poured the memory into the pensive. For a second, the surface resisted. Then the silver widened, deepened, and caught him. He fell. The office vanished. Harry landed in the same room, but night pressed against the windows. The fire burned low. Dumbledore stood beside his desk, older and more tired than he had looked minutes ago. Snape stood opposite him, face pale with fury, not the cold, sneering fury Snape wore in classrooms. This was Rower. "You waited too long," Snape said. Dumbledore did not answer at once. His injured hand was not blackened yet, Harry noticed, so this memory was older than the ring. After the Ministry, the label had said, "After Sirius." Harry moved closer, though neither man could see him. "You shut him out for a year." Snape continued, voice low and cutting. "Then you act surprised when the Dark Lord uses the connection you refuse to explain." Dumbledore closed his eyes. "Yes." Harry's heart began to beat harder. Snape looked disgusted. "Do not perform remorse for me. It is wasted." "I am not performing." "No. You are arranging it into something useful. That is worse." Harry stared. Dumbledore opened his eyes again. "There is no defense I can offer that would make what happened acceptable." "Then perhaps stop defending it." Silence. The fire shifted. When Dumbledore spoke again, his voice was quieter. "Harry must be told more." Snape laughed once. "Must he? How generous. Shall we finally inform the child marked for slaughter that he is more than bait?" The word struck Harry like a curse. Slaughter. Dumbledore's face tightened. "He is not bait." "No." Snape stepped closer. "Then what is he?" Harry could not breathe. The memory air seemed too thin. Dumbledore turned away. "He is a boy I've tried and failed to protect." Snape's mouth twisted. "And after protection fails," Dumbledore did not answer. Snape's expression changed. The anger did not leave. It sharpened. "You know, then?" Dumbledore looked at him. Harry looked between them. Something inside him had gone perfectly still. Snape's voice dropped. "The scar." Dumbledore said nothing. "That thing inside him," Snape said. "The connection is not merely a connection." Dumbledore's silence became the answer. Snape stepped back as if he had been struck. "No, Severus, no." Voldemort's soul was unstable that night. When the curse rebounded, a fragment broke free. Harry heard a rushing sound. For one mad second he thought it came from the fire. Then he realized it was his own blood. Dumbledore continued, each word soft and merciless. It latched onto the only living soul in the room. Harry touched his scar, not in the memory, in himself. He could still feel it, skin, bone, a mark people had stared at his entire life. A wound that had never just been a wound. Snape was staring at Dumbledore with open horror. For the first time Harry could remember, Severus Snape looked unable to hide what he felt. The boy is a Horcrux. Dumbledore flinched. That was the worst part, not the words, the flinch. because it meant Dumbledore had heard them before inside his own head and hated their accuracy. "He is not a Horcrux in the usual sense," Dumbledore said. "The creation was accidental, no ritual, no intent. How comforting it matters." To him, Dumbledore looked down. Harry waited. Some foolish, dying part of him waited for Dumbledore to say yes. Yes, it matters to Harry. Yes, he will be told. Yes, his life is not a number in my equation. Instead, Dumbledore said, it matters to the method. The room tilted. Snape whispered something Harry did not catch. Then, louder, "You have raised him for this." "No," Dumbledore's voice cracked. The portraits shifted in their sleep. "No," Dumbledore said again, steadier but no less pained. "I have tried to give him time, friendship, love, protection where I could." "Protection?" Snape hissed. "You placed him with Petunia Evans." Dumbledore's face folded around the name. Harry's hands curled at his sides. The memory moved on without mercy. "The blood protection was necessary," Dumbledore said. "And when the necessary years are over," Dumbledore did not answer. Snape's breathing changed. "When every other anchor is gone," he said slowly, "the fragment in the boy remains." "Yes, and the Dark Lord cannot truly die while it remains." Dumbledore closed his eyes. "Yes." Harry's mind reached for anger and found only ice, not shock. Shock was movement. This was the absence of movement. This was the moment a lake froze so completely that everything beneath it was preserved exactly where it drowned. Snape's voice was almost unrecognizable. "What must happen?" Dumbledore opened his eyes. "I believe Voldemort himself must be the one to destroy that fragment." Snape stared. Then he understood. Harry watched understanding destroy him. "No," Snape said again, but this time there was no fury left. "You mean for him to go to his death?" "I mean for him to choose when the time comes." The words entered Harry cleanly. "Choose?" Snape's face twisted. "You call that a choice?" Dumbledore looked suddenly exhausted beyond age. "I call it the only path by which the part of Voldemort inside him may be destroyed without destroying his soul as well." "And if he refuses?" Dumbledore said nothing. Snape laughed, but it was empty. "Of course, he won't. You have seen to that." "That is not fair." "No," Snape said. "It is precise." The fire popped. Harry wanted the memory to end. He wanted it to keep going forever, because as long as it continued, the final truth had not finished landing. Dumbledore spoke again. "I will not tell him yet. There it was." The door closing before Harry even knew it existed. Snape turned away. "You will use him." "I will prepare him." "You will use him." Dumbledore's voice was barely audible. "If I must carry that guilt, I will." Harry stepped back. The room blurred, not because the memory was fading, because his eyes had filled and he had refused to blink. Snape looked over his shoulder. "You speak of guilt as if it is payment. It is not. Suffering over the knife does not make the cut clean." Dumbledore did not defend himself. Perhaps he could not. Perhaps he would not. Perhaps, Harry thought, that was what made good men dangerous. They could hate the thing they did and do it anyway. The memory began to dissolve. Harry caught one final image before the silver swallowed him. Dumbledore standing alone by the fire, one hand pressed to his face, looking for all the world like a man grieving a boy who was not dead yet. Then Harry was back. The office returned around him. The pensive shone quietly on the desk. The vial lay empty in his hand. For a moment, Harry did nothing. He did not collapse. He did not scream. He did not throw the vial against the wall. He stood in Dumbledore's office, in the school that had saved him, with the truth of his life arranged around him like furniture. The boy is a Horcrux. "You mean for him to go to his death?" "I mean for him to choose." Harry looked at his reflection in the dark window, pale face. Messy hair, Lily's eyes, Voldemort's soul. A laugh rose in his throat. He swallowed it. Carefully, he retrieved the empty vial from the pensive, dried the rim with his sleeve, and placed it exactly where he had found it. He watched the desk until he was certain nothing looked disturbed. Then he sat down. He folded his hands in his lap. He breathed grief. Gone, fear. Gone, rage. Not gone, never gone, locked. The door opened 12 minutes later. Dumbledore entered with Professor McGonagall, both mid-conversation. McGonagall's mouth was pressed thin, which meant some ministry stupidity had occurred. Dumbledore looked tired but not suspicious. Harry stood, not too quickly. "Harry," Dumbledore said, "forgive me, I took longer than I expected." "It's all right, sir." His voice sounded normal, that almost frightened him. McGonagall's eyes softened when she saw him. "Potter, Professor." She studied his face for a moment. Harry let her see exhaustion. It was not hard. "Are you eating properly?" she asked. Dumbledore looked faintly amused. Harry gave a small shrug. "Mrs. Weasley's making sure," McGonagall sniffed. "Good." She left soon after, still angry about whatever had brought her there. Dumbledore moved to the desk and began gathering the memory vials. Harry watched. 1, 2, 3, the fourth. Dumbledore paused with his fingers on it. Harry's heartbeat did not change, he made sure of it. Dumbledore looked at the label, then at Harry. Harry looked back with the face he had practiced in the mirror, tired, trusting enough, hurt enough, young enough. "Ready to return?" Dumbledore asked. "Yes, sir." The flue flames took him back to Grimmauld Place. The moment Harry stepped out of the fireplace, Ron nearly knocked him over. "There you are. Mum's been saving dinner, and Hermione's gone mental over some book she found, and Ginny says if you don't eat, she'll hex me because apparently I'm the one who's supposed to make you." Ron stopped. "What?" Harry brushed soot from his sleeve. "What? You look weird." Hermione appeared in the doorway behind him at once. "Weird how? I don't know. Weird." Harry smiled. It felt perfect. "I've been with Dumbledore for 3 hours watching Voldemort memories. I'm allowed to look weird." Ron's face shifted into sympathy so fast Harry almost hated him for it. "Yeah. Sorry." Hermione came closer. "What did you see?" Harry looked at her. "Everything," he thought. "I'll tell you after dinner." He did not. At dinner, Mrs. Weasley fussed. Fred and George dropped by with news from the shop and tried to make Harry laugh by describing a customer who had accidentally turned his eyebrows into caterpillars. Ginny kicked Ron under the table for reaching across Harry's plate. Remus arrived late, smelling of wet wool and exhaustion. Life continued. That was the cruelest part. The world did not pause for revelations. No bell rang, no portrait screamed. No one looked at Harry and saw the dead thing sewn into his scar. He ate because Mrs. Weasley watched him. He answered because Hermione asked. He smiled at the right moments because Ron looked worried when he did not. And all the while the truth sat behind his face, enormous and silent. Later, when the house slept, Harry returned to the mirror. The boy in the glass looked back. For the first time, Harry wondered how much of that face belonged to him. His eyes were his mother's. Everyone said so. His scar was Voldemort's. His name belonged to a father he barely knew, a family legacy that had been reduced to a vault, a cloak, and expectations. His life, apparently, belonged to a plan. What exactly was left that no one had claimed? Harry raised his wand and touched the tip lightly to the mirror's frame, not casting, just thinking. It is our choices that show what we truly are. Dumbledore had said it to comfort him. Now the words returned differently. If choices mattered, then withholding choices was not protection. It was theft. Harry stared at himself until his eyes stopped looking wet. Then he opened his trunk and took out a notebook. It was an ordinary Muggle notebook, the kind Dudley had once thrown away because the cover was bent. Harry had kept it for homework and never used it. Now he opened to the first page. At the top, he wrote, things Dumbledore knows under it, Horcruxes, Tom Riddle's objects. The scar. Harry paused. Then, with careful pressure, he added, me. The word looked small, too small. He turned to the next page. Things Dumbledore will not tell me. He did not know where to begin, so he wrote the same word again. Me. The ink dried slowly. Harry listened to Ron breathing in sleep. He thought of Hermione saying, I'd find out. He thought of Snape's face in the memory, horrified not because he loved Harry, but because even he had recognized the shape of the betrayal. He thought of Dumbledore's grief. It did not make him less angry. That surprised him most. Dumbledore loved him. Harry believed that now more than ever. Dumbledore loved him and had still built a road to his death. Maybe love was not the opposite of being used. Maybe that was the lie children were told, because the truth would make them too difficult to guide. Harry closed the notebook. He placed it beneath the loose floorboard near his bed, beside an old chocolate frog card and a broken quill. Then he returned to the mirror. He practiced again. Question, No answer, pain. No answer, betrayal. No answer, a boy marked for death. No answer. By morning he had slept less than an hour. At breakfast, Hermione watched him over her porridge. You said you'd tell us about the memories. Ron looked up too. Harry buttered a piece of toast. Yes, he said. Dumbledore thinks the locket and cup might be important, maybe other objects connected to the Founders. Hermione's face sharpened with interest at once. That makes sense. Voldemort would want historically significant objects, especially if he saw himself as Slytherin's heir. The Founders would represent— She stopped. What? Harry looked at her. She narrowed her eyes. You're choosing your words? Ron snorted. He's always choosing his words around you-know-who stuff, better than blurting out something horrible at breakfast. Hermione did not look away. Harry took a bite of toast. It tasted like dust. I'm telling you what matters. The second he said it, he heard Dumbledore. Hermione heard it too. Her face changed. Harry almost apologized. Instead, he reached for his tea. That was the first small abandonment, not Ron leaving, not Hermione hesitating, not the Order whispering behind doors. Harry abandoned something too that morning. He abandoned the belief that telling the whole truth was always owed to the people who loved you. It frightened him how easily the thought fit. That afternoon, he asked Dumbledore for a clumency practice. Dumbledore looked pleased, not openly. He was too careful for that. But there was a light in his face, a quiet relief, as if Harry's request proved something had been repaired between them. Harry let him believe it. They stood in the drawing room, curtains drawn, wards layered. Dumbledore spoke gently about discipline, focus, emotional clarity. He said Harry had a strong mind, though an untrained one. He said pain could become a door if one leaned on it too often. Harry listened. Then Dumbledore raised his wand. Ready? Harry nodded. The legilimency touch was nothing like Snape's. Snape had invaded. Dumbledore entered like a man knocking politely on a door he knew was unlocked. Harry showed him what he expected to see: Sirius falling, green smoke in Diagon Alley, the Prophet headline, a little anger, a little shame, a great deal of grief, all true, not all. Dumbledore withdrew after only seconds, eyes sad. Better, he said softly. Much better. Harry lowered his wand. Again, Dumbledore smiled, again. By the end of the hour, Harry could keep Dumbledore from seeing anything he did not place near the surface. Dumbledore praised him. Harry accepted it. That night, the notebook gained a third page. Things I need: information, money, a way into restricted records, names of people both sides ignore, a list of Horcruxes, a reason not to destroy all of them. Harry stared at the last line for a long time. He had not meant to write it. The thought had been there anyway, waiting. The scar was a Horcrux. That meant Voldemort's immortality lived partly in Harry, but if there were others, if one remained hidden, if one piece of Voldemort's soul existed somewhere Harry could control, then death was not only a fate arranged for Harry. It was leverage. The idea should have horrified him. It did, but horror did not make it useless. Harry closed the notebook with slow hands. Across the room, Ron mumbled in his sleep and rolled over. Harry watched him. Ron would never understand this, not because he was stupid. He wasn't. Not really. Because Ron still believed the world had sides clean enough to stand on. Harry envied him for that. Then he hated him for being able to. The next day, Dumbledore brought another memory. Harry sat across from him and listened as if he had not already seen the one that mattered most. The headmaster spoke of Voldemort's arrogance. Harry heard Dumbledore's caution. He spoke of sacrifice. Harry heard planning. He spoke of choices. Harry heard the lock turning. And behind Harry's face, behind the mask he was learning to wear before he ever commissioned one in silver, something quiet and irreversible began to take shape. Not rebellion, not yet. Rebellion was too loud. This was study. This was patience. This was a boy who had finally understood that everyone around him had mistaken his willingness to die for goodness. Harry looked at Dumbledore and nodded at the right moment. He asked the right question. He gave the right answer. And for the first time in his life, Harry Potter began preparing for a future that no one else had given him permission to want. Chapter 3: The Tower, and what it cost by the time winter settled over Hogwarts. Harry had learned to recognize the difference between a secret and a shape. A secret had edges. A secret could be found, cornered, named. It lived in locked drawers, coded notes, guarded memories, conversations that stopped when someone entered the room. A shape was worse. A shape was what remained when too many secrets leaned in the same direction. Dumbledore's secrets had a shape now. Harry could see it everywhere. He saw it in the way Dumbledore's injured hand worsened beneath the sleeve he wore lower every week. He saw it in the careful selection of memories shown in the pensive. Always enough to move Harry forward, never enough to let him choose another road. He saw it in the pauses before certain answers, in the sadness that came too quickly, in the way the headmaster looked at him sometimes when he thought Harry was studying the silver surface of the pensive, like a man counting days. Harry gave him nothing. That was the strange thing about betrayal. Once Harry understood it, he became easier to teach. He no longer pushed at every closed door. He no longer demanded the whole truth at the wrong moment. He no longer exploded when Dumbledore answered only half a question and dressed the rest in regret. Instead, he listened. He learned where Dumbledore paused. He learned what names made the old man's eyes sharpen. He learned which objects mattered. The diary was gone, destroyed in the Chamber of Secrets by Harry's own hand before he had known what it was. The ring had been found. Dumbledore admitted that much when Harry asked too directly to be gently redirected. It had belonged to the Gaunts, Voldemort's mother's family, and it had carried a curse vicious enough to blacken Dumbledore's flesh before he could contain it. "The curse is contained?" Harry had asked. Dumbledore smiled faintly. "For now." "Not yes, for now." Harry wrote it down that night. The locket was likely hidden somewhere important to Tom Riddle's childhood. The cup had vanished into hands unknown. Something of Ravenclaw remained possible. Nagini remained possible. And Harry himself remained unspoken, always there, never named. A dead thing behind every lesson. Sometimes Harry wondered if Dumbledore knew that Harry knew. There were moments when the question seemed to pass silently between them. Dumbledore would look at him over the pensive with those tired blue eyes, and Harry would feel the room narrow, as if both of them stood on opposite sides of a door with their hands near the latch. Then Dumbledore would say, "Another memory, Harry?" And Harry would answer, "Yes, sir." The door stayed closed. Ron noticed the change before Hermione did. That surprised Harry. Hermione noticed facts. Ron noticed temperature. "You're different," Ron said one night in the dormitory, sitting cross-legged on his bed with a half-eaten chocolate frog melting in his hand. Harry did not look up from his Transfiguration essay. "Am I?" "Yeah." "How?" Ron frowned, searching for words. That was the problem with Ron. He often felt the truth before he could say it, and by the time he managed, it came out wrong enough for everyone to dismiss. "You're quieter." "Hermione's always telling me to think before I speak. Maybe I finally listened." Ron did not laugh. Harry kept writing. Across the room, Neville was asleep. Dean and Seamus were arguing in low voices about Quidditch fixtures. Ordinary life continued around Harry with insulting persistence. Ron lowered his voice. "Is it Dumbledore?" Harry's quill paused, only for a second. "What about him?" "The stuff he's showing you, the you-know-who stuff." Harry dipped the quill in ink. "It's important." "That's not what I asked." No, Harry thought, it wasn't. He looked at Ron then. Ron's face was open with worry, and that made Harry angry in a way he could not justify. Ron had done nothing wrong in that moment. He was sitting there, clumsy and loyal, trying to reach for him across something he did not understand. Harry wanted to tell him, not everything. Ron could not carry everything, but something he wanted to say. "Dumbledore has planned for me to die," he wanted to say. "There is a piece of Voldemort in my scar," he wanted to say. "I am so tired of being loved by people who still expect me to walk where they point." But Ron would react. Ron would shout. Ron would go to Hermione. Hermione would go to Dumbledore. Dumbledore would become sad and gentle and impossible. The shape would close around Harry again, so Harry smiled. "It's just a lot." Ron accepted it because he wanted to. That was the second small abandonment. The first had been not telling Hermione. The second was using Ron's trust in him as a hiding place. Harry wrote both down without words. He did not need ink for every cost. The castle changed as spring approached. Whispers moved through corridors faster than owls. People were frightened again, but this time they had learned to hide it behind routine. Students laughed too loudly at breakfast. Teachers watched the entrances more often. Aurors appeared near Hogsmeade, then disappeared, then returned with different faces. The war was no longer a rumor outside school walls. It had begun pressing its hands against the glass. Draco Malfoy grew thinner. Harry noticed because Harry was watching everyone now. Malfoy's robes hung wrong. His skin had gone gray under the eyes. He spent more time vanishing into corners than sneering in hallways. Once, Harry saw him in the corridor outside the room of requirement, one hand pressed flat against the wall, whispering something under his breath with the desperation of someone begging a locked door to become a way out. A year ago, Harry would have followed. A year ago, he would have dragged Ron and Hermione into the mystery, obsessed until the answer bled. Now he watched Malfoy and thought not enemy, pressure point, that frightened him, not enough to stop. He told Dumbledore, not everything, but enough. Dumbledore looked grave, not surprised. You suspect Draco of acting under Voldemort's orders. I know he is. That is a dangerous certainty. So is pretending not to know. Dumbledore looked at him sharply. Harry held his gaze. For once he let a little anger show, not all of it, just enough. Dumbledore sighed. There are matters in motion, Harry, which I must ask you not to interfere with. Harry almost laughed. There it was, plain enough to touch. Malfoy is trying to do something inside the school. Yes. The answer came softly. It shocked Harry anyway. You know, I suspect. And you're letting it happen? I am attempting to prevent a greater harm. Harry stood very still. A greater harm, there was always one. A greater harm had kept Harry at the Dursleys. A greater harm had kept the prophecy from him. A greater harm had put Sirius inside a house he hated, until desperation made him reckless. A greater harm waited at the end of every road Dumbledore built. Harry asked, "Who gets hurt while you prevent it?" Pain crossed Dumbledore's face. "Sometimes," he said, "there are no clean choices." Harry heard the old line behind it. It is our choices that show what we truly are. He wondered whether Dumbledore ever noticed how often he spoke of choices after removing them from everyone else. Harry nodded slowly. All right. Dumbledore's brows drew together. You accept that? No. Harry said, but I heard it. For a moment, something like fear moved through Dumbledore's eyes. It was gone quickly, not quickly enough. That night, Harry added Draco Malfoy to his notebook, not as a friend, not as someone to save, as proof. Even pure-blood heirs could be used as tools by masters who called it necessity. The difference was that Draco still knew he was trapped. Harry was expected to be grateful for the cage. The cave came on a night without moonlight. Dumbledore summoned Harry after dinner with no warning. The message arrived by Phoenix Flame, curling into letters that burned themselves clean after he read them. Come prepared. Harry stared at the empty air where the words had been. Prepared for what? Dumbledore did not say. Of course he didn't. Harry tucked his wand into his sleeve, slid the folded invisibility cloak beneath his robes, and took one more thing from under the loose floorboard. The notebook. He did not bring it because he expected to write. He brought it because leaving it behind felt like trusting the castle to remain unchanged by morning. Ron looked up from a game of exploding snap. Where are you going? Dumbledore. Hermione's head snapped up. At this hour, Harry shrugged. He didn't say. Ron stood. We're coming. No. The word came too fast. Both of them stared. Harry adjusted his sleeve. He asked for me. Hermione frowned. That doesn't mean. It usually does. The bitterness slipped out before he could polish it. Hermione flinched. Harry hated himself for noticing and not taking it back. Ron looked between them, confused and angry because he could feel something happening without knowing its name. Mate, if this is dangerous, it probably is. Then why the bloody hell are you going alone? Because Dumbledore planned it that way? Because I need to see what he does when no one else is watching. Because if there is a Horcrux, I need to know before he decides what I'm allowed to understand. Harry said, because I have to. Ron's face hardened. That's not an answer. No, Harry thought. It was becoming the only kind anyone gave him. He left before either of them could follow. Dumbledore waited near the outer gates, wrapped in traveling cloak, his injured hand hidden. For once, he did not smile when Harry approached. "Thank you for coming." Harry almost said, "Did I have a choice?" Instead, he nodded. "Where are we going?" "To a place Tom Riddle once visited as a child." That was all. They apparated into cold. The sea struck Harry first, not the sight of it, but the sound of vast black violence breaking against stone. Wind tore at his robes, salt stung his mouth. The cliff beneath them was slick with spray, and below, almost hidden by darkness, the cave waited like a wound in the rock. Dumbledore looked smaller there, not weak, never weak, but human in a way Hogwarts did not allow him to be. "The locket?" Harry asked. "I believe so." "Believe." Another careful word. The cave was worse than Harry expected. There were protections at the entrance, blood wards, concealments. Magic that crawled over his skin and seemed to taste him before letting him pass. Dumbledore cut his own hand to open the way, and Harry watched blood disappear into stone. He wondered how many doors in the world opened only when someone bled politely enough. Inside, the air was damp and dead. The lake lay still beneath the black ceiling, too still to be water and yet reflecting nothing. Far across it, on an island barely large enough to stand on, something glowed faintly green. Harry felt the Horcrux before he saw it, not as a voice, not even as pain, as recognition. That terrified him. Dumbledore conjured a goblet where none had been visible. He studied the basin on the island, the potion inside it, the locket beneath. This potion must be drunk. Harry stared at him. "Then we find another way." "I have tried. Try harder." Dumbledore's eyes softened. Harry hated him for it. "I am afraid this task falls to me." "Why?" "Because you must be able to continue after it is done." There it was again, the road. Harry could see it beneath every word. You must continue, you must learn, you must be ready, you must die when the time comes, but not yet, Professor. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but final. "I need you to make certain I continue drinking no matter what I say." The words should have sounded brave. They sounded rehearsed. Harry's stomach twisted. "You've done this before," he said. Dumbledore did not answer, not directly. "There are many kinds of pain one can prepare for without truly being ready." Harry wanted to refuse. He wanted to throw the goblet into the lake, smash the basin, drag Dumbledore back to Hogwarts, and demand all the truths he was owed before anyone else decided pain was necessary. But the locket waited beneath the potion. A piece of Voldemort's soul. A key, a weapon, a truth Dumbledore had not been able to keep from him because the war finally needed Harry's hands. So Harry lifted the goblet. Dumbledore drank. The potion broke him slowly. That was the worst part. If it had been one scream, one collapse, one dramatic agony, Harry might have survived it cleanly. Instead, it peeled dignity from Dumbledore in layers. The old man gasped, trembled, begged, whispered names Harry did not know at first. Then when he did, Ariana, Harry kept giving him the potion. He hated himself. He hated Dumbledore. He hated Voldemort most because Voldemort had made this and would never understand the difference between suffering inflicted and suffering endured. Dumbledore begged for water. Harry gave him potion. Dumbledore pleaded that it was his fault. Harry gave him potion. Dumbledore wept. Harry gave him potion. By the end, Harry's hand was steady. That frightened him more than the Inferi rising from the lake. The fight afterward blurred into cold hands, pale faces, fire, and Dumbledore's arm locked around him with impossible strength. They escaped because Dumbledore was still Dumbledore, because even half-dead and shaking, he could call flame like a judgment from old magic. They returned with the locket, only it was not the locket. Harry knew the moment Dumbledore opened it, the thing inside was wrong. Dead weight, not living rot. A substitute, a note. A theft made by someone else before them. Dumbledore read it. His expression changed, not surprise, not only loss. Harry reached for the parchment. Dumbledore let him take it. R.A.B. Harry stared at the initials. Someone had beaten them there. Someone had found one of Voldemort's anchors and taken it. Someone Dumbledore had not known enough to stop. For reasons Harry could not explain, the realization did not feel like failure. It felt like proof. Dumbledore did not know everything. The tower waited for them when they returned. The dark mark hung above Hogwarts, burning green against the night. Dumbledore went still for one breath. Harry saw the whole shape of the trap. Malfoy. The school. The thing Dumbledore had allowed to move because he was preventing a greater harm. The greater harm had arrived anyway. They flew to the astronomy tower. Dumbledore was weak enough that Harry had to help him climb. That should have made the headmaster seem less frightening. It did the opposite. A man who could barely stand was still guiding the war by hidden strings. At the top, Dumbledore froze Harry before Draco Malfoy burst through the door. The spell hit without warning. Harry's body locked beneath the invisibility cloak. His eyes remained open. Of course, he thought, of course, even now, even here. Dumbledore had given him a task, brought him into danger, used his hands to retrieve a Horcrux, and at the first moment Harry might choose for himself, he took Harry's body away. Harry lay hidden against the wall and watched. Draco entered shaking, wand raised, face white. He looked nothing like a Death Eater. He looked like a boy drowning in someone else's robes. Dumbledore spoke to him softly. Too softly. Harry listened as the truth unfolded. Draco had been ordered to kill him. Draco had repaired a path into the school. Draco had tried and failed all year while Dumbledore watched, guided, contained, permitted. The room filled with more people, Death Eaters, cruel faces, eager voices, and Snape. Harry's heart became a fist. Snape looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at Snape. There was a conversation between them Harry could not hear, but he understood its shape because he had seen the memory. This too had been arranged, some part of it, at least. Another necessary harm. Another road paved before anyone else knew they were walking it. Dumbledore said one word. Not loudly, not like a command. A plea. Snape raised his wand. Green light filled the tower. Dumbledore fell. The binding curse broke when he died. Harry hit the stone hard. For 1 second, he could not move for a different reason, not magic, grief. It came up from somewhere beneath the ice and took him by the throat. Dumbledore was dead, not the plan, not the manipulator, not the old man with locked doors and soft answers, the man who had smiled at him when he was 11, the man who had explained socks and phoenixes and choices. The man who had failed him, the man who had loved him, dead. Harry's body moved before the grief could decide what it wanted to become. The Death Eaters were leaving. Snape was already at the door. Draco looked destroyed. The tower smelled of ozone and salt and the potion's lingering sickness. Harry ran. For 7 steps, he ran after Snape. Rage gave the world back its edges. Then he saw, through the open door behind him, Dumbledore's small traveling pouch lying near the tower wall where it had fallen. The pouch Dumbledore had carried to the cave. The pouch he had kept close through every Horcrux lesson. Snape's footsteps faded down the stairs. Behind Harry, the pouch waited. There are moments people later pretend were complicated because the simple truth is too ugly. Harry chose. He turned away from Snape, not because he forgave him. Not because he understood, because revenge was a door everyone expected him to run through. Information was the one they kept locked. Harry snatched up the pouch, shoved it beneath his robes, and ran the other way, not toward safety, toward Dumbledore's office. The castle was chaos. Students screamed behind doors. Teachers shouted orders. Somewhere below, Hagrid roared with a grief Harry felt in his bones. Spells flashed in distant corridors. Smoke curled near the stairwell. Harry moved through all of it like a ghost. The gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office stood rigid and sealed. Harry almost laughed. A locked door, of course. He tried passwords he knew. Sherbet lemon. Acid pop. Fizzing whizbee. Nothing. Then he remembered the pouch. Inside, with the fake locket and the note, were 3 small objects. A cracked blood-stained stone from the cave entrance, a sealed vial of memory, and a thin silver token stamped with the Hogwarts crest. Harry pressed the token to the gargoyle. For 1 terrible second, nothing happened. Then the statue moved aside. Dumbledore had prepared for himself to return weak. He had not prepared for Harry to come instead. That hurt. Harry used it. The office seemed untouched. Fawkes was gone from his perch. The absence was louder than any song. Harry did not let himself stop. He went first to the desk. The memory cabinet was locked, but not everything was inside it. Dumbledore had always worked with layers, public secrets, private secrets, and things he thought hidden because no one else knew to look. Harry knew to look now. He found loose notes inside a drawer charmed against summoning but not against hands. He found a list of names connected to orphanage records, gaunt property, and old pureblood estates. He found a folded map marked with locations Harry recognized and several he did not. He found a page headed in Dumbledore's handwriting. Known and suspected anchors. Harry stared at the list. Diary destroyed. Ring contained / destroyed. Locket suspected. Cup unknown. Ravenclaw object unconfirmed. Nagini possible late anchor HP. Accidental vessel. Must not be addressed until the end. Harry's fingers tightened around the parchment. Not Harry, not even Potter. HP. Initials were cleaner. Initials did not have eyes. Initials did not ask questions. Harry folded the page and placed it inside his robes. He took the map. He took the vial. He took nothing else. That mattered to him, though he did not know why. He was not robbing a dead man. Not exactly. He was taking what had been taken from him first. At the door he stopped. Fawkes's perch remained empty. For one moment the grief returned so violently he nearly bent under it. Dumbledore was dead, and Harry had spent the first minutes after his death stealing from his office. No, not stealing, choosing. The correction did not make it cleaner. Harry went back down. By the time he reached the grounds, the battle had ended. Students were gathered in clumps, pale and shaking. Teachers moved like people trapped in a nightmare that had learned their names. Hagrid knelt beside Dumbledore's body, huge shoulders shaking. McGonagall stood nearby with one hand pressed over her mouth, her face carved from shock. Ron reached Harry first. "Harry," he grabbed him by both shoulders. "Where were you?" "We thought Snape got away, Harry. He got away, and Dumbledore." Ron's voice broke. Harry looked past him at the body. White beard, still hands, no movement. Something in him cracked. For a few seconds, all masks failed. He moved toward Dumbledore and dropped to his knees beside him. The pouch under his robes pressed against his ribs, a stolen weight against a dead man's silence. "I'm sorry," Harry whispered. He did not know which thing he meant, maybe all of them. Hermione knelt beside him, crying openly now. Ginny stood a few feet away, arms wrapped around herself. Luna was there too, barefoot for some reason, staring not at the body but at the empty air above it, as if listening to a song no one else could hear. No one asked Harry where he had gone, not then. Grief protected him. He hated that he was grateful. The days after Dumbledore's death passed strangely. Hogwarts became a place of lowered voices and sudden crying. Students packed trunks slowly, as if speed would admit that the year had ended in failure. Teachers moved like survivors of a siege. The ministry arrived with questions and forms and the useless authority of people who came after the damage to measure it. Harry answered only what he had to. Yes, he had been with Dumbledore. Yes, they had returned to the tower. No, he had not seen everything clearly. Yes, Snape had killed him. No, Harry had not caught him. That last lie tasted worst. Ron asked later in the dormitory when the others were gone. "You chased him, didn't you?" Harry sat on his bed. "I tried. But you lost him." Harry looked at Ron's face. So much trust, so much need for the story to make sense. "Yes." Ron swallowed hard. "Next time we get him." Next time, Harry nodded. Hermione watched from the doorway. She knew something was wrong. Not what, but something. Harry could feel her mind moving around the edges of him, searching for a seam. He kept his face tired. It was not difficult. Dumbledore's funeral came under a white sky. People arrived from everywhere. Ministry officials, foreign witches and wizards, old friends, old enemies pretending respect was not complicated. Merpeople sang from the lake in voices that made Harry's bones ache. Centaurs stood at the edge of the forest, silent and unreadable. Harry listened to speeches that turned Dumbledore into something simpler than he had ever been. Great man, brilliant wizard, defender of the light, a loss beyond measure, all true, not all. Harry wondered if this was what death did for powerful people. It polished them until no one could grip the sharp parts anymore. Beside him, Ron cried quietly and pretended not to. Hermione did not pretend. Ginny sat close enough that her sleeve brushed Harry's. Once her fingers touched his hand, light as a question. Harry did not take it, not because he did not want to, because some part of him understood that if he held on, he might tell her everything just to feel human for 5 more minutes. Ginny pulled her hand back. There, another cost. A white tomb rose near the lake. Wands lifted. Light moved across the water. Harry watched Dumbledore vanish into marble and thought of the page hidden beneath his floorboard. HP. Accidental vessel must not be addressed until the end. When the ceremony ended, people tried to reach him. Scrimgeour came first, smelling of authority and desperation. "We should speak, Potter." "No," the minister stiffened. "This is not a request." Harry looked at him. For once, he did not need to raise his voice. "Then you should have brought someone who can make me." Scrimgeour's face darkened. Before he could answer, McGonagall appeared at Harry's side. "The boy has just buried his headmaster." The boy. Harry almost smiled. Everyone loved that word when it helped them decide how much of a person he was allowed to be. Scrimgeour withdrew. McGonagall turned to Harry. Her face softened, but there was iron beneath it. "Potter, whatever Professor Dumbledore had asked of you, you do not have to carry it alone." Harry looked at her and wanted desperately to believe that, but McGonagall did not know, none of them knew. And if he told her, she would do what good people did when presented with a terrible truth. She would gather others. She would discuss. She would protect. She would decide what must be done. Harry was finished being a matter for discussion. "Thank you, Professor," he said. She heard the dismissal. It hurt her. He saw that too. He kept walking. That night, Harry left Hogwarts under the invisibility cloak. Not forever, not yet. He waited until Ron's breathing deepened and Hermione's footsteps finally stopped outside the common room portrait. Then he took the notebook, Dumbledore's stolen page, the fake locket, and the folded map. The castle did not stop him. That hurt in its own way. He had spent years thinking of Hogwarts as alive enough to know him. Maybe it did. Maybe it let him go because it understood that homes could become cages if everyone inside them expected gratitude for the bars. He apparated from Hogsmeade with a crack that vanished into the wind. Godric's Hollow was quiet when he arrived. Dawn had not yet broken. The village slept beneath a thin veil of mist, roofs silvered by cold, windows dark. It looked ordinary. That made Harry angrier than ruins would have. His parents had died here. Voldemort had lost his body here. Harry's life had stopped belonging to him here, and the village slept. He found the graveyard by instinct and memory he had never personally earned. The gate opened with a soft cry. Wet grass brushed his shoes. Names rose from stone on every side, generations of magical families sleeping under moss and weather. He stood before his parents' grave for a long time. James Potter, Lily Potter. The words carved beneath their names were about death and treasure and hearts, beautiful words, comforting words, the kind of words adults chose when they wanted loss to mean something. Harry had no patience for them. "I know," he said quietly, though he did not know to whom he spoke. "I know you died for me." The mist shifted. His voice sounded wrong in the empty graveyard. "I know everyone thinks that means I owe the world something." He swallowed. The scar on his forehead was cold. "But I was 1 year old." The words came out harder. "I didn't ask you to die. I didn't ask Voldemort to mark me. I didn't ask Dumbledore to plan around me. I didn't ask anyone to turn my life into proof that love wins if I'm willing to keep bleeding for it." Silence. No answer from the dead. Harry almost preferred it. The living answered too much and said too little. "I'm sorry," he whispered. This time he knew what he meant. He was sorry because they had loved him. He was sorry because that love had saved him. He was sorry because he could no longer let that be the end of the story. He left their grave and walked deeper into the cemetery. The Peveril stone was older, half sunk, easy to miss unless someone knew to look. Ignatus Peveril. Harry crouched before it. He had seen the name before, but never like this. Never with Dumbledore dead, the cloak heavy beneath his robes and the shape of old bloodlines turning slowly in his mind. Peveril, not Potter. Older than Potter, older than the war, older than Dumbledore's plans and Voldemort's fear. The Hallows were stories, children's tales. Symbols people chased because death frightened them. Voldemort chased objects. Dumbledore chased meanings. Harry looked at the grave and felt, for the first time, the difference between inheriting a thing and understanding what inheritance could become. The cloak had passed to him. The blood had passed to him. The name had been waiting in stone while everyone called him boy, chosen, weapon, hope, Horcrux. Harry touched the grave. The stone was slick with mist. Peveril, he said. It did not sound like a title yet. It sounded like a door. Behind him, a voice said, "That is a lonely name to say by yourself." Harry was on his feet at once, wand out. Luna Lovegood stood near the gate, wearing a pale blue coat and radish earrings, her hair loose around her face. She did not look startled by the wand, of course she didn't. "Luna, you walk very quickly under that cloak," she said. "But grief leaves tracks." Harry stared at her. "How did you find me?" "I didn't exactly. I thought you might come somewhere the dead were less crowded." That made no sense. It made perfect sense. Harry lowered his wand halfway. "You shouldn't be here." "Neither should you, probably." A laugh almost escaped him. It would have been the first real one in days. Instead, he looked back at the Peveril grave. "I needed to see it." "Yes," Luna said. "Names are different when they're on stones. They stop asking permission." Harry looked at her sharply. Luna's pale eyes were calm, not empty, never empty. Seeing too much was not the same as not understanding. "Are you going to tell anyone?" he asked. "No." "Why?" she considered. "Because if you wanted to be stopped, you would have made more noise." Harry had no answer. Luna stepped closer, careful not to stand on any graves. "I liked Professor Dumbledore," she said. "He was kind to people others found inconvenient." Harry's throat tightened. "Yes. He also kept many cages and called some of them gardens." Harry turned fully toward her. Luna looked at the grave, not at him. "My father says people do that when they are afraid of what will happen if rare things grow wild." "Am I a rare thing?" "You're a very sad thing," Luna said softly. "And sad things become dangerous when everyone keeps asking them to be useful." Harry felt the words enter somewhere the others had not reached, not because they were comforting, because they were not trying to be. "Luna," he said carefully, "you don't know what I'm doing. No, you don't know what I might become. No, you should care. I do." The mist thickened between stones. Harry looked at her and felt, absurdly, like he was standing near the edge of something, and she had not reached to pull him back, because she respected gravity enough to know it would take them both. "Then why are you here?" Luna's answer was simple. "Someone should be." He looked away first. That was the first loyalty that did not feel like a chain. Dawn touched the village slowly. Gold spread across roofs. Birds began somewhere beyond the church. The Peveril stone brightened by degrees until the carved name became clear. Harry took out Dumbledore's stolen page. HP. Accidental vessel must not be addressed until the end. He held it over the grave. For a moment he imagined burning it, ending the evidence, letting grief remain grief. Instead, he folded it again and put it away. No more forgetting. No more softening. No more waiting until the end. Luna watched him. She did not ask. Harry looked one last time at Ignatus Peveril's name, then at his parents' grave beyond, then toward the village where his life had been taken apart by people who all had reasons. "I'm not going to be what they made," he said. Luna tilted her head. "No," she said. "I don't think you are." Harry's hand closed around the fake locket in his pocket. The first Horcrux hunt had failed. Dumbledore was dead. Voldemort was still stronger than anyone alive. The Ministry would try to claim him. The Order would try to guide him. Ron and Hermione would try to save him. And somewhere in the world, a real locket existed in hands Dumbledore had not controlled. That meant there were paths no one had mapped. Harry looked at the grave again. "Peveril," he said once more. This time it sounded less like a door, more like a promise. When he returned to Hogwarts, Ron was furious, Hermione was frightened, and Ginny would not look at him. Harry accepted all three like weather. He told them he had needed air. Hermione knew it was a lie. Ron wanted it not to be. Ginny believed him least of all. Luna said nothing. At the end of the week, Harry packed his trunk. Dumbledore's map lay hidden beneath his clothes. The notebook rested against his wand. The fake locket hung around his neck, not because it had power, but because failure had weight and Harry had no intention of setting it down. On the train from Hogwarts, Ron and Hermione sat across from him. "We're coming with you," Ron said. Harry looked out the window at the castle growing smaller behind them. Hermione leaned forward. "Whatever Dumbledore asked you to do, we're with you." Harry closed his hand around the locket. For 1 second, he almost said yes. He saw the road if he did, Ron's loyalty like warmth, Hermione's mind like a blade, the three of them against the dark. A story clean enough that people might someday tell it to children. Then he saw the other road. Secrets shared becoming chains, their love becoming argument, their fear becoming delay. Their goodness becoming another room where Harry's choices were discussed without him. He smiled faintly, not happily. "I know." Ron frowned. "That's not an answer." Harry looked at him. "No," he said. "It isn't." Outside, Hogwarts vanished behind the curve of the hills. Harry Potter sat between the life everyone expected him to return to and the name waiting in a graveyard mist. He had not fallen, not yet, but he had turned. And the first thing he left behind was the belief that being saved meant he belonged to the people who saved him. Chapter 4. The Hollow Court. Harry Potter disappeared badly. That was the first rumor. It spread because people needed it to be true. A clean disappearance would have frightened them too much. If Harry had vanished neatly, by choice, with plans and money and information, then the world would have been forced to admit that the boy they kept calling reckless had learned discipline from their neglect. So they said he had disappeared badly. They said he had run from grief. They said he had broken under Dumbledore's death. They said he was hiding somewhere with friends. They said he was alone. They said he was being protected. They said he had been taken. Every version comforted someone. The Ministry preferred taken because taken meant failure could be blamed on enemies. The Order preferred protected because protected meant they had not lost him completely. The Prophet preferred broken because broken boys sold papers better than silent ones. Ron preferred hiding. Hermione preferred planning. Ginny said nothing at all. Luna Lovegood, when asked, only said, "Hollow things echo before they fill." No one knew what to do with that, so they ignored her. Harry did not mind the rumors. He had learned the use of being misunderstood. For 3 weeks after leaving the train, he moved through the edges of magical Britain like a ghost with a notebook. Not Diagon Alley, not Hogsmeade, not anywhere important enough to be watched by people who thought importance was the same thing as power. He went to places official maps forgot. A backroom clinic in Knockturn Alley where half-bloods paid in cash because their family names made St. Mungo's questions dangerous. A squib boarding house near Sheffield where old witches sent non-magical children they were ashamed to acknowledge, then pretended they had died abroad. A cursed salvage yard outside Leeds where broken portkeys, damaged cauldrons, illegal ward stones, and old war relics passed from hand to hand beneath the notice of every law that mattered. A narrow goblin-run exchange beneath a watchmaker's shop in York, where gold moved without ministry record and debts were remembered in 3 languages older than English. Harry listened more than he spoke. That became his first rule. Everyone expected Harry Potter to arrive burning. The famous temper, the famous courage, the famous stupidity. People who had never met him still believed they knew the shape of him because the papers had printed so many versions of his face. So Harry gave them silence. Silence made them nervous. Nervous people explained themselves. He learned quickly that magical Britain was held together by people no one counted. Squibs carried messages because they did not trigger certain wards. Half-blood shop clerks handled ledgers pure-blood owners were too proud to touch. Muggle-born healers took night shifts in wards where old families refused to be seen accepting their help. Goblin accountants knew which vaults were empty long before public disgrace arrived. Werewolf contacts knew safe roads because they had spent their lives avoiding official ones. The Ministry called itself government. The Death Eaters called themselves blood. The Order called itself resistance. Beneath all 3, the unwanted carried the actual weight. Harry began with rescue because rescue was a language people understood, not the dramatic kind. Not swooping in with a wand raised while people cried his name. He started smaller. A squib boy named Martin Flint, 16 and thin enough to look 12, was being held by his aunt and uncle in a cellar warded not against escape, but against notice. The family had old blood and new debts. A squib heir complicated inheritance papers. Harry found him because a boarding house matron in Sheffield mentioned a missing payment, then mentioned the boy's name, then stopped talking when Harry looked too interested. 3 nights later, Martin Flint walked out of the cellar behind a house elf wearing a stolen tea towel, crossed a garden without waking a single portrait, and vanished into a hired muggle car driven by a witch whose wand had been snapped by the ministry 20 years before. Harry never entered the house. He watched from across the road under the invisibility cloak, wand ready, while the plan unfolded through 6 people no official aura would have thought to ask for help. Martin cried once, silently, when given a coat. Harry looked away, not from disgust, from recognition. The second rescue was uglier. A werewolf woman named Carrie's Vale had been arrested after a Death Eater attack she had warned local auras about. The auras had ignored the warning because her name was on a registry that made every word she said sound like trouble. After the attack, they needed someone to blame before the prophet asked why no one had acted. Harry did not free her by force. That would have been easier. Instead, he obtained the original warning letter, copied 3 ministry signatures from an internal memo, and arranged for the prophet to receive evidence that 3 auras had ignored actionable intelligence because the source was classified as creature risk, unreliable. The article ran on page 7. Carrie's Vale was released 2 days later. The auras kept their jobs. Harry wrote that down. Victory did not mean justice. Victory meant the lever had moved. The third rescue was not meant to become a rescue at all. It began as a meeting. The goblin who called himself Scarn did not meet Harry in Gringotts. That was the point. They met beneath an abandoned chapel outside Birmingham, in a crypt where old wizarding families had once buried cursed heirlooms too dangerous to keep and too expensive to destroy. The air smelled of damp stone and iron. 3 goblins waited near the far wall. 2 had blades. Scarn had none visible, which made Harry trust him least. He was shorter than Harry by half a head, broad-shouldered, with silver threaded through black hair tied behind his neck. His eyes were dark and bright as wet stone. "Harry Potter," Scarn said. "Scarn, you come without guards." Harry lifted one shoulder. "You can see the ones I brought," Scarn smiled, showing sharp teeth. That was the first test passed. There were no guards, not in the way Scarn meant. But there were 3 exits mapped, 2 retreat portkeys hidden nearby, and Luna waiting above ground in the old churchyard with instructions not to intervene unless the ravens stopped moving. The ravens were not magical. That made them useful. Magical people forgot to watch ordinary things. "You seek goblin aid," Scarn said. "No," the goblins shifted. Harry kept his hands visible. "I seek an exchange." Scarn's smile faded. "Wizards often call theft exchange when they remember we have knives. Wizards often call goblins greedy when they remember you have records." The silence after that was very sharp. Harry had not come to flatter him. That would have insulted them both. Scarn stepped closer. "You speak like someone who has read 3 books and thinks it has become history." "I speak like someone who knows Dumbledore kept dealings with Gringotts off most Order records, because he knew the Ministry watched banking access after the First War." Scarn's eyes narrowed. Harry continued. "And Voldemort's followers move money through family vaults that predate current Ministry oversight. They think old names protect old gold. I think goblins know exactly which old names have begun making withdrawals in panic." One of the armed goblins muttered something under his breath. Scarn did not look away from Harry. "And what would you buy with this imagined knowledge?" "Patterns." "War patterns? Fear patterns." Scarn studied him for a long moment. "You are not Dumbledore's boy anymore." Harry felt the words land. He did not let them show. "No. Are you Voldemort's?" Harry smiled slightly. The chapel crypt seemed to hold its breath. "No," Scarn's head tilted. "Then whose?" Harry thought of Godric's Hollow, of his parents' grave, of the Peveril stone, of the page that reduced him to initials. My own, he said. Scarn laughed. It was not kind laughter. It was not cruel either. It sounded like metal striking stone. Young wizards say that shortly before older wizards explain property law. Harry did not answer. Scarn circled him slowly. What do you offer? Leverage against both sides. Everyone offers that. Not everyone knows Voldemort made himself anchor points. The blades came up. Harry did not move. Scarn's expression went empty. Careful. I am. That word is not spoken. That is why I'm speaking it, one of the goblins hissed. Harry kept his eyes on Scarn. I don't need goblins to fight for me. I need records, old purchases, vault movements, artifact transfers, names connected to objects that disappeared after murders. In return, I provide something neither the Ministry nor Voldemort will. And what is that? Consequences. Scarn's eyes sharpened. Harry took a folded parchment from his sleeve and held it out. The nearest goblin took it, checked it for curses, then passed it to Scarn. It was not much, only 3 names. A Wisengamot clerk who had been quietly erasing goblin land claims for bribes. A nocturne broker moving cursed silver stolen from goblin dead. A minor Death Eater cousin attempting to liquidate family heirlooms through false human intermediaries. Scarn read in silence. Harry said, I don't have power over the Ministry. I don't have power over Voldemort. But I can make hidden things inconvenient. Sometimes that's better. Scarn folded the parchment. And when your cause no longer requires us, Harry met his eyes, then you should have kept records on me too. This time, Scarn's smile was real. Perhaps we already have. I'd be disappointed if you didn't. That was how the first bargain began, not trust. Never trust. Trust was too expensive to spend early, but an exchange could become a habit. A habit could become reliance. Reliance, fed carefully, could become something stronger than loyalty because it did not require anyone to lie about why they stayed. Scarn brought Harry numbers, names, withdrawals, vault irregularities, objects that had passed through hands too clean for the blood attached to them. In return, Harry exposed 3 Ministry thefts, ruined 2 Death Eater funding routes, and arranged for a goblin child injured by a cursed wizard coin to receive treatment without Ministry classification. The goblins did not thank him. Harry preferred that. Thank you often came with expectations. Balance was cleaner. Through Scarn came Aldrich Voss. Aldrich arrived in a rainstorm at a ruined mill where Harry had been expecting a ledger and found a man instead. He was in his late 30s, perhaps early 40s, with a narrow face, a broken nose, and the exhausted elegance of someone born close enough to privilege to resent losing it. His robes were plain but well cut. His left sleeve covered the place where the dark mark would be. Harry had his wand at Aldrich's throat before the man finished saying his name. Aldrich did not flinch. That was either courage or practice. I was told you might listen, Aldrich said, Harry's wand pressed closer. You were told wrong. Then kill me quickly. If you send me away, they will do worse. Harry looked at him. Rain hammered the broken roof. Water ran in thin streams down old stone. In the shadows behind Aldrich, Luna stood with her wand raised, barefoot again despite the cold. Harry had stopped asking why. Who are you running from? Harry asked. Aldrich gave a tired smile. That depends who wins. Harry almost cursed him. Then he saw the man's hands not shaking, too still, like Harry's had been after the cave. What did you do? Harry asked. Aldrich's smile vanished. Enough. Not an answer? The only one I can give without making myself useful enough to keep alive and guilty enough to kill. Harry stared at him. Aldrich stared back. There were people who begged for forgiveness because they wanted the past made lighter. Aldrich Voss did not look like that. He looked like a man who had counted his sins and found no number that changed the next decision. Harry lowered the wand an inch. Start with useful. Aldrich did. He had been a half-blood recruit in Voldemort's old circle, never high enough to matter, never low enough to escape. His father's family had pure-blood pretensions and half-blood money. His mother had been Muggle-born and dead before Aldrich was 12. He had joined the Death Eaters young because fear had a way of disguising itself as belonging, and he had survived the First War by betraying smaller people faster than larger people betrayed him. He did not dress it up. Harry listened. Luna's wand never lowered. Aldrich brought names of safe houses. Not the important ones, he was too honest to pretend he knew those, but minor routes, message carriers. Family sympathizers who provided beds, potions, forged papers, silence. "Why come to me?" Harry asked. "Because Dumbledore is dead. The Ministry will trade me for headlines. The Dark Lord will peel my mind open, and the Order, if it still exists in any useful form, will put me in a room until someone better decides whether my information is clean." "And I won't." Aldrich looked at him carefully. "You might, but people are saying you've become unfair in a new direction." Harry should not have liked that. He did anyway. "What does that mean?" "It means people who were safe because they were too small to matter have started mattering around you." Rain filled the silence. Harry glanced at Luna. She tilted her head, unreadable. He looked back at Aldrich. "If you lie to me, I give you to the goblins." Aldrich blinked once. "They would object to receiving spoiled goods." Scarn's dry voice came from the far side of the mill. Aldrich went pale. Harry did not turn. He had heard the goblin arrive 4 minutes earlier. "You vouched for him?" Harry asked. "I said he had value," Scarn replied. "Those are different currencies." Harry lowered his wand. Aldrich breathed out slowly. "Welcome to nothing," Harry said. Aldrich gave him a strange look. "Nothing?" Harry looked around the ruined mill. Scarn by the wall, Luna in the shadows. A former Death Eater standing soaked and desperate before him, 3 ledgers hidden beneath the floorboards, a map marked with places neither the Ministry nor Voldemort thought worth defending. "Nothing official," Harry said. "Nothing legal, nothing safe." Aldrich nodded once. "That may be the first honest recruitment speech I've heard." The name came later. Not from Harry. Names had power, and Harry had become wary of giving them too early. It began as a joke among the rescued. Martin Flint, who had grown bolder once fed and warm, called the growing network Potter's Ghost Army, until Carrie's veil told him ghosts had better lodging. A Muggle-born cursebreaker suggested the Third Lot, which everyone hated immediately. Someone else muttered that all of them were just people the world had hollowed out and left standing. Luna heard that and smiled. "Hollow does not mean empty," she said. "It means there is room for an echo." A week later, Aldrich referred to their temporary shelter as the Hollow Court with the weary sarcasm of a man mocking the absurdity of it. The name stuck because everyone mocked it, then because everyone repeated it. Then because enemies heard it and were unsure whether to laugh. Harry did not call himself king, he did not call himself lord, not yet. He made that clear. "I'm not building a kingdom," he told Aldrich one evening while they studied Scarn's records by candlelight. Aldrich did not look up. "No. Kingdoms require taxes. You're building a problem." Harry considered that. "I can live with problem." "You say that now. Problems become institutions once enough frightened people need them." Harry looked across the room. A dozen people slept in the old textile warehouse they had warded into temporary shelter. Squibs, half-bloods, 2 Muggle-born families, a goblin accountant recovering from a curse wound, a former Ministry typist who had copied records until someone noticed her husband was Muggle-born, no army, no throne, no victory, only people who had nowhere else to go and had found, in Harry's silence, a promise he had not meant to make aloud. He could feel the weight of it. It did not feel like being chosen. It felt like being watched by people ready to mistake survival for salvation. Harry looked down at the ledger. "Then we make sure the institution remembers why it exists." Aldrich gave a short laugh, spoken like every dangerous man before he becomes what he hated. Harry's wand was in his hand before either of them fully noticed. The warehouse went silent. Aldrich looked at the wand, then at Harry. Luna, sitting by a cracked window stringing beads onto a thread, did not move. Harry could hear his own breathing. Too loud, he lowered the wand slowly. "Don't say that again," he said. Aldrich's face remained pale but calm. "I probably should." Harry's grip tightened. Aldrich leaned back. "You need someone who remembers what the first steps look like." "I'm not him." "No," Aldrich said. "The Dark Lord never cared whether he was becoming dangerous. That is one difference." Harry waited. And Dumbledore cared so much that he called every danger a sorrow and did it anyway. That is another. The words struck harder than the insult. Harry put his wand away. No apology, not yet. Aldrich did not ask for one. That, more than anything, made Harry keep him. The mask began as a practical matter. Harry's face was too useful to everyone else. If people saw Harry Potter rescuing a squib family, the rescue became a story about Harry Potter. If they saw him meeting goblins, the bargain became a scandal. If they saw him accepting information from a former Death Eater, the entire network became proof that he had fallen to Voldemort before he had even chosen a title. His face carried too many claims. Boy who lived. Chosen one, Dumbledore's man. Ministry symbol, Voldemort's marked enemy. Accidental vessel. HP, Harry needed a different face. The mirror came first. A broken-hand mirror from Grimmauld Place, taken before he left, its silver backing cracked in 3 places. He used it for practice until its distortions became familiar. He could hold grief behind one eye and anger behind the other. He could make exhaustion look like mercy. He could make silence seem like judgment. Then Scarn brought him a maker. Not a goblin, though Harry had half expected one. A witch named Elian March, older than McGonagall, with clouded eyes and hands steady enough to thread dragon sinew through a needle. She had once crafted ceremonial masks for old families who now pretended never to have bought from her after her grandson married a muggle. She measured Harry's face without touching him. Mirrored, she asked. Yes, to reflect curses. No, she waited. Harry looked at the workbench to reflect certainty. Elian smiled faintly. Ah, a political mask. A protective one. Those are the same thing when people are afraid. The finished mask was simple. That made it worse. Polished silver, smooth enough to catch firelight, shaped close to the face but not fully human. No grotesque horns, no skull, no serpent. Nothing that borrowed from Voldemort's theater of terror. The eyes were narrow but not cruel. The mouth was unreadable. When Harry put it on, the room changed, not magically. That would have been easier to resist. Everyone simply stopped knowing where to look. The mask reflected them in pieces. A candle flame. A raised hand. Luna's pale hair. Aldrich's dark eyes. Scarn's teeth. Harry looked into the old mirror. For the first time, his scar vanished. Only his eyes remained visible. Lily's eyes, people always said, green and human behind a face no one could own. No one spoke. Then Luna said softly, "There you are." Harry did not know whether she meant the boy or the mask. The first public appearance of the Hollow Court came 4 days later. It began with a fire in a Ministry holding wing, not an accidental fire. Death Eaters had attacked a transfer convoy moving prisoners from a temporary holding site near London to a more secure location. The Ministry claimed the prisoners were suspected collaborators. Aldrich's information said otherwise. 3 were Muggle-born witnesses. 1 was a goblin clerk accused of falsifying coin work. 2 were half-bloods who had refused to give names under questioning. And 1 was Kerry's Vale's younger brother, arrested because werewolf registries made convenient nets when officials needed numbers. The Death Eaters did not attack to free them. They attacked to kill 1 witness and make the Ministry look weak. The Ministry, not knowing which prisoner mattered, decided to move all 7 through a side route with only 6 Aurors and secrecy they mistook for security. Scarn learned of the route. Aldrich identified the Death Eater timing pattern. Hermione would have made a better plan if she had known. Harry hated knowing that. He made one anyway. No one outdueled anyone. That was Rule 1. Death Eaters were stronger, better trained in violence and more willing to kill. Aurors were nervous, authorized, and likely to curse first if confused, so Harry made sure confusion belonged to him. The attack began before either official side expected it. A line of Muggle street lamps exploded one by one, not with fire but with blinding white sparks. Every ward in the alley screamed at once because Scarn's people had fed them contradictory signatures. The Aurors saw Death Eater magic where there was none. The Death Eaters arrived to find Ministry alarms already triggered. Both sides raised shields against each other. Harry's people moved beneath them. Squibs opened the transport locks with copied keys, because the locks were physical, after a ministry under secretary had proudly insisted physical locks were less vulnerable to spell tampering. A goblin smoke pellet filled the lower half of the alley with silver fog that clung to ankles but left heads clear, making everyone look at the wrong height. Luna walked straight through the center, carrying a lantern charmed to hum at the exact pitch that disrupted tracking spells for 37 seconds. Aldrich stunned one Death Eater from behind, then vanished before anyone saw his face. Harry entered last, not running, not shouting. He stepped through the fog wearing the mirrored mask and lifted his wand. The first Auror who saw him froze. That saved the man's life. A green curse passed through the space where his head would have been if he had stepped forward. Harry flicked his wand and slammed the Auror sideways behind a wall, not gentle, alive. The Death Eater who had cast the curse turned. Harry recognized him only from Aldrich's descriptions. Merrick Roll, cousin to uglier names, fond of cutting curses and public cruelty. A skilled fighter. Stronger than Harry in a straight duel, so Harry did not give him one. He shattered the cobblestones beneath Roll's feet, not with power, with preparation. The stones had been weakened earlier by 3 tiny blasting charges hidden in drainage cracks. Harry's spell only triggered them. Roll dropped to one knee, and the stunned prisoner behind him threw a chain around his throat. Harry moved on. 1 prisoner out. 2. 4. The goblin clerk refused help until Skarn appeared from the fog and snarled something in gobbledygook that made the clerk move very quickly. The youngest half-blood prisoner was bleeding from the scalp and sobbing too hard to stand. Harry grabbed him under the arms. The boy looked at the mask and panicked. "Please." "I'm not here for your permission," Harry said. It came out colder than he meant. The boy went still. Harry hated himself for it and lifted him more carefully. A curse cracked against his shield from behind. The force drove him to one knee. For a second, the alley opened. He saw everything at once. Aurors firing at shadows, Death Eaters adapting, already faster than expected. Aldrich pinned behind an overturned cart. Luna smiling calmly at a curse that missed her by inches. Skarn dragging the goblin clerk through a doorway, the rescue beginning to fray. Harry could retreat with 5. 5 alive was a victory. 7 had been the promise. The old Harry would have run back because leaving anyone behind was unbearable. The new Harry counted. 2 prisoners remained inside the transport, 3 Death Eaters between him and the door. A direct charge would fail. His wand would not beat theirs. His name might. Harry stepped into the open. Every reflective inch of the mask caught the streetlight. "Voldemort wants one of them alive," he said. He did not shout. He did not need to. The name struck the alley harder than any curse. Aurors flinched. Death Eaters turned. Even through masks, Harry felt their attention snap toward him. Good. Harry raised his wand to the throat of the bleeding half-blood boy in his arms. The boy went rigid. Harry whispered, so only he could hear, "Trust me or don't. Just don't move." Then louder to the Death Eaters. Which one? The alley stopped. It lasted no more than 2 seconds. But 2 seconds, stolen at the right time, could become a door. The Death Eaters hesitated because Voldemort's fear made them careful. Aurors hesitated because they saw Harry Potter in a silver mask, holding a wand to a prisoner, and could not fit it into any story fast enough to act. In those 2 seconds, Aldrich broke from cover and cut the transport's rear lock. Luna's lantern flared white. Skarn threw a blade that struck one Death Eater's wand hand. Harry shoved the half-blood boy behind him and dropped the false hostage act before the boy's terror could become permanent. Almost before, the boy would remember the wand at his throat. Harry knew that. He added it to the tab. The final 2 prisoners stumbled free. "Now," Harry said, portkeys activated in sequence, not all at once. All at once was traceable. One by one, bodies vanished from the alley. Carrie's Vale's brother, the witnesses, the goblin clerk, the half-blood boy, Aldrich, Luna, Skarn. Harry remained last. That was not heroism, it was control. Leaders who vanished first became myths too quickly. Leaders who stayed too long became corpses. Harry waited until the Aurors could see him clearly. One of them raised his wand. "Potter." Harry turned his masked face toward him. The Auror's hand shook. Behind the Auror, Merrick Roll dragged himself upright, furious and limping. Harry could have cursed him. He wanted to. Instead, Harry sent a pre-written parchment fluttering into the air. It multiplied as it rose, 30 copies, then 60, then 100, scattering across the alley and beyond the wards, names, prisoner classifications, transfer orders, proof of illegal detention, evidence of death, eater infiltration in the route schedule, and one line at the bottom, "The hollow court claims the discarded." Harry let them read it, then he vanished. By morning, the entire country had heard. By noon, the Prophet had printed 3 editions. The first called it a terrorist abduction. The second called it a vigilante rescue. The third settled on something more profitable. Potter's hollow court under it. Masked figure frees prisoners during death, eater ambush. Ministry refuses comment. They printed a sketch of the mask. The artist had made it crueler than it was. Harry did not correct them. Fear was useful if directed carefully. At the warehouse, the rescued prisoners slept under borrowed blankets. The half-blood boy avoided looking at Harry. That was fair. Carrie's Vale's brother hugged his sister hard enough to make them both cry. The goblin clerk argued with Scarn about debt before accepting treatment. Aldrich read the Prophet twice, then handed it over without comment. Luna sat beside Harry near the cracked window. "You frightened him," she said. Harry did not ask who. "I know, on purpose." "Yes," she nodded, no judgment that made it worse. Harry stared at the Prophet's sketch. "I saved him." "Yes, he'll still remember being afraid of me." "Yes." Harry closed his eyes. There it was, the cost, not abstract, not future. Not something to be weighed nobly after victory. A boy alive because Harry had used his fear like a tool. A boy who might wake from nightmares seeing silver and green eyes. "I didn't have another way." Luna leaned her head against the wall. "Maybe not." He looked at her. She was watching the sleeping prisoners. "But not having another way does not make a thing disappear," she said. "It only tells you where to put the stone." "What stone?" "The one in your pocket so you remember the weight." Harry almost smiled, almost. He folded the Prophet article and placed it in his notebook beside the Diagon Alley headline, "Potter Panic." Potter's hollow court. The story was learning new names for him. This time, Harry was helping write them. 2 days later, Ron and Hermione found the first trail, not to Harry. To the idea of him. Hermione began with the prisoner list. Harry knew she would. The parchment he released had been designed for 3 audiences, the public, the ministry, and Hermione Granger. The evidence was too organized to dismiss, too legally precise to ignore, and too morally ugly to let sit. She would follow the inconsistencies. Ron would follow her. They stood in the kitchen of the burrow with the Prophet spread between them and argued, while Mrs. Weasley pretended not to listen from the stove. "This doesn't mean it was him," Ron said, though his voice lacked conviction. Hermione pointed at the sketch. "Ron, it's a mask. It's his height. His wand movement matches 3 witness descriptions. He used Voldemort's name deliberately, and this evidence packet references the same ministry classification system Harry was angry about last summer. Lots of people are angry about the ministry. Lots of people don't vanish after Dumbledore's funeral and reappear leading masked rescue operations." Ron dragged both hands through his hair. He wouldn't call himself court. "No," Hermione said softly. "Someone else might." Ginny, sitting at the far end of the table, finally spoke. He didn't deny he was leaving. Ron turned. "What? On the train?" He didn't say yes, but he didn't say no either. Hermione's face tightened. "You noticed that too?" Ginny looked down. He looked like he was already gone. "Mrs. Weasley set a pan down too hard. He is grieving. All of you are grieving. The Prophet is making things worse, as usual." Hermione did not argue. That alone frightened Ron. He looked at the sketch again. The mirrored mask stared back from cheap newsprint. "Blimey, Harry," Ron muttered. "What are you doing?" Far away, in the warehouse that was already too small for the number of people inside it, Harry sat across from Scarn and Aldrich with a map between them. 3 new names had arrived by owl. A werewolf family outside Norwich. A Muggle-born advocate marked for arrest. a half-blood apothecary whose father had once stored something for a woman named Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry touched the last name. Start here, Aldrich frowned. Lestrange connections are dangerous. Yes, likely watched. Yes, could be a trap. Harry looked at him. Then we learn who said it. Scarn smiled. A problem indeed. Harry looked down at the map. The Hollow Court was not an army, not yet. It was not a government, not yet. It was not a side. That, Harry thought, was the point. Sides were what powerful people drew so the powerless could die in the correct direction. He would build something else. Something without permission. Something that made rescue feel like threat and threat feel like shelter. Something that answered to the discarded first and the frightened never. The mirrored mask lay on the table beside him, reflecting candlelight in broken gold. Harry picked it up. For a moment, in its curved surface, he saw a distorted flash of green eyes, his mother's eyes, his scar hidden, his face gone. A better story would have called that tragedy and stopped him. This one only let him see the cost. Harry put the mask on. Again, he said. And the Hollow Court moved. Chapter 5, Everyone who stayed, everyone who left Hermione Granger found Harry because Harry let her. That was what made it hurt. If he had truly wanted to disappear, he could have buried the trail under 6 layers of false names, dead ends, and goblin-managed records. He had learned enough by then. More than enough. He knew which owls could be traced, which flu addresses were watched, which kinds of muggle transport magical people forgot to account for. He knew the Ministry's habits, the Order's assumptions, and Hermione's mind, especially Hermione's mind. That was why the trail had to be neither obvious nor impossible. A mistake would insult her. A clean clue would frighten her. So Harry left her a pattern. A prisoner list with one classification error corrected in handwriting close enough to his to be noticed if she looked too long. A Ministry filing code used once in an evidence packet, then reused in an old public hearing about werewolf registries. A false address hidden behind a real one. A witness who had not seen Harry exactly, but had seen a silver mask turn left into an alley that did not appear on Ministry maps. Hermione followed all of it. Ron followed Hermione. That was how it had always been. Harry knew the moment they crossed the 3rd ward, not because of an alarm. Alarms were crude. Crude things made people panic, and panic ruined timing. Instead, a small, cracked mirror on the table turned foggy at the edges. Harry stopped speaking mid-sentence. Across from him, Aldrich Voss noticed at once. Scarn noticed a heartbeat later. Luna, sitting on the windowsill with her knees drawn to her chest, did not look up from the string of blue beads in her hand. "They came," she said. Harry looked at her. "You knew," "I suspected," Luna said. "Hermione always sounds louder when she is being quiet." Aldrich's gaze moved to the door. "How many?" "2," Harry said. Scarn's fingers tapped once against the table. "The red-haired boy and the clever girl." "Ron and Hermione," Harry corrected. Scarn glanced at him. Harry did not explain. The room they were using that week had once been a magistrate's chamber in a Muggle courthouse abandoned after a fire. The magical wards laid over it made the place bigger inside than out, though not comfortably. The walls were cracked. The ceiling leaked in 2 corners. Old wooden benches had been pushed aside to make room for maps, ledgers, sleeping rolls, and crates of supplies. It was ugly. It was useful. Harry had begun to prefer useful places. Aldrich stood. "You want me gone?" Harry considered. That was the first honest thing he had done all morning. "Yes." Aldrich nodded and moved toward the side door. Then Harry said, "No." Aldrich stopped. Scarn's eyes narrowed. Harry looked toward the entrance. Ron and Hermione deserved to see the truth, not all of it. Harry still could not afford all of it, but enough to understand what they were asking him to abandon. "Stay," Harry said. Aldrich turned slowly. "The boy will recognize what I was. He should." "And if he attacks, don't kill him." Aldrich's mouth twisted. "A generous boundary." Harry looked at him. Aldrich sighed. "I will not harm your friend unless he tries very hard to make it necessary." "He's not my—" Harry stopped. The word caught at the back of his throat. Friend. It was such a small word for something that could become a wound. Ron was his friend. Ron had been the first boy Harry's age to sit across from him on a train and make room. Ron had shared food before he knew Harry had never had enough. Ron had stood between Harry and danger so often that Harry sometimes forgot courage was not natural to everyone. Ron was his friend. That was why this would hurt. Harry picked up the mirrored mask from the table. Luna watched him now. "You could meet them without it," she said. "I know." "Will you?" Harry looked at the mask. In its surface, his face bent into something unfamiliar. His scar vanished in the reflection. His eyes remained. "If I meet them as Harry, they'll ask Harry to come back. And if you meet them as the mask, they'll know he can't." Luna's expression saddened. "That is not quite the same as being true." No, Harry thought, but it was useful. He put the mask on. The room changed. It always did. A few people in the hall beyond lowered their voices. Someone moved a crate more carefully than needed. Carrie's veil, standing near the far doorway, glanced in and then away. She respected Harry. She trusted him more than most. She was also afraid of him. Harry had stopped pretending those things could not live in the same room. The outer door opened. The wards let Ron and Hermione enter because Harry had keyed them to do so. Ron came in first, wand raised, face pale with anger and worry. Hermione followed half a step behind him, wand also raised, eyes already moving across the room, counting exits, faces, weapons, evidence. Harry felt a small, painful pride. She had learned, then Ron saw the mask. He froze. Hermione did not. Her wand came up another inch. "Harry." The name struck the room harder than a curse. Several people looked toward him. A rescued boy near the back, the same half-blood Harry had frightened during the prisoner transfer, went still at the sound. Harry removed the mask, not slowly, not theatrically. He simply lifted it away and set it on the table. Ron's face broke with relief first. Then horror returned, worse because it had somewhere familiar to attach. "Blimey," Ron whispered. "It is you!" Harry almost smiled, disappointed. Ron flinched. Hermione took one step forward. "You let us find you." Harry did not answer. Her face tightened. "Harry?" "Yes." Ron looked between them. "Wait, what?" Hermione's eyes did not leave Harry. "He wanted us here, or he wanted me here. The trail was too controlled." Ron turned on Harry. "You planned this. I allowed it." "That's not better." "It is if you understand the difference." Ron stared at him as if he had spoken another language. Maybe he had. Hermione's gaze moved to Aldrich. Her hand tightened on her wand. "Who is that?" Aldrich bowed slightly. "Aldrich Voss." Ron's face emptied, then filled with fury. "No." Harry moved before Ron could curse, not to attack, to stand between them. Ron's wand pointed past Harry's shoulder. "You've got a Death Eater here?" "Former." Ron laughed, sharp and ugly. "Oh, well, that's all right then. Former brilliant. Maybe we'll invite Bellatrix for tea if she says sorry first?" Aldrich said nothing. That restraint probably saved the room. Hermione's eyes were fixed on Aldrich's sleeve. "Show your arm." Aldrich looked at Harry. Harry nodded once. Aldrich rolled back his sleeve. The dark mark sat there, faded but unmistakable, burned into the skin like a stain old magic refused to release. Ron made a sound of disgust. Hermione went very still. Harry watched her face as she processed it, not just the mark. The room, the goblin at the table, the werewolf near the door. The squib boy pretending not to listen. The boxes of healing supplies, the Copped Ministry files. The map marked with safe routes. Her anger did not leave. It became complicated. That was Hermione's danger. She could hate a thing and understand it at the same time. Ron could not. Ron pointed at Aldrich. "How many people did he hand over? How many families? How many Muggle-borns? You're standing there with him like he's part of your bloody club." "This isn't a club." "What is it then?" Ron demanded. "A court. That what you're calling it now, the Hollow Court. Are you serious?" "No." Harry's answer was quiet enough that Ron had to stop shouting to hear it. "No, Ron, I'm not serious. I'm not joking either. I'm building something because everyone else left gaps big enough for people to die in." Ron's ears had gone red. "Don't do that." "Do what?" "Make it sound noble." Harry felt the words hit. Hermione looked at Ron sharply. Ron did not back down. "You've got a Death Eater standing behind you. You wear a mask. You release statements like some kind of Dark Lord?" Harry asked. The room went silent. Ron's mouth shut. Harry smiled faintly. "There was no warmth in it, say it," Hermione whispered. "Harry?" No, let him say it. Ron's wand shook. Harry saw the fear then, not only anger, fear. Ron was afraid of him. A part of Harry had known it would come. Another part, smaller and stupider, had hoped Ron would somehow look through everything and still see the boy on the train. Ron swallowed. You're becoming him. No curse had ever landed cleaner. Harry did not move. Aldrich closed his eyes for 1 second. Scarn watched like a banker observing a debt change hands. Luna looked down at her beads. Hermione stepped between them. Ron. No, Ron said, voice breaking now. No, don't Ron me. Look at him. Look at this place. He's got followers. He's got a mask. He's making threats in the Prophet. He's using prisoners like props. I saved them, Harry said. Ron turned on him. You scared one of them half to death. Harry's face changed before he could stop it. Ron saw, so it's true. Harry looked toward the back of the room. The half-blood boy had vanished through the doorway, good or bad. Harry could not tell any more. Yes, Harry said. Hermione's voice was careful. What happened? A tactical delay. Ron laughed again, but this time it sounded closer to pain than anger. A tactical delay, that's what you're calling it. Harry's hands curled at his sides. There were Death Eaters on one side and auras ready to fire on the other. I had seconds. I needed both sides to hesitate. So you held a wand on someone you were rescuing? Yes. Hermione shut her eyes. Ron stared. Harry forced himself to continue. I did not curse him. I did not hurt him. He is alive because those seconds worked. He's afraid of you. Yes. And that doesn't bother you. Harry's voice sharpened. It bothers me every time he won't look at me. Ron blinked. Harry stepped closer. You think I don't know what I did? You think I need you to tell me it was ugly? I know. I was there. I remember his face better than you ever will because I'm the one he sees when he wakes up scared. But he wakes up. That matters. Ron shook his head. Not like this. Then how? Harry demanded. The words cracked through the chamber. How, Ron? Tell me. How do you save people no one else admits are missing? How do you free prisoners the Ministry can legally disappear? How do you stop Death Eaters from killing witnesses when auras are too busy protecting their own paperwork? How do you build anything when every side wants obedience before help? Ron opened his mouth. No answer came. Harry hated that the silence satisfied him. Hermione stepped closer, voice low. Harry, there are other ways. Name one. We can go to the Order. Harry laughed once. It was crueler than he meant. The Order. What Order? Dumbledore is dead. Moody is watched. Remus is exhausted and poor. Tonks is under Ministry pressure. McGonagall has a school full of children to protect. Mrs. Weasley wants everyone fed and home and alive, which I respect more than almost anything, but it doesn't make a war strategy. Hermione's eyes flashed. That doesn't mean you get to appoint yourself judge. I didn't. You did. The moment you decided whose fear was acceptable. Harry flinched. A real one. Hermione saw it. Her anger softened around the edges, which somehow made it worse. Harry, she said, come with us. Ron looked at her. Harry did too. She held out one hand, not fully, just enough. Come with us. Not forever, not surrendering, just come somewhere safe and talk, properly, no masks, no audience, no. Her eyes flicked toward Aldrich. Compromises standing behind you. Aldrich wisely said nothing. Harry looked at her hand. For one breath, the whole room faded. He saw the tent they might have had in another life. 3 bedrolls, bad food, Hermione's books. Ron complaining, himself tired, frightened, but not alone. He saw them hunting Horcruxes together because Dumbledore had asked, and friendship had made obedience feel like choice. He saw Hermione piecing together what he already knew. He saw Ron discovering the truth about Harry's scar. He saw their faces when they realized the road ended with Harry walking into death. And he knew, with a certainty so cold it felt like prophecy, that they would try to save him from his own information. They would mean it lovingly. That was what made it dangerous. Harry looked from Hermione's hand to her face. You still think safe is a place. Hermione's hand lowered slightly. What does that mean? It means you want to take me somewhere and make this smaller until it becomes something we can understand in a room. Maybe it should be understood before it gets bigger. It is bigger. Because you made it bigger. Because it was always bigger. Harry snapped. The chamber echoed. He forced his voice down. The Ministry didn't become corrupt when I put on a mask. Death Eaters didn't start murdering people because I gave them a new enemy. Goblins didn't start hating wizard law because I asked for records. Squibs weren't discarded because I noticed them. Werewolves weren't registered because I found the paperwork. I didn't create the rot, Hermione. I stopped pretending it was only Voldemort. Hermione's eyes filled, but she did not cry, not yet. That doesn't mean you can become rot too. Harry looked away. That one landed. Ron lowered his wand slowly. For a second, Harry thought the worst had passed. Then Ron saw the map. It lay open on the table, one corner held down by the mirrored mask. Several names were marked. Lestrange, Not, Rowell, Malfoy, Flint, ministry addresses, routes, safe houses. Ron's eyes fixed on one notation beside a familiar name. Weasley clock, family magic, possible tracking risk. His face drained. What is that? Harry turned, too late. Ron crossed the room and snatched the map before Scarn could stop him. Hermione saw it too, her face changed. Harry said, "Ron, you're watching my family." "No." Ron shoved the map toward him. "That says Weasley." "It says the clock may be vulnerable." "Vulnerable to who?" "To anyone who understands family-based location magic and wants to twist it." Ron stared at him. Harry continued quickly, because explanation was suddenly the only thing between them and something breaking forever. Your family clock tracks status. Mortal peril, school, home, traveling. It knows too much. If Death Eaters learn how it reads bloodline magic, they could use it, or the Ministry could subpoena it under emergency powers. I marked it because it needs protection. My family is not one of your projects. Harry went still. There it was, the line he had stepped over without seeing it clearly enough. I was trying to protect them. Ron's voice cracked. You were spying on them. I was assessing a risk. That's worse. Harry did not understand at first, then he did. Ron would rather Harry had hated him enough to spy. Assessment was colder. Assessment meant Ron's family had become a factor on a map. Harry reached for the right words and found only wrong ones. They matter to me. Ron's face twisted. Do they? The room vanished around them. Only Ron remained. Ron, who had once sat with him on a train and made being poor sound normal enough that Harry did not feel ashamed of having nothing. Ron, who had stood on a broken leg between Harry and Sirius before they knew the truth. Ron, who had followed him into the Department of Mysteries and paid for Harry's mistake with scars no one talked about. Ron, whose family had fed him, housed him, claimed him. Ron, whose family Harry had reduced to a risk notation because he had learned to think like someone planning around loss. Harry said very quietly, "Yes." Ron shook his head. "I don't know you," Hermione whispered. "Ron," he turned on her, "and you're listening to him. You're actually listening. I'm trying to understand. That's how he gets you." The words came out before Ron could stop them. Everyone heard. Hermione recoiled. Harry's face closed. Ron looked horrified by himself, but the damage had already happened. Harry picked up the mirrored mask from the table, not putting it on, just holding it. "You should go." Ron swallowed. "Harry, no, you're right to be afraid if that's what you feel." "That isn't." "It is." Harry looked at him. "And I won't argue you out of it so you can hate yourself later for staying." Ron's eyes shone. "You think this is easy for me?" "No. You think I wanted to come here and see this?" "No. You think I wanted you to be—" Ron stopped. Harry waited. The word hung there. This. A thing without a name. Ron wiped his face angrily with his sleeve. "You were my brother," he said. Harry's breath caught, not visibly. Almost not. Ron looked ashamed the moment he said it, as if the truth had escaped wearing too little armor. Harry's voice came out flat because anything else would have broken. "I know." "No, you don't." Ron stepped back. "Because brothers don't do this. They don't disappear and build courts with Death Eaters and make maps about your mum's clock." Harry did not defend himself. There was no defense that would not also be an insult. Ron backed toward the door. Hermione grabbed his sleeve. "Ron, wait." He looked at her. "You coming?" Hermione froze. Harry saw the question strike her exactly where Ron intended it to. Loyalty as a blade, not cruelly meant. That did not make it gentle. Hermione looked from Ron to Harry. Harry knew her answer before she gave it, because there was no answer she could give that would not cost her someone. "Ron," she said, voice shaking, "I need to talk to him." Ron stared. "You're staying?" "Not like that." "What does that mean?" I don't know yet. Her voice broke at last. The room stayed very still. Ron looked at Harry, then at Aldrich, then at the mask in Harry's hand. When he spoke again, he sounded older in the worst way. He'll make you think every wrong thing is necessary. Harry closed his eyes. Ron walked out. No one stopped him. The wards opened for him because Harry had keyed them to recognize him as safe. That was the last kindness Harry could give without making it worse. The door shut. For a few seconds, nobody breathed loudly enough to be heard. Then Scarn said, "I will see that he is not followed." Harry nodded once. Scarn left through a side passage. Aldrich looked at Harry. "I should go." "Yes," Harry said. Aldrich went. The others drifted away without needing instruction. Carries took the younger ones. Martin pulled the curtain across the far alcove. The chamber emptied until only Harry, Hermione, and Luna remained. Hermione was crying silently now. That undid him more than Ron's shouting had. Hermione rarely cried when there was work to do. She cried afterward, or alone, or when fear had nowhere else to go. Seeing tears on her face in the middle of the problem meant the problem had become too human for solving. "I didn't want that," Harry said. Hermione laughed wetly. "Yes, you did." He looked at her. "Not Ron leaving, but you wanted us to see. You wanted us to understand enough that we couldn't ask you to come back like nothing happened." Harry sat down slowly. The mask rested on the table between them. "Yes," Hermione wiped her cheeks with the heel of her hand. "That is manipulative. I know. Do you?" "Yes." She glared at him. "No, Harry, do you know, or have you written it down somewhere as a cost you're willing to pay?" The words landed too close. Harry said nothing. Hermione's expression changed. "Oh," she looked around the room, at the maps, at the files, at the sleeping areas beyond. At the people Harry had gathered because no one else had gathered them first. "You do keep account." "Not like that." "Then like what?" Harry leaned forward, elbows on knees. "If I don't remember the cost, I'll start calling it clean." Hermione's anger faltered. She did not want to understand that. Harry could see her not wanting to. That was the thing about Hermione. Her mind respected true mechanisms even when her heart hated them. She sat across from him. Luna remained by the window, quiet as moonlight. Hermione looked at Harry's face properly for the first time since Ron left. "You look terrible." That almost made him smile. "So do you?" "Good. I'd hate to be emotionally devastated and still look tidy." It was such a Hermione thing to say that Harry nearly broke. The room softened for half a breath. Then the softness passed. Hermione reached toward the map but did not touch it. "Tell me," Harry looked at her. "About what?" "Everything you'll allow," he hesitated. "That's not everything. I know, you hate that. Yes, you're still asking." "Yes." Harry closed his hand around the edge of the table. "Why?" Hermione's eyes flashed. "Because I'm furious with you, not stupid." He breathed out. Something in his chest loosened and hurt at the same time. So he told her, not about the scar. That truth stayed locked. He hated himself for it, but the thought of Hermione's face when she learned what lived in him was a door he could not open yet. Not because she did not deserve it. Because the moment she knew, she would stop seeing the hollow court first. She would see Harry marked for death. She would make him the center again, and he could not survive becoming only that. But he told her about the Horcrux hunt as far as Dumbledore had framed it. The diary. The ring. The locket. Araby, the missing cup. The possibility of Ravenclaw, Nagini. He told her how Dumbledore had known more than he said, how the stolen notes had confirmed locations and suspicions. He told her about the fake locket and the cave. He did not tell her about the memory. He did not tell her Dumbledore had planned his death. Hermione listened without interrupting. That more than anything told Harry how frightened she was. When he finished, she was pale. "The locket," she said. "Araby Regulus Black." Harry nodded. "I think so. Sirius's brother?" "Yes." Hermione pressed her fingers to her mouth. "Grimmauld Place, maybe. We were there for months." "I know. The locket could have been." "I know." She closed her eyes. Harry gave her the silence. Then she opened them again. "And instead of telling us, you built all this." "I built all this because the locket is only part of it." "Harry, no." He leaned forward. "Listen to me. Voldemort is the apex, yes. He is the most dangerous person alive, but the world that made him possible is still standing under him. If we destroy every Horcrux tomorrow, what happens after?" The ministry that ignored disappearances keeps its files. The families that funded terror keep their vaults. The registries stay in place. The same people who called me liar call me hero and go home. Hermione looked down. Harry's voice lowered. I'm not dying for that. The sentence left him before he could stop it. Hermione's head snapped up. What? Harry went still. Too much, too close. I mean, he said carefully, I'm not throwing everything into Dumbledore's plan just so the old order can polish itself and continue. Hermione stared at him. For one terrible moment, he thought she saw the hidden truth anyway. Then she looked away. You sound like him sometimes. Harry's hands tightened. Voldemort? No, her voice was soft. Dumbledore. That struck differently. Harry almost preferred Ron's accusation. Hermione continued, not because you're gentle, because you're deciding what people can bear based on what you think must happen. Harry stood. She stood too. The air between them sharpened. I'm trying to keep people alive. So was he. The words hung there. Harry looked at her, and for the first time since she arrived, anger truly rose, not defensive, wounded. You don't know what he did. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Then tell me. He could not. They both understood that he could not, or would not. Hermione's face folded. Oh, Harry, don't. You found something? Don't! Something about Dumbledore. Harry turned away. The movement was answer enough. Hermione's voice trembled. What did he do? Harry looked at the cracked wall. Every instinct screamed to tell her, to let someone else carry even a fraction of it. To stop being the only person alive, besides Snape and perhaps Voldemort, who knew what his scar truly meant. But the Hollow Court slept around him. Aldrich's routes, Scarn's records, Carey's brother, Martin Flint. The half-blood boy who would not look at him. If Harry became the boy marked for slaughter again, this would collapse into rescue efforts centered on him. Hermione would try to help. Ron would come back angry and terrified. The Order would know. The Ministry would sniff blood. Voldemort would feel the shape of something shifting. No, not yet. Harry closed the door inside himself. He taught me enough to know I needed to stop waiting. Hermione's face hardened. That's all. That's all I can give you, can or will. Does it matter? Yes. Her voice cracked across the chamber. It matters to me. Harry turned back. Hermione was crying again, but now the tears came with anger. You don't get to stand there and talk about choices while deciding what I'm allowed to know. You don't get to condemn Dumbledore and then use his methods because you think your reasons are better. I am not Dumbledore. No, you're younger, angrier, and you have fewer people willing to tell you no. Harry looked toward Luna. She raised one hand slightly. I tell him no sometimes. Hermione gave a disbelieving laugh. Luna lowered her hand, not loudly. Despite everything, Harry almost smiled. Hermione did not. She stepped closer. I could help. I know. I could help you better than Aldrich Voss. Yes. I could find the locket. I could research soul magic. I could secure the safe houses. I could build wards that wouldn't leave half your operation held together with cleverness and prayer. Yes. Then ask me. Harry looked at her. That was the edge. Not Hermione offering, Hermione asking to be asked, to choose. The word moved through him like a blade turned slowly. It is our choices that show what we truly are. Harry could ask. She might say yes, not fully, not forever. But enough. Hermione Granger inside the Hollow Court would change everything. Her mind would sharpen the network, strengthen the wards, make the evidence packets impossible to dismiss. She would argue with him, and he needed that. She would question every cost, and he needed that too. She would also become a target in a way she already was, but worse. She would lose Ron. Maybe not forever, maybe forever. She would begin keeping his secrets from herself first, then from others. Harry saw the road with terrible clarity. He wanted her beside him. That was why he could not trust the want. No, he said. Hermione went still. Harry forced himself to continue. I won't ask you to choose this while Ron is outside thinking you already have. That is not your decision. It is if I'm the one asking. Her expression twisted. You coward. Harry accepted it. Maybe it was true. Maybe refusing to ask was mercy. Maybe it was control. Maybe the difference had stopped being visible from where he stood. Hermione grabbed her bag from the floor. For a second, he thought she would leave without another word. Instead, she pulled out a small notebook and tore 3 pages from it. She wrote quickly, furiously, ink scratching like teeth. Then she shoved the pages against his chest. "Preliminary search paths for R&B," she said. "Because unlike you, I can be angry and still do the work." Harry took them. His fingers brushed hers. She pulled away. The pages were already organized into sections, Regulus Black. Grimald Place inventory possibilities. Black family house elf lines, known locket descriptions. Potential destruction methods, uncertain. Harry stared at the notes. His throat tightened. "Hermione, don't." She wiped her face. "Don't thank me." "I wasn't going to." "Good. I was going to say I'm sorry." That stopped her. For a moment, they were 11 again, awkward and frightened in a girl's bathroom after a troll, not yet knowing what saving each other would cost over and over. Hermione's voice softened dangerously. "Are you—" Harry looked at the mask on the table. Then at the map, then at her. "For hurting you?" "Yes. For doing this," he could have lied. He did not. "No." Hermione nodded as if she had expected it and hated being right. She walked to the door. At the threshold, she stopped beside Luna. "You're staying," Luna nodded. Hermione looked at her with something between confusion and betrayal. "Why?" Luna glanced at Harry, then back at Hermione. "Because everyone else wants him to come back before they will stand near him." Hermione's face changed. "That's not fair." "No," Luna said gently, "but it is close." Hermione swallowed. "He could become something terrible." "Yes, and you'll just watch." "No," Luna said. "I'll remember his face when he forgets it." Harry closed his eyes. Hermione looked at him one last time. "You don't get to disappear from us and call it protection." Harry opened his eyes. "I know." "Do you?" He did not answer. She left. The wards opened for her too, then closed. Harry stood in the chamber with Hermione's notes in one hand and the mask beside the other. For a long time he did nothing. Luna walked back to the window. The room beyond slowly remembered how to breathe. Whispers resumed. Footsteps moved carefully. Somewhere in the hall, someone dropped a tin cup and cursed softly. Life continued. Always, insultingly, life continued. Harry sat down. Hermione's pages trembled slightly in his hand. He realized his fingers were shaking. Luna noticed. She said nothing. That was kind. Aldrich returned first. He looked at Harry, then the door, then the notes. The red-haired boy. "Gone? For good?" Harry stared at the table. "Yes." Aldrich did not offer comfort, another kindness. The girl. Harry folded Hermione's pages carefully. "Not gone enough?" Aldrich's mouth tightened. "That is usually worse." "I know." Scarn returned a few minutes later. "He was not followed," the goblin said. "He walked 3 streets, broke a dustbin with a kicking motion, then disapparated poorly." Despite himself, Harry looked up, poorly, emotionally. Luna nodded solemnly. "That is the loudest form." Harry almost laughed. It hurt too much, so he stopped. Scarn placed a small object on the table. "Ron's deluminator." Harry stared. Scarn said, "He dropped it." No one moved. Harry reached for it slowly. The object sat in his palm, familiar and silver. Dumbledore's gift to Ron, though Ron had not yet been given it in this version of the story. No, Harry realized after a second, not Dumbledore's deluminator. A copy, a cheap one from the Burrow, probably something Mr. Weasley had tinkered with. Ron used to carry it because he liked how it clicked. Harry remembered him using it under blankets when they were 12. On, off, a tiny command over darkness. Harry closed his hand around it, another stone in the pocket. "Keep it," Luna said. Harry looked at her. "He might come back for it." "No," she said. "You might remember he left something before he left you." Harry looked toward the door. Ron was gone. Hermione was gone too, but not cleanly. Luna remained. Aldrich waited. Scarn watched. The hollow court breathed around him, full of people whose loyalty had been bought not with love, but with action. Harry had thought love was the thing that survived. Now he was not sure. Maybe some loyalties were too honest to call themselves love. Maybe some love could not survive honesty. He opened the notebook later that night. Under the running tab he wrote, "Ron left." Hermione almost. Ginny, silence. Luna stayed. He stared at the last line, then he added, not permission. Witness. Below that he wrote, "Fear used, half-blood prisoner, trust used, Ron and Hermione, family assessed as risk, Weasley clock." He paused. Then, after a long moment, "I am not clean." The ink spread slightly where his hand pressed too hard. Harry waited for shame to come like a punishment. It did not. Only grief, only resolve. That was more frightening. Across the room, Luna slept curled in a chair, her wand loose in one hand. Aldrich was outside taking the second watch. Scarn had gone below to speak with the goblins. Somewhere in the distance, the city moved on without knowing that one more friendship had broken quietly inside an abandoned courthouse. Harry picked up the mask. He looked into it. The reflected face was strange, split by candlelight green eyes floating behind silver. "You're becoming him," Ron had said. "You sound like Dumbledore," Hermione had said. Both accusations remained, neither cancelled the other. That, Harry thought, was the problem. Monsters were easy when they looked only like enemies. Dangerous men were harder when they had been taught by heroes. He put the mask on the table, not on his face, not yet. For the rest of the night, Harry worked without wearing it. He read Hermione's notes twice, then a third time. Her logic was clean, furious, brilliant. Regulus Black became more likely with every line. Grimmauld Place moved from possibility to priority. Creature's name appeared once with a question mark beside it. Harry remembered the house elf muttering to himself in corners, carrying old black relics, loyal to a dead family that had hated everything Harry was supposed to defend. A locket hidden in a house full of things no one respected enough to inventory properly. Yes, Hermione had seen the path in minutes, of course she had. At dawn, Luna woke and found him still reading. "You didn't sleep." "No," Ron would say, "you're being stupid." Harry did not look up. "Yes." Hermione would say, "Sleep deprivation damages strategic judgment." "Yes, I think both are correct." Harry looked at her then. She smiled faintly. There was no worship in it, no fear either, not in the usual sense, only presence. That was the word for Luna, presence. She did not pull, she did not push. She simply stood near enough that leaving himself completely became more difficult. Harry looked back at Hermione's notes. "We go to Grimmauld Place." Luna slid from the chair, for the locket, for the truth. Those bite more often. "I know." She reached for her shoes, then seemed to remember she was not wearing any. Harry watched her search beneath a bench. "Luna?" "Yes." "Why are you really staying?" She looked up. Her pale hair fell across one eye. "I already told you." "Tell me again." She considered him. "Because you are standing in a very dark room and everyone keeps shouting from the doorway. Someone should come inside with a candle." Harry looked away. "That's dangerous." "Yes. I might not follow the light." "No," Luna said, "but you might remember it was there." The words settled quietly. Harry folded Hermione's notes and placed them in his notebook. Then he picked up the mirrored mask. His hand hovered over it. For once, he did not put it on. "Wake Aldrich," he said. "Tell Scarn we move in 2 hours." Luna nodded and left barefoot, shoes in one hand. Harry remained at the table. Ron's copied deluminator sat beside the mask. Hermione's notes rested under his palm. The hollow court waited for orders. The war waited beyond the wards. Harry Potter sat in the space between everyone who had left and everyone who stayed, and understood at last that becoming a third side did not mean standing alone. It meant every person near him had to choose, again and again, how close to the fire they were willing to remain. Ron had chosen distance. Hermione had chosen not to let go. Luna had chosen witness. And Harry, who had once mistaken being saved for belonging, chose to move forward anyway. By sunrise, the hollow court had its next target. Number 12, Grimmauld Place, the House of Black, the House of Secrets. The house where a real Horcrux might have sat for months while the Order held meetings behind locked doors and Harry listened from the stairs. Harry looked once at the door Ron had walked through, then he put on the mask. "Again," he said. This time his voice almost broke. Only Luna noticed. Only Luna stayed. Chapter 6, Lord Peveril Number 12, Grimmauld Place did not welcome Harry back. It recognized him. That was worse. The house had always felt less like a building and more like an old wound with rooms. It remembered every footstep, every whispered meeting, every argument swallowed by the walls. The first time Harry had entered it, he had thought it ugly because it belonged to Sirius's family. Later, he understood the deeper truth. The house was ugly because everyone kept trying to make it useful without ever cleansing what it had been. Harry stood beneath the street lamp across from the hidden door and looked at the place where the house waited between its neighbors. No one else could see it. That was the kind of magic he hated most now. Not grand, not violent, just a quiet agreement that the truth could vanish if the right people decided not to notice. Luna stood beside him in a gray cloak too large for her shoulders. Aldrich Voss waited 3 doors down, pretending to read a Muggle newspaper upside down. Skarn had refused to enter at all and had instead sent 2 goblin observers to watch the surrounding streets. "Black houses bite," Skarn had said, "and old wizard portraits have worse manners than dragons." Harry had not argued. In his pocket, Hermione's notes rested beside Ron's copied deluminator. The pages were folded so many times the edges had softened. He had read them again during the night, though he had not needed to. Every line had already burned itself into his mind. Regulus Black, creature. Locket. Harry had spent months in this house with the answer possibly muttering at ankle height, and the order had never listened because creature was inconvenient, hateful, and easy to dismiss. That was how the world hid important things, not in vaults, in people no one wanted to hear. Harry stepped forward, the house appeared, Luna looked up at it. "It looks lonelier than before," she said. Harry almost said houses did not get lonely, then he remembered Hogwarts letting him leave. "Stay behind me." Luna smiled faintly. "That is often where the interesting curses are. Luna, I will stay diagonally behind you." Harry accepted the compromise because Luna compromises often sounded like nonsense, but were usually safer than direct obedience. The door opened to his hand. The smell hit him first. Dust, old magic, and the faint sourness of things preserved too long. The hallway stretched narrow and dark. The portrait of Mrs. Black hung behind its curtains like a sleeping curse. Harry had taken 3 steps inside when the screaming began. Blood traitors, filth, half-breeds, stains upon the noble and most ancient. Harry's wand was already raised. Silencio. The portrait's mouth kept moving. No sound came out for a moment. That should have felt satisfying. It did not. Silencing something ugly was not the same as removing it. Creature appeared at the foot of the stairs with a crack. His enormous eyes fixed on Harry. For 1 long second, neither moved. Then Creature's wrinkled mouth twisted. "Master is dead," he croaked. "Nasty, ungrateful boy comes back to steal from Master's house." Harry looked at him. In the past, he would have snapped. He would have heard only the insults, only the part of Creature that echoed the poison of the portrait and the family that had made him. He still heard it. He was not suddenly noble enough to pretend otherwise, but he also saw the thin arms, the old tea towel. The grief curdled into loyalty because no one had ever taught the house elf love without ownership. "Creature," Harry said. The elf flinched, not from fear, from being addressed plainly. Luna lowered herself onto the bottom stair so her eyes were closer to his. "Hello," she said. Creature stared at her as if she had offered him a live fish. Harry took out Hermione's notes. "I need to ask about Regulus Black." Creature's face changed. The entire hallway seemed to feel it. His hatred did not vanish, but beneath it, something old and broken lifted its head. "Master Regulus?" Creature whispered. Harry's grip tightened on the parchment. "Yes." Creature began to tremble. Harry did not command him, that mattered. It cost time. It cost control. It risked the elf vanishing, screaming, refusing, twisting the truth into riddles because old orders still held his throat. Harry waited anyway. He had learned that forcing a door open sometimes destroyed the thing hidden behind it. Creature told the story badly that made it truer. He spoke of the Dark Lord borrowing him, of a cave, of a basin, of terrible potion and water full of dead hands, of Regulus discovering what had been done and ordering Creature back with him, of the locket, of the command to destroy it, of failure. His voice cracked on the word. "Creature tried," he said, clawing at his own ears. Creature tried, and wicked Locket laughed. Yes, it did, laughed at poor Creature. Master Regulus ordered Creature to destroy it, and Creature failed. Harry felt the fake locket against his chest. Araby. A boy from a dark family had gone into Voldemort's cave and died alone because he understood, too late, what service had made him. Another discarded truth. Another person Dumbledore had not found in time. "Where is it now?" Harry asked, Creature's face twisted with shame. "Gone." Harry closed his eyes once. Mundungus. Creature spat so violently Luna had to move her shoe. "Thief, dirty thief. Took Mistress's treasures, took Master Regulus's locket, stole it from Creature." Harry breathed through the anger. A part of him wanted to burn straight through London until Mundungus Fletcher was hanging upside down by his ankles, emptying his pockets and begging. That part of him sounded too much like relief. He locked it away. "We'll get it back," Harry said. Creature looked at him sharply, not with trust. "Not yet." "You will not keep it?" Harry almost answered too quickly. He almost said no because that was what a better person would say. Instead, he heard the memory again. "The boy is a Horcrux. You mean for him to go to his death?" He looked at Creature and understood the cruelty of promising clean endings before knowing what survival required. "I will not let Regulus's death be wasted," Harry said. Creature studied him. Luna did too. The elf bowed his head. It was not obedience. It was grief recognizing use. By dawn, Mundungus Fletcher had been found. Not by Harry, by Squibs. People forgot Squibs because they expected magic to be the only way to search. But Mundungus drank in Muggle pubs when wizarding alleys became too dangerous. And Muggle pubs had bartenders, cleaners, landlords, late-night taxi drivers, and old women who noticed everyone. He was dragged into the old courthouse at 6 in the morning smelling of stale beer and panic. "I didn't know," he kept saying. "Didn't know it was important, did I? Just a bit of old jewelry, weren't it?" Creature launched himself at him like a thrown knife. Harry caught the elf by the back of his tea towel before he could claw Mundungus's eyes out. "Creature. Thief. I know. Creature will punish." "No." The elf twisted in his grip, furious and wounded. Harry kept his voice low. "Not because he doesn't deserve it, because he doesn't have it anymore." Mundungus went very still. Aldrich, standing near the wall, sighed. "There it is." Harry looked at Mundungus. "Who?" Mundungus swallowed. "Ministry woman." Harry's hand tightened. "What ministry woman?" "Pink coat," Mundungus whispered. "Short, smiled like a cursed doll. She saw me selling without license, said she'd let me go if she could take something she liked." The room chilled. Harry did not need the name. He knew it. Dolores Umbridge. For a moment, the mask on the table seemed to stare at him. Umbridge had carved words into his hand and called it discipline. She had sent Dementors after him and called it order. She had tortured students and called it education. Then the world had turned, and somehow she had remained inside the ministry because institutions had a way of protecting their own rot. And now she had a Horcrux around her neck. Harry laughed once. It made Mundungus flinch harder than shouting would have. "Get him out," Harry said. Creature struggled. Harry looked down. "We need him alive in case he remembers more." Creature's eyes were wet and furious. "For Master Regulus. For Master Regulus." The words tasted strange, but Creature stilled. That was the first time the elf obeyed Harry without being commanded. The locket changed everything. Not because Harry had it, he did not yet, but because he now knew where it was and because Hermione had been right. That fact sat in him like a second heartbeat. He wanted to send word to her. He did not. Instead, he sent a copy of the recovered truth to 3 places. One to Scarn, because goblins valued proof more than drama. One to Aldrich's Death Eater contact network, stripped of enough details to be dangerous but not enough to expose the Horcrux. One to the Prophet, not the whole story. Only this: Regulus Arcturus Black died defying Voldemort. The article did not run exactly as Harry wrote it. The Prophet never printed truth without first trimming it into something sellable. But they printed enough. A dead black heir. A possible secret mission. Questions about Voldemort's followers. Questions about the Ministry's silence. Questions about Harry Potter's source. By evening, 3 old pureblood homes had quietly increased their wards. By midnight, 2 minor Death Eater sympathizers tried to move gold through channels Scarn was already watching. By morning, the Ministry had issued an official statement. Harry Potter was wanted for questioning, not arrest. Not yet. Questioning was what governments called a fist before closing it. Harry read the statement at the courthouse table, while Luna ate toast with jam from a jar she had found somewhere, and Aldrich sharpened a knife with no visible interest in the news. "They are trying to make you small again," Luna said. Harry looked up. She pointed at the statement. "Wanted for questioning. It makes you sound like a misplaced schoolboy with suspicious pockets." Aldrich snorted. "She is correct." Harry folded the paper. "What do you suggest?" Aldrich looked at him. "A title." Harry said nothing. Scarn, who had entered silently enough that even Aldrich's knife hand twitched, placed a ledger on the table. "Titles are debt containers," the goblin said. Luna nodded thoughtfully. "And sometimes hats without brims." Everyone ignored that except Harry, who stored it away because Luna's nonsense often made sense weeks later. Aldrich leaned forward. "You cannot remain Harry Potter if you intend to negotiate with institutions. Harry Potter is a child to them, even when they fear him, boy who lived, chosen one. Dumbledore's student, a symbol other people named." Harry looked at the mirrored mask, and Lord Aldrich's mouth curved faintly. "Dangerous word, pure blood word." "Old word," Scarn corrected. "Wizards made it vain, that does not make it theirs." Harry thought of Godric's Hollow, the grave. Peveril, a name on stone that asked permission from no one. "I'm not claiming Potter lordship," Harry said. Aldrich's gaze sharpened. "No, that would still keep you in their frame." Harry touched the fake locket at his throat. "Peveril." The room seemed to listen. Scarn's eyes gleamed. "Old enough to make fools uncomfortable." Aldrich sat back, old enough to sound like a threat without explaining itself. Luna smiled faintly. "Old enough that ghosts may argue about pronunciation." Harry looked at her. She shrugged. "It feels true. That should not have mattered. It did." The formal claiming happened at Godric's Hollow because no other place had the right kind of weight. Harry refused a hall. A hall would make it theater. He refused a crowd of supporters. A crowd would make it coronation. He refused banners because banners turned people into armies before they had decided whether they were ready to march. Instead, he chose the graveyard at dusk. A dozen witnesses came. No more. Luna, because she had already stood there once before. Aldrich, because dangerous men needed to watch the lines they helped others cross. Scarn, because goblins remembered blood and property in ways wizards pretended were crude until the records favored them. Creature, because Regulus Black's ghost belonged somewhere near the beginning of this. Carey's Vale, Martin Flint, the goblin clerk, the half-blood boy who still would not look Harry in the face, and 3 others who had become part of the Hollow Court not by oath, but by rescue. Harry stood before the Peveril grave without the mask. The evening was cold. Mist gathered low across the grass. His parents' grave stood visible in the distance, close enough to accuse him, far enough not to stop him. Aldrich had prepared words. Harry did not use them. That annoyed Aldrich visibly good. If this was to mean anything, it could not begin as someone else's script. Harry took the invisibility cloak from beneath his robes and let it unfold over his arms. Creature made a small sound. Scarn's eyes narrowed, not with greed, but recognition. "This was my father's," Harry said. "And his father's before him, and before Potter, Peveril." The words moved strangely through the graveyard, not loud, not grand, but they stayed. Voldemort chased immortality by cutting himself apart. Dumbledore chased victory by arranging sacrifice and calling it choice. The Ministry chases order by deciding which lives are inconvenient enough to file away. He looked at the witnesses. Some watched him with hope, some with fear, some with both. Harry forced himself to see each face. That was part of the cost, too. "I am not here to promise safety. Anyone who promises safety in this war is either lying or selling you a cage." Carey's Vale's jaw tightened. Martin Flint looked down. Harry continued. "I am not stronger than Voldemort. I will not pretend I am. I cannot outduel him. I cannot end this war by standing in front of him and being braver than death." The half-blood boy looked up at that. Harry met his eyes. The boy looked away. Harry accepted it. "What I can do is make it expensive to ignore us. I can make records speak. I can make hidden crimes visible." I can make rescue answer to the rescued before it answers to governments, orders, families, or old men with plans. Luna stood very still. The mist shifted between stones. Harry turned back to the grave. I claim Peveril not because blood makes me worthy. His voice hardened. Blood has excused enough monsters, Scarn smiled. I claim it because the name was buried before they could use it, because it belongs to a story about death, and everyone in my life has tried to decide what my death should mean. His throat tightened. He did not stop. No more. The words were small. They were everything. Harry lifted the cloak, not over himself, above the grave. I am Harry Potter. I do not surrender that name, but I will not let it be the only one the world uses to command me. He let the cloak fall across his shoulders. The air moved, not wind, magic. Old, quiet magic, different from spells and vows and ministry seals. It did not roar. It did not bless. It simply recognized continuity, like a lock recognizing a key that had been missing a long time. The graveyard seemed to deepen around him. Harry felt the scar on his forehead go cold. Not painful, aware. Creature bowed first, not low. Not as a servant to a master, as one keeper of old grief to another. My Lord Peveril, he whispered. Aldrich followed with a tilt of the head. Lord Peveril. Scarn did not bow. He placed one fist over his heart in a gesture Harry did not know. Peveril, he said, witnessed. Carrie's veil said it next, uncertain but steady. Lord Peveril. Martin whispered it. Others repeated it. Luna said nothing. Harry looked at her. She smiled sadly. You are still Harry, she said, for some reason that nearly undid him. Yes, he said. The mirrored mask remained in his hand. He put it on only after the name had been spoken. That mattered. Harry Potter claimed the name. The mask carried it outward. By morning, the world had panicked. The prophet headline covered half the front page. Lord Peveril rises under it. Harry Potter claims ancient bloodline. Hollow Court declares third power in war. Harry had not declared anything of the sort. That did not matter. Myth moved faster than accuracy, and for once Harry let it run. The ministry did exactly what Aldrich predicted. First came denial. There was no legally recognized Peveril lordship in current Wisengamot rolls. The Potter family had no active claim. Harry Potter was a minor, a person of concern, and possibly under the influence of dark elements. Then came fear. Emergency sessions were called. Old family solicitors searched dusty inheritance records. Half the Wisengamots suddenly remembered the Peverils had been extinct for generations, while the other half remembered they had always respected the importance of ancient lines when properly documented. Then came control. The ministry escalated from wanted for questioning to wanted in connection with illegal vigilante activity, obstruction of lawful detainment, possession of restricted documents, and suspected collaboration with known dark affiliates. That last charge made Ron break a glass at the Burrow. Harry heard about it later from a squib courier who had no idea why that detail mattered. Hermione sent nothing. That mattered more. In Wiltshire, Voldemort read the headline in silence. The room around him was very careful. Lucius Malfoy stood pale and diminished near the wall. Bellatrix Lestrange was kneeling too close to the chair, eyes bright with devotion and madness. Yaxley watched the paper as if it might explode. Several others kept their heads bowed. No one spoke until Voldemort smiled. It was not amusement. Amusement had warmth in it. Well, he said softly, the child has found a costume. A few Death Eaters laughed. Not too loudly, Voldemort let them. Then he lifted the paper. The sketch showed a silver mask, green eyes, a dark cloak. The name Lord Peveril printed beneath it in dramatic type. Peveril, Voldemort said. The laughter died. He knew the name. Of course he did. He had chased the Hallows in whispers and legends. He had taken the ring from the Gaunts because blood mattered when it was his own. He had sought immortality in objects, in symbols, in stories older than the people who told them. And now Harry Potter had stepped into one of those stories without asking. Bellatrix hissed, "A lie, my lord, a filthy little performance." Perhaps. Voldemort's eyes did not leave the paper. But performances reveal appetite. Lucius said carefully, "The ministry will move against him." The ministry moves like a corpse remembering it once had legs. No one laughed this time. Voldemort set the paper down. Potter has gathered refuse, squibs, beasts, goblins, traitors, frightened little people who believe proximity to a famous scar makes them significant. His voice remained soft. That made it worse, but refuse burns, and when smoke rises, others may mistake it for a signal. Bellatrix leaned forward. "Let me bring him to you." Voldemort looked at her. With what? Devotion? She trembled with pleasure at the attention. "My wand?" "Potter has survived better wands than yours by accident and inconvenience." Bellatrix's face tightened, but she bowed her head. Voldemort looked toward Yaxley. "Find a limb of this hollow court. Not the boy, not yet. Something he protects." Yaxley bowed. "Yes, my lord." "And do not underestimate him by overestimating him," Voldemort added. The room stilled. "He is not my equal. He is not Dumbledore's heir. He is a boy with a grievance and a talent for standing where history is already weak." His eyes returned to the headline. "But weak places split empires when struck correctly." For the first time, Voldemort folded the paper carefully instead of throwing it aside. Harry felt the response before he knew its shape, not through the scar. The scar remained quiet, which was almost worse. He felt it through movement. 2 safe houses went cold within the same hour. Not attacked, emptied. Their contacts vanished without warning. A goblin messenger failed to arrive and was found later alive, but obliviated so precisely, Scarn spent 5 minutes staring at the report without speaking. Then a werewolf shelter outside Norwich burned. No one died. That was deliberate. A message with mercy removed. The survivors were left with dark marks carved into the doorframes, not glowing in the sky, but low enough that children would see them first. A note arrived at the courthouse, not by owl. Pinned through the hand of a dead rat. "Lord Peveril protects what he can reach." Harry read it once, then he placed it on the table. No one spoke. Carrie's veil was shaking. Her cousins had been in the Norwich shelter, alive. Alive mattered, but children had seen the marks. Children would remember. Harry looked at Aldrich. Who? Aldrich's face was grim. Rowell, perhaps, or Yaxley. The restraint suggests orders. From Voldemort. Yes. The room changed at the name, not flinching exactly, but everyone felt the air grow thinner. Harry had wanted to be noticed. Now he was. That was the arrogance of strategy. From a distance, attention looked like leverage. Up close, it had faces. Harry looked at the note again. Lord Peveril protects what he can reach. Truth made the cruelest threats. "We move them," Harry said. Carries looked up. "Where?" "Everywhere." Scarn's eyes narrowed. "You have not enough shelters." "Then we stop using shelters." Aldrich understood first. No fixed points, Harry nodded. Cells, routes, moving houses, muggle rentals, goblin-managed spaces. No one location holding more than 5 unless necessary. "That will slow operations." Scarn said, "It will keep them alive. It will also make communication brittle." "We adapt." Aldrich studied him. "This is reaction." "Yes, to his move." "Yes, you know that." Harry looked at him. "I know." Aldrich nodded once. "Good, no flattery, no illusion." Voldemort had struck, and Harry had moved defensively because he had no better option. That was not weakness unless he lied about it. The first direct clash came 3 nights later, not because Harry sought it, because Voldemort understood pressure. Aldrich's old contact network brought word of a planned strike on a Muggle-born records advocate named Sira Wynne, one of the first people who had begun passing ministry detention files to the Hollow Court. She was not powerful. Not famous, not even officially part of anything. That made her perfect. If she died, the court lost a channel. If Harry moved to save her, Voldemort learned more about his methods. If Harry did nothing, everyone learned what Lord Peveril could not reach. Harry chose the least clean option. He moved. Sira Wynne lived above a closed bookshop in Bristol, protected by wards that would stop burglars, curious neighbors, and perhaps one incompetent dark wizard. They would not stop Death Eaters. Harry arrived with Aldrich, Luna, Carries, 2 goblin wardbreakers, and no illusions about victory. The plan was not to fight. The plan was to remove Sira and burn the route behind them. It failed within 4 minutes. The Death Eaters arrived early, not through the front, through the walls. The first curse tore open the sitting room before Sira had finished packing her records. Brick exploded inward. Ceres threw up a shield that cracked under the second blast. Luna pulled Sira down by the collar just as a cutting curse passed through the space where her throat had been. Harry saw masks in the dust. 3, then 5. Then Bellatrix Lestrange stepped through the broken wall, laughing. Not Yaxley, not Rowell. Voldemort had sent madness with skill. Harry's body remembered the Department of Mysteries before his mind did. Sirius falling, Bellatrix smiling, the veil. For 1 second, the room became something else. Bellatrix saw him freeze. "Oh," she breathed. "There you are!" Aldrich shouted. Down, Harry dropped. A curse screamed over him and shattered the bookcase behind. The fight became motion, not victory, motion. Harry triggered the first prepared portkey. Nothing happened. Ward jammed. Scarn's goblins cursed in their own language and began cutting at the interference. Ceres dragged Sira toward the back stairs. Luna moved strangely, not gracefully but unpredictably, ducking curses a heartbeat before they arrived, as if listening to music written slightly ahead of time. Bellatrix came for Harry. Of course she did. He did not try to outduel her. The first rule held. He broke line of sight, shattered lamps, used dust, furniture, collapsing shelves. Bellatrix's curses were faster, sharper, crueler. Every direct shield cost him ground. Twice, only the cramped room saved him. Once, Aldrich deflected a curse that would have opened Harry from shoulder to hip, and Bellatrix's eyes lit with recognition. "Voss," she sang. "Traitor!" Aldrich went pale, still breathing, he said. "Not for long." Harry fired at the ceiling, not at her. The weakened beam cracked. Bellatrix looked up and laughed as she vanished from beneath the falling plaster with a twist of apparition so precise it made Harry's stomach drop. Too strong, too fast, too experienced. This was what a direct duel meant, death wearing skill. Harry retreated. Not cowardice, mathematics. "Backstairs!" he shouted. Ceres had Sira almost there when a Death Eater blocked the exit. Luna raised her wand. The Death Eater raised his faster. Then every candle in the room went out. Ron's copied deluminator clicked in Harry's hand. Not magic powerful enough to win. Just darkness at the exact second the enemy needed sight. Luna's stunning spell hit the Death Eater in the chest. The stairs opened. One goblin wardbreaker yelled, "Portkey live in 12 seconds! Too long!" Aldrich snapped. Bellatrix appeared on the table in a swirl of smoke and splinters. "Harry Potter playing Lord," she said. "Come then, show me the crown." Harry looked at her. Behind him, Sira was being pulled down the stairs. Ceres was bleeding. Aldrich's wand arm trembled. Luna stood too exposed. Bellatrix wanted him angry. She deserved it. That was why he did not give it to her. Harry reached into his robe and drew out the fake locket. Bellatrix's face changed, only slightly, but Harry saw it. He had not expected her to recognize it. Not fully, not as a Horcrux, but she knew Slytherin symbols. She knew old treasures. She knew enough to hesitate. "What is that?" she whispered. Harry closed his fist around it. "Ask your master why Regulus Black died." Her smile vanished. The room inhaled. Harry did not know exactly what she heard in those words. A threat. A secret. A dead, pure-blood name connected to Voldemort's hidden fear. Enough. Bellatrix attacked with fury instead of precision. That saved him. Barely. The curse blew the table apart. Harry's shield failed. He hit the floor hard enough to lose breath. Splinters cut his cheek beneath the edge of the mask. Aldrich dragged him backward. The portkey flared. Harry had one last glimpse before it took them. Bellatrix standing amid the wreckage, face twisted not with triumph but uncertainty. That was not victory. Harry knew better. Sira lived. The records were saved. The safe house was destroyed. Ceres had a broken rib. One goblin wardbreaker lost 2 fingers. Aldrich's old identity had been exposed to Bellatrix. Harry had survived because Bellatrix got angry, not because he was better. A stalemate if one was generous. A warning if one was honest. They landed in a cold field miles away, all mud and rain and gasping breath. Harry tore off the mask and vomited into the grass. No one commented. Afterward, Luna cleaned the cut on his cheek with a cloth that smelled faintly of lavender. "You did not chase her," she said. Harry stared into the rain. "No, you wanted to. Yes, you chose not to, Harry laughed weakly. Is this the part where you tell me that means I'm still good? Luna looked genuinely puzzled. No, it means you were busy. Despite everything, Harry laughed. Only once it hurt his ribs. Aldrich sat nearby, face gray. She knows me now. Harry looked at him. Yes, that complicates things. Yes, you could give me up to make the rest easier. Carries looked sharply between them. Harry wiped rain from his face. I could. Aldrich nodded as if expecting nothing else. Harry continued. I won't. Why? Because if I start buying safety with people who trusted me, I become every side I left. Aldrich watched him for a long moment, then he looked away. Careful, he said quietly. That sounded almost noble. Harry leaned back against a stone wall and closed his eyes. Don't worry. I'll ruin it tomorrow. The next Prophet headline came faster than expected. Death, Eater attack in Bristol, Peveril seen, fleeing seen, not rescuing. Not surviving, fleeing. Harry read it and felt nothing for 3 full seconds. Then amusement moved through him, small and bitter. The article was meant to diminish him. It did not. Because hidden beneath the insult was the fact that the Prophet had printed the name. Peveril, not Potter, not boy, not Dumbledore's man. Peveril. The ministry had escalated, Voldemort had noticed, Bellatrix had hesitated. The hollow court had bled but held. Harry folded the paper and placed it in his notebook under the running tab. He wrote, nor its shelter burned. No deaths. Children saw marks. Bristol safe house lost. Carey's injured. Goblin wardbreaker 2 fingers. Aldrich exposed. Bellatrix saw fake locket. Reaction confirmed pressure point. He paused. Then added, I did not chase her. The line looked small. It mattered anyway. That night, Harry returned alone to Godric's Hollow, not physically. That would have been foolish after the public claiming. Instead, he used a memory, his own. He sat in the temporary safe room, closed his eyes, and rebuilt the graveyard in his mind the way Dumbledore had taught him to build calm. Stone, mist, names, his parents in the distance. Peveril beneath his hand. Only this time Dumbledore was there too, not as a ghost, as memory. It is our choices that show what we truly are. Harry opened his eyes. The mask lay before him. For the first time he understood the title was not armor, it was a beacon. And beacons did not only guide the lost, they told monsters where to aim. Harry put the mask on. In the silver reflection of the dark window, only his eyes remained, Lily's eyes. Everyone said that Voldemort would see them eventually, not yet, but soon. And when he did, Harry would not outduel him, he would not overpower him. He would not become the cleaner monster stories wanted, the kind that rose because hidden strength finally awakened. Harry's strength was uglier than that: information, leverage, people who had nowhere else to go, a name old enough to unsettle the proud, a Horcrux he intended to hold, not destroy, and the willingness to become frightening enough that no one could put him back in a cupboard, a prophecy, a plan, or a grave. Outside, somewhere in the sleeping city, the hollow court scattered into smaller, harder-to-kill pieces. The war had changed shape, not ended, not turned, changed. That was enough for now. Lord Peveril looked back from the glass. Harry Potter remained behind the eyes, and for the first time, Voldemort had looked toward him and seen not a child waiting at the end of someone else's prophecy, but a problem. A problem was not a victory, but it was a beginning. Chapter 7. The soul he kept the locket around Dolores Umbridge's neck was easier to find than it should have been. That was the insult of it. Harry had expected a hunt worthy of the thing itself. A Horcrux should have been buried beneath curses, guarded by monsters, hidden behind riddles and blood magic, and all the careful vanity Voldemort wrapped around his fear of death. Instead, a piece of his soul sat against the throat of a ministry bureaucrat who wore pink cardigans and smiled while ruining lives. She did not know what it was. That made it worse. Ignorance did not make her innocent. It only made the object's corruption more efficient. Umbridge needed no dark mark to serve cruelty. She had always done it through stamps, forms, educational decrees, polite handwriting, and a voice soft enough to make violence sound like policy. By the time Harry confirmed she had the locket, Umbridge had risen again, not publicly, not grandly. The ministry was too frightened to place her on a podium after everything that had happened at Hogwarts. But frightened governments loved people like Dolores Umbridge, people who understood how to make brutality look administrative, people who could turn panic into paperwork. She had been assigned to a new committee, Muggle-born Registration and Security Review. The name made Harry go cold when he first saw it in the stolen memo, Security Review. That was how it always started. Review became classification. Classification became restriction. Restriction became detention. Detention became disappearance. And afterward, everyone with clean hands said they had only followed procedure. Harry read the memo 3 times, then he gave it to Hermione, not directly. He sent it through a chain of hands that ended with an owl at a window and no return address. It was not an apology, not a summons, not forgiveness, it was work. He knew she would understand. The answer came 2 days later, not a letter, a page torn from a library index folded around a single pressed bluebell. On the page, 3 references had been circled. Tracking charms in personal jewelry, ministry hearing room access wards, blood status registration precedents from 1712, 1811, and 1938. At the bottom, Hermione had written only one line, "Do not go alone." Harry stared at the words for a long time. Then he folded the page and placed it in his notebook. He went anyway, not alone, exactly. That was the kind of lie Dumbledore would have told, and Harry had become very careful about which of his sins wore Dumbledore's clothes. He brought Luna, Aldrich, 2 squib couriers, 1 goblin curse reader, and Carrie's veil, who had insisted on coming because Umbridge's new committee had already marked 3 registered werewolves as community uncertainty factors. Harry did not ask what that meant. He knew enough. The ministry entrance had changed. No visitors came through the old telephone box now without being logged, questioned, and wand-checked twice. The official atrium gleamed with too much polish. Fear had made everything cleaner. Witches and wizards moved briskly past propaganda posters. Heads down, voices low, security officers stood near the lifts with hands too close to their wands. The fountain was gone. In its place stood a temporary black stone column engraved with the words, "Unity through vigilance." Harry almost laughed. He had learned to hate any sentence where unity came before the names of the people expected to disappear for it. He entered as no one important, not under Polyjuice. Polyjuice was useful, but it tempted people to act like the person they wore. Harry did not need a face. He needed absence. Aldrich arranged forged access through a dead clerk's credentials. Scarn's curse reader removed the old signature and replaced it with a legal ghost, not illegal enough to trip alarms, not clean enough to survive a full audit. The squib couriers carried physical papers, because the ministry still trusted parchment held by people it thought too powerless to matter. Luna walked in wearing spectacles that did not have lenses and holding a clipboard upside down. No one stopped her. Harry had once thought Luna survived by being underestimated. Now he understood that she turned underestimation into a cloak. Umbridge's hearing room was on level 2. Of course it was. Close to power. Close to Aurors. Close enough for frightened people to believe cruelty became lawful by proximity. Harry stood in the corridor outside and listened through a charm Aldrich had taught him, one used by Death Eaters for blackmail and by ministry officials for oversight. Inside, Umbridge spoke. "Please understand, Mrs. Bletchley, no one is accusing you of anything yet." Yet, Harry closed his eyes. A woman answered, voice trembling. "My husband is Muggle-born. He works at St. Mungo's. He has records." Records can be corrected. A quill scratched. Umbridge continued, sweet as poisoned tea. "The purpose of this review is simply to ensure that magical society remains secure during these troubling times. Those with proper ancestry have nothing to fear." Harry opened his eyes. Luna watched him, not warning, witnessing. The locket was there. He could feel it now, not like the diary. Not like the cave. Not even like his scar. The locket's presence was a low, ugly pressure, a whisper without words pressing against every insecurity in the room. It made Umbridge's voice smoother. It made the woman inside sound smaller. It fed on the power difference because it had been made by a man who believed the world itself should kneel. Harry wanted to tear the door from its hinges. Instead, he waited. That was the worst lesson he had learned. Sometimes patience was not virtue. Sometimes it was violence delayed until useful. The hearing ended. Mrs. Bletchley came out pale, clutching a parchment she had signed too quickly. A squib courier bumped into her by accident and took the parchment without her noticing. Another replaced it with a blank duplicate. Tiny theft, tiny mercy. Then Umbridge emerged. She wore the locket over a fluffy pink jumper. Harry saw it for 1 second. Real gold. Serpentine S, heavy with stolen death. His scar went cold. Umbridge's eyes passed over him without recognition. That saved her life. Harry followed, not to attack, to isolate. The plan depended on Umbridge's vanity, which made it one of the most reliable plans Harry had ever built. A forged message from a senior undersecretary sent her to a records annex currently under renovation. A second memo warned nearby staff that the corridor was temporarily closed for ward inspection. A third notice redirected maintenance. The ministry moved itself aside because paperwork told it to. Umbridge entered the annex alone. Harry locked the door behind her. The room smelled of dust and old ink. Shelves rose on both sides, stacked with boxes of inactive cases and disciplinary files. Umbridge turned at the sound of the lock. Her wand was in her hand, quickly, too quickly for the harmless little woman act. "Who is there?" Harry removed the disillusionment charm. He did not wear the mask, not for her. Umbridge's face went white. Then, astonishingly, she smiled. "Mr. Potter." Harry shut every emotion away. "Professor." The title struck her like flattery and insult at once. Her chin lifted. "You are aware, I assume, that you are wanted for questioning?" "Yes. You should turn yourself in." "I hear that a lot." Her eyes flicked toward the door. Harry had already warded it. Umbridge realized this a heartbeat later. Her smile thinned. "If you harm me, you prove everything decent people fear about you." Harry looked at the locket. "I'm not here for you." Her hand moved to it. "A mistake." The Horcrux seemed to notice him more clearly then. Pressure pushed against the room, not pain, recognition. Harry's scar prickled. For a moment, the air tasted like old metal and cold water. He heard hissing under the floorboards, though no snake was there. Umbridge's face changed too, but not with understanding, with possessiveness. "This is mine," she said. Harry's wand rose. "No." Umbridge's smile vanished. "Thief." "That's funny coming from you." Her cheeks flushed. "I have served this country while children like you carved words into my hand." The room went very still. Umbridge blinked, just once, not with guilt, with irritation that he had brought up something she considered settled. "You were an undisciplined boy telling dangerous lies." Harry almost smiled, still telling them. He flicked his wand. The shelves behind her burst open, not toward her, away from her. Paper filled the air. Thousands of records, complaints, disciplinary notices, blood status drafts, detention approvals, unsigned warrants. Umbridge flinched despite herself. In the paper storm, Luna's charm activated from the corridor beyond. Every document carrying Umbridge's signature copied itself in pale blue ink and vanished through the ventilation grate into the hands of waiting couriers. Umbridge realized too late. "No." She moved for the door. Harry caught her wrist with a binding spell. She cursed him, not with something school-approved. A bone-splintering hex cracked against his shield, hard enough to drive him back. Harry's eyes narrowed. "There you are." Umbridge's face twisted. For 1 second, the locket seemed to glow against her throat. "You nasty, ungrateful little half-blood stain." The words did not sound like her, not entirely. Harry felt the Horcrux pressing on her anger, giving it old language, old venom, old hunger. He struck before it could sink deeper. A Keo locket. The chain snapped. Umbridge screamed like he had cut flesh. The locket flew into Harry's hand. The moment his fingers closed around it, the room vanished, not physically. Inside, darkness opened behind his eyes. "You are alone." The thought was not a voice, it was worse. It sounded like truth. "Ron left because he saw you. Hermione stayed away because she fears what you know. Dumbledore loved you and still weighed you against the world. Luna will watch until watching becomes burial." Every person you save learns to fear the hand that pulled them out. Harry staggered. The locket was warm, too warm, his scar burned cold. Umbridge laughed, high and breathless. "It knows you," she whispered. Harry gripped the locket harder. "Yes," he said. Then he slammed it into the containment box Scarn's curse reader had made, locked all 3 clasps, and exhaled. The pressure vanished, not completely. Contained, Umbridge stared. Without the locket, she looked smaller. Not innocent, never innocent, just less mythic. Harry looked at the woman who had tortured children and fed on authority without needing a Dark Lord to teach her how. He should have stunned her and left. That was the plan. Instead, he stepped closer. Umbridge lifted her chin. "You will regret this." "I know. You think yourself important now, a little lord with a little court. I knew what you were from the moment you entered my classroom. Dangerous. Attention-seeking, spoiled by celebrity." Harry said nothing, her voice sharpened. "You are no better than the monsters you claim to oppose." There it was again. Everyone had their version. Ron's had hurt, Hermione's had cut, Umbridge's did neither. Because when Umbridge said monster, she meant disobedient. Harry raised his wand. For the first time she looked afraid. Good, said something inside him. The locket in the box clicked softly. Harry lowered the wand a fraction. No, not for her, for himself. He stunned her, nothing more. Then he left her in a room full of duplicated evidence and empty space where the locket had been. By nightfall, the ministry was on fire without a single flame. Documents appeared in 3 newspapers, 4 foreign embassies, 2 goblin exchanges, and a dozen private homes of families already targeted by the registration committee. Umbridge's signatures were everywhere. Detention proposals, bloodline reviews, creature risk expansions, emergency seizure drafts, lists of children. Lists always changed things. People could ignore ideas. Names were harder. The prophet did not dare print everything. The Quibbler did. Harry did not know whether Luna had sent it to her father, or whether Xenophilius Lovegood had simply recognized a strange truth passing overhead and opened a window. Either way, by morning, Dolores Umbridge was not arrested. Harry had expected that. She was placed on leave pending review. Review again. The ministry loved circles, but her committee collapsed. 3 families vanished into hiding before warrants could be approved. 2 clerks fled with records. One Auror leaked a list of upcoming raids because his niece's name had appeared in the duplicated files. Small victories. Not justice, but movement. And inside a warded stone chamber beneath an old goblin exchange, the real locket of Salazar Slytherin sat inside a containment box while Harry Potter stared at it through 3 layers of protective glass. Scarn stood beside him. "You should destroy it." Harry did not answer. Aldrich stood on his other side. "You plan to keep one." Harry looked at him. Aldrich's face revealed nothing. "Did I?" "You wrote strategies around leverage before you had the object. Either you hoped for a weapon or you were lying to yourself more creatively than usual." Scarn grunted. "Both are common among wizards." Harry continued staring at the box. The locket rested motionless. It looked harmless now. That was the most dangerous thing about dark objects. They slept like knives in drawers. Luna sat cross-legged on the floor behind them, humming faintly to herself. Carries had refused to enter the chamber. The half-blood boy had asked whether the thing could whisper through walls. Harry had said no. Scarn had said probably not. Luna had said walls often repeated things if you leaned on them wrong. The boy had chosen to sleep 2 buildings away. Harry did not blame him. "Destroying it weakens Voldemort," Aldrich said. "Yes. Keeping it gives him reason to focus on you. He already has. More?" Harry looked through the glass. Inside the locket was a piece of Voldemort's soul. A real piece, not the accidental fragment in Harry's scar, unchosen and unnamed. This one had been made, hidden, protected. Loved, if Voldemort could be said to love anything he treated as proof that death could be cheated, destroying it would be right. That was the terrible thing. Harry knew it would be right. He also knew right was not always enough to keep people alive. "If I destroy it," Harry said quietly, "it becomes one more step in Dumbledore's plan." Luna stopped humming. Aldrich's gaze sharpened. Harry felt the truth near his teeth, not the whole truth, but close. Find them, destroy them, remove every anchor, then Voldemort becomes mortal. And then, Aldrich asked. Harry smiled faintly. Then everyone expects the prophecy to finish. Scarn watched him. Prophecies are contracts written by cowards and interpreted by creditors. That may be the most goblin thing you've ever said. It is accurate. Harry touched the glass. The locket did not move. If I keep it, Voldemort has a reason not to end me quickly. Not while he doesn't know what protections I've placed around it. Not while he doesn't know who else knows. Not while he doesn't know whether killing me destroys his path to recovering it. Aldrich folded his arms. You are making yourself hostage and jailer at once. Yes, that is unstable. Yes, that is also very difficult to counter. Harry looked at him. Aldrich's expression was grim. I did not say wise. Scarn stepped closer to the glass. What are the terms? Harry took a parchment from his sleeve. He had written them during the night, not because he had decided, because some decisions prepared themselves before the conscience arrived. If I die, Harry said, instructions go to 3 separate parties. One destroys the locket. One publishes enough about Horcruxes to make Voldemort's secret public. One delivers locations and evidence to the people most likely to act badly with them. Aldrich frowned. Badly? Bellatrix wants devotion. Yaxley wants advantage. Old families want survival. Give frightened factions partial truth, and Voldemort spends months killing his own shadows. That is hideous, Aldrich said. I know. Scarn took the parchment. And if you are captured, same if no countersignal arrives within 12 hours. Countersignal can be forced, not this one. Scarn looked up. Harry tapped his scar, not explaining. Scarn's eyes narrowed. Luna's gaze lowered to her hands. Aldrich stared at Harry for a long moment. What did Dumbledore not tell you? The chamber went silent. Harry took the parchment back from Scarn. Enough. Aldrich looked as if he wanted to push. He did not. Good, or maybe not good. Maybe Harry had surrounded himself with people learning where his locked doors were and calling that respect. The thought sounded like Hermione. That was why he kept it. Scarn examined the containment box. Goblins can hold it, but goblins do not hold cursed soul fragments as favors. No, Harry said. As exchange, Scarn smiled. And what do you offer? Evidence against the Lestrange vaults. Scarn's smile faded into interest. Aldrich turned sharply. Harry continued. I do not need access, not yet. But I know Bellatrix was trusted with something. Voldemort trusts old names when they kneel properly. The Lestranges are proud, rich, and stupid enough to believe goblins cannot count what passes through their own holes. Scarn's eyes gleamed. Careful, Peveril, you begin to sound respectful. I respect records. Better. The bargain was made by midnight, not trust, never trust. A goblin-held containment vault beneath a place no ministry map acknowledged. 3 watchers, none human, 2 false transfer routes. 1 real key broken into parts and given to people who hated each other enough not to collude easily. And the locket remained alive. Harry wrote the decision into his notebook. Locket acquired, not destroyed. Reason, leverage, cost, unknown. He stared at the last word. Unknown felt cowardly. So he crossed it out and wrote cost, soul. Then he closed the book. Voldemort learned within 48 hours, not the full truth, not the location, not the mechanism, but enough. Harry knew because his scar woke him at 3 in the morning with cold laughter running behind his eyes. He was not in Voldemort's mind, not fully. The connection had become stranger since the locket entered the court's protection. Sometimes Harry felt pressure, like a hand testing glass from the other side. Sometimes he dreamed of white fingers closing around nothing. Sometimes he woke with the certainty that someone very far away had turned his name over like a blade and found a new edge. This time, the vision came sharp. A long room, a table, Bellatrix kneeling and shaking. Voldemort standing over her with the prophet in one hand and another parchment in the other, not shouting. That was worse. Stolen, Voldemort said softly. Bellatrix pressed her forehead to the floor. My lord, I did not know. The object he showed me. I thought it a trick, a black relic, a lie meant to Regulus Black, Voldemort whispered. The room darkened. Harry felt the rage move through Voldemort like a silent tide, not because Regulus mattered, because Voldemort had been deceived by someone he considered beneath history, and now Harry had made that deception public enough to sting. "The locket," Voldemort said. Bellatrix sobbed. Harry woke before the punishment came. He sat upright, gasping. Luna was already awake in the chair across from him. She held a candle, of course she did. "Bad dream?" she asked. Harry rubbed his scar. "Bad man." "Yes, those often visit by night." He looked at her. The candlelight made her eyes look almost silver. "He knows. About the locket." "Enough." Luna looked toward the covered notebook on the table. "Will he come?" Harry thought of Voldemort's face in the vision, not angry in the way people understood anger, focused. "No," Harry said. "He'll make me come somewhere worse." He was right. The invitation arrived in the form of a massacre that did not happen. That was Voldemort's refinement. Anyone could kill. Voldemort understood anticipation. A small village near the Welsh border, mixed magical and muggle, one of the places where the Hollow Court had begun moving families through temporary shelter, woke to find every door marked with a black serpent and every window sealed from the outside. No one was hurt. No one could leave. Above the village square floated a message written in green fire. "Lord Peveril may collect what he claims." The ministry locked down the surrounding roads within an hour. The order arrived in pieces, too late and too visible. Death Eaters watched from somewhere unseen. If Harry ignored it, the Hollow Court became a name with no reach. If Harry sent others, Voldemort learned his network. If Harry came, he walked into a trap built by the most dangerous wizard alive. Harry read the report once. Then he put on the mask. Aldrich blocked the door. "No." Harry looked at him. "Move. You know what this is?" "Yes." "Then do not reward it. There are children in that village, alive, deliberately alive. He wants you to make emotional mathematics." Harry's voice went cold. "And you want me to do what? Count them from here?" Aldrich did not flinch. "I want you to understand that he chose a number you could not bear." Harry stepped closer. "I understand." "Understanding and walking in are not different enough." Scarn appeared beside the table. "The Dark Lord wants a visible meeting. Deny visibility. Send plague smoke, false portkeys, collapse roads, break the wards from outside." "That takes time." "Time may not kill them." "May." The word sat between them. Scarn's mouth tightened. He had no answer because there was none clean enough. Luna stood near the window. She had not spoken. Harry looked at her. "What?" She shook her head. "You already know. Say it anyway." "If you go because you cannot bear not going, he leads you by the wound. If you do not go because you fear being led, the wound leads you from the other side." Harry closed his eyes briefly. "That's not helpful." "No," Luna said, "but it is true." Harry opened his eyes. A plan formed because it had to, not a good plan, a survivable one. Harry would go not alone, not with an army. The court would not attack the village. It would attack the shape around the village. Squib couriers would move Muggle residents once windows opened. Goblin wardbreakers would target ceiling charms from old drainage lines. Aldrich would coordinate false signatures to make Death Eaters think 3 rescue teams were entering from opposite sides. Luna would not come, she argued. Quietly, that made it worse. Harry still refused. "This time I need someone who remembers the whole board if I don't return." Luna's face became very still. "That sounds like goodbye wearing a strategy cloak." Harry almost smiled. "It's not goodbye. People often say that when they have packed one." He took Ron's copied deluminator from his pocket and placed it in her hand. Her fingers closed around it slowly. "You come back for this," she said. It was not a request. Harry nodded. "Keep the candle lit." "I always do." The village was silent when Harry arrived, too silent, even fear made noise. Crying behind curtains. Whispered prayers. Floorboards creaking under people trying not to move. This silence had been imposed. Harry appeared at the edge of the square beneath the invisibility cloak, the mirrored mask already on his face. The green message burned above him. The air smelled of rain and old stone. He could see people through windows, frozen, not petrified, awake, aware, held in place by magic that wanted them watching. Voldemort had built an audience. Harry's anger moved once, deep and clean, then locked away. He stepped into the square and let the cloak fall. The message overhead vanished. A voice spoke from everywhere. Lord Peveril. Harry did not turn. Tom. Windows cracked under the pressure of Voldemort's answering silence. Then he appeared, no flash, no theatrical smoke. One moment the far side of the square was empty. The next, Voldemort stood near the old well, pale and black-robed, wand resting lightly in his hand. Harry had seen him in graveyards, visions, nightmares, memories. None of that prepared him for being the sole object of Voldemort's attention. It was like standing beneath a blade held perfectly still. "You have become difficult to overlook," Voldemort said. Harry's breathing remained steady. That was the idea. Was it? Voldemort moved one step closer. The distance between them was still too great for ordinary dueling. Not that distance mattered much to him. Dumbledore made many mistakes, Voldemort continued, but I begin to suspect one of his funniest was leaving you enough grief to mistake for purpose. Harry said nothing. Your little court scatters well. Goblins, squibs, half-breeds, blood traitors. Failed servants. Voldemort's red eyes gleamed. Did you think gathering what others discarded made you a king? No. A lord then? No. What then? Harry looked around the village, at the sealed windows, the watching faces. The children held still so they could witness the shape of power. A consequence? Voldemort smiled. Of what? Neglect. For a moment, something in Voldemort's expression shifted. Not guilt, never guilt. Recognition, perhaps. Not of sameness, of pattern. Then it vanished. You speak like a child who has discovered politics and mistakes bitterness for insight. You speak like a man who split his soul because dying once frightened him too much. The square went cold. A crack ran down the nearest window. Harry felt every hidden Death Eater beyond the wards react though he could not see them. Voldemort did not move. His smile disappeared slowly. Careful. Harry's heart hammered once. Only once. He had come here to say the unsayable. Now the unsayable looked back. I have the locket. Voldemort's face revealed nothing, to nothing. That was answer enough. Harry continued. Not on me, not anywhere you can reach before orders move. Kill me, capture me, break my mind, and it dies. Voldemort's wand rose slightly. Every instinct in Harry screamed. He did not move. You lie. Yes, Harry said. Often now, but not about this. Voldemort's legilimency struck. Harry had prepared for pain. This was not pain. This was invasion so complete it made Snape's lessons look like childish cruelty and Dumbledore's gentle entry look like a bedtime story. Voldemort did not knock. He did not tear, he owned. For one terrible second, Harry's mind opened under pressure. The cave, the tower, Dumbledore falling. Ron leaving, Hermione's face, the half-blood boy afraid of him, Luna's candle, the locket behind glass. No, Harry drove everything downward, not behind walls. Walls broke into mirrors. That was what he had practiced. Every memory Voldemort reached reflected another. Locket became fake locket. Goblin vault became cave basin. Scarn became Griffhook, then a portrait, then a carved coin. Luna became moonlight. Ron became the deluminator, clicking on and off until darkness swallowed the path. Voldemort pushed deeper. Harry showed him grief, all of it, Sirius falling, Dumbledore dead. His parents' grave, the cupboard, the prophet, Umbridge's quill cutting his hand. Pain filled the connection like floodwater. Voldemort did not care about pain, but he cared about contamination. Love had burned him once. Grief shaped by love was not a weapon Harry could control, but it was something Voldemort hated touching. Harry shoved the memory of Lily's eyes at him, not Lily herself. Harry did not have enough memory for that, only everyone saying it. You have your mother's eyes, you have your mother's eyes. You have your mother's eyes, and behind the words a baby crying in green light. Voldemort withdrew, not staggered, not wounded, but his eyes narrowed. He had seen something, not enough, too much. You wear her eyes poorly, Voldemort said. Harry's throat tightened behind the mask. She died using them better than you use immortality. Voldemort moved. Harry did not see the spell. His shield shattered before he finished raising it. Force struck him across the square and slammed him into the stone base of the well. The mask cracked along one side. Pain burst through his ribs. A straight duel would end in seconds. Good. Let the truth remain visible. Harry rolled as the next curse split the stones where his head had been. He triggered the first prepared charm. The village bells rang, not loudly, wrongly. Their sound disrupted the stasis magic in 3 nearby houses. Windows flew open. Somewhere beyond the square, the first squib team moved. Voldemort's eyes flicked once toward the sound. Harry fired at the ground, not at him. Cobblestones burst into dust. A curtain, not an attack. Voldemort cut through it with a single sweep of his wand. Harry was already moving. He did not try to hit Voldemort directly. He struck lampposts, window latches, drainage grates, ward stones hidden under the square. Every spell was a trigger, not a contest. Every movement bought someone else 3 seconds. Voldemort understood quickly. Of course he did. "That is not battle," he said, almost contemptuous. "No," Harry gasped. "Evacuation!" The third house opened. A child screamed. The sound broke something in the square. Voldemort turned his head slightly toward the scream, not compassion, calculation. Harry used the moment to trigger the second charm. The green serpent marks on every door flared blue. Scarn's Cursebreakers had found the anchor. Voldemort's expression chilled. "Goblins." Harry smiled behind the broken mask. "They keep records." The next curse caught his shoulder, not full force. Enough. Fire tore down Harry's arm. His wand nearly fell from numb fingers. He bit through the inside of his cheek to stay upright. Voldemort walked toward him now, slowly, no hurry. That was terror in its purest form, not rage, certainty. "You have mistaken inconvenience for power," Voldemort said. Harry backed away because standing still would be pride, and pride would kill him. "No, I've mistaken your fear for a door." Voldemort's wand stopped. Harry breathed hard. Blood ran beneath his sleeve. "You can kill me," Harry said. "You might even do it before the locket dies, but can you know? Can you be certain? Can you trust Bellatrix not to panic? Can you trust your followers not to whisper when the first proof spreads? Can you trust every old family holding one of your secrets not to wonder how many pieces of you are hidden in their houses?" Voldemort's face became very still. Harry had him, not defeated, never that, but held for the length of a thought inside the one place Voldemort had no courage, uncertainty about death. "You know nothing of my secrets," Voldemort whispered. "I know Regulus Black knew enough to steal from you." The name struck. "I know Dumbledore found the ring." Another strike. "I know the diary was not just a diary." Voldemort's eyes flashed. "I know you chose relics because ordinary things weren't worthy of your fear. Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, maybe Nagini, the Gaunts, the Blacks. Old names, old rooms, old graves." Harry stepped closer now, one step, no more. "Do you know which one I kept?" The square seemed to drop away. Voldemort stared at him. For the first time, Harry saw it. Not fear like normal people felt it, not trembling, not panic, not weakness. But a refusal inside Voldemort meeting a fact it could not immediately dominate. He had spent his life making death impossible. Harry had made certainty impossible. That was the only reason Harry remained alive. Then the world exploded. Death Eaters broke cover as the evacuation reached the 4th line of houses. Aldrich's false signatures had drawn them outward, but not far enough. Spells crossed the square. Carries appeared from an alley dragging a child under one arm and firing with the other. A goblin wardbreaker vanished beneath a curse and reappeared 3 feet away, swearing. The order arrived late, as Harry had expected, and their sudden presence added chaos rather than salvation. Harry saw Remus first, then Tonks, then Kingsley. For one heartbeat, everyone saw everyone. The order saw Harry masked and bleeding, standing across from Voldemort. The Death Eater saw villagers escaping. Voldemort saw his controlled theater becoming a battlefield he had not fully chosen. Harry saw a way out, not for himself, for the village. "Now!" he shouted. The word activated the final sequence. Every street lamp in the village went dark at once. Ron's deluminator would have done it more elegantly. Harry had built an uglier version. Darkness fell. In that darkness, portkeys hidden inside chimney bricks activated house by house. Not for the whole village. Too much magic. Too traceable, but enough. People vanished in clusters. Voldemort moved through darkness as if it did not exist. Harry barely raised his wand in time. Their spells met, only for a second. It was not a duel. It was not equal. Voldemort's magic drove Harry's backward instantly, bending his arm, cracking the damaged side of the mask further. Pain screamed through his shoulder. The connection between their wands flared strangely, not priori incantatum, not the graveyard, something rower. The soul fragment in Harry's scar twisted toward the locket's distant presence, and for one terrible breath Harry felt himself from the outside. A boy, a vessel, a threat wearing Lily's eyes. Voldemort saw them then, not the mask, not the title, the eyes, green behind cracked silver, human. Familiar only because Voldemort had once dismissed a woman with those eyes as irrelevant until her choice unmade him. His spell faltered. Not enough to lose. Enough for Harry to live. Harry cut the connection and threw himself sideways as a curse tore through the well behind him. Stone exploded. Something struck his temple. The square spun. Hands grabbed him, not Voldemort's. Aldrich. Move, idiot lord. Harry tried to stand. His legs failed. Carries covered them with a shield that cracked immediately. Luna was not supposed to be there, but suddenly she was, barefoot in the middle of the square, holding Ron's copied deluminator in one hand and a candle in the other. Harry stared at her through blood and darkness. "You stayed behind," she said. "You weren't supposed to come." "Yes," Luna said. "That went badly for both of us." The candle flame turned silver. A portkey bloomed beneath them. Voldemort's voice cut through the dark. Harry, not Potter, not Peveril. Harry, the name stopped him more effectively than any spell. He looked back. Voldemort stood at the far side of the broken square, untouched, surrounded by chaos that had failed to harm him. His face was pale and terrible, eyes fixed on Harry with a new kind of attention. You cannot keep what is mine forever. Harry tasted blood. Behind the cracked mask, he smiled. "Neither can you." The portkey took them. They landed badly. Harry hit wooden floor and screamed because his shoulder decided, at last, to report everything that had happened to it. Someone shouted. Someone else cursed. Luna's candle went out. Aldrich dragged him away from the arrival point before the next body landed on top of him. The safe location was not safe for long. No place was now. It was an old chapel cellar in Scotland, warded for emergency use only. People arrived in bursts. Carries with 2 villagers, a goblin bleeding from the ear, 3 children, Tonks carrying an unconscious woman, Kingsley appearing with smoke rising from his cloak. Then Remus Lupin landed. His eyes found Harry. Everything else in the room seemed to dim. Harry. Harry tried to sit up. Aldrich shoved him down. "Do that again, and I'll let the werewolf yell at you." Remus's gaze snapped to Aldrich. Recognition did not come. Suspicion did. Then he saw the dark-marked scar beneath Aldrich's torn sleeve. His wand rose. Harry forced his voice through clenched teeth. "No." Remus stared at him. The word hurt more than the movement. "No, he's mine." The cellar went silent. Harry heard what he had said a second after saying it. Aldrich's face closed. Remus looked stricken. Luna, kneeling near Harry's shoulder with bandages, said gently, "That sentence has teeth." Harry closed his eyes. "He is under my protection," he corrected. Aldrich looked away, too late. Another cost. Remus crouched beside him, wand still in hand but lowered. "What have you become?" Harry laughed weakly. "Everyone keeps asking that. I'm asking because I care." Harry opened his eyes. Remus looked exhausted. Older. Frightened in a way he was trying not to show. He had loved Sirius. He had loved James. Maybe he loved Harry too, in the careful way wounded adults loved children they had failed to protect from earlier wounds. Harry did not hate him. That almost made this worse. Then ask yourself why you had to find out in a cellar after Voldemort used a village to invite me. Remus flinched. Tonks across the room looked down. Kingsley said quietly, "The village is mostly clear. Not all accounted for yet, but most." Harry breathed out. Most. A word that saved and condemned at once. Deaths. 2 Death Eaters confirmed. No villagers confirmed yet. Yet Harry nodded. Pain blurred the room. Remus looked at the broken mask beside him. "Harry, you cannot keep doing this." Harry turned his head toward him. "Doing what?" "Putting yourself in front of him. I didn't duel him. That is not the comfort you think it is. I saved the village. You walked into his trap. and turned it into an evacuation. Barely, Remus's voice cracked. Several people looked over. He lowered it, but the pain remained. You barely lived. Harry stared at the ceiling. That's usually enough for everyone. Remus went still. The words had slipped out soft and cruel. Harry regretted them. He did not take them back, because regret was not always correction. Sometimes it was only the sound a cost made when it landed. Remus stood slowly. I don't know how to help you. Harry closed his eyes. No one does. Luna's hand touched his good wrist. I do a little. He almost laughed again. It came out as a breath. The locket remained safe. That was the first report Scarn sent, not village casualties, not court losses. The locket remains contained. Harry read the message with his arm in a sling and 3 potions fighting inside his bloodstream. He should have felt relief. He did. That was the problem. People had nearly died. Some might still. The village was broken. Remus had looked at him like a familiar ghost wearing a wrong face. Voldemort had touched his mind and seen enough to become more dangerous, and Harry's first clear relief was that the Horcrux remained in his possession. He wrote it down because not writing it would make it easier to forgive. Relief. Lock it safe before people accounted. He stared at the sentence until it blurred. Then he added, this is what becoming looks like. He did not specify becoming what. He did not need to. Hermione came at dawn. No one told Harry she was coming. She arrived through a ward gap so clean that Aldrich stared at her with something like professional admiration, and Scarn, when informed later, demanded to see the spellwork. Her hair was wild. Her face was pale. Her eyes went first to Harry's bandaged shoulder, then to the broken mask, then to Luna asleep in a chair beside him with the Deluminator copy in her lap. Then Hermione slapped him, not hard enough to injure, hard enough to make the room stop. Harry accepted it. Aldrich took 1 step forward. Hermione pointed at him without looking. Don't. Aldrich stopped. Harry slowly turned his face back. Hello, Hermione. Her eyes were bright with tears and fury. Do not hello Hermione me after walking into a Voldemort trap and turning half of Wales into a hostage negotiation. Border village. She made a sound that was almost a laugh and almost a sob. You are impossible. Yes. And bleeding. Less than before. Harry, there it was, his name, not title, not accusation, a plea disguised as anger. He looked away first. Hermione sat beside the bed. For a while neither spoke. Then she said very quietly, you have it. Harry went still. She knew, of course she knew, not everything, maybe not the scar, but enough. The locket, she said. You took it from Umbridge. Yes. Did you destroy it? Harry said nothing. Hermione closed her eyes. Harry, I need it. No. You don't know. I know enough. Her voice shook. I know what Horcruxes are. I know what they do. I know keeping one is insane. It kept me alive last night. It nearly got a village killed. Voldemort did that. And you gave him a reason. Harry sat up despite the pain. Luna stirred but did not wake. I gave him uncertainty. That's the only reason I'm breathing. Hermione's face crumpled for half a second. There, too close, she saw the edge again. Why do you keep talking like surviving him is temporary? Harry looked at her. The room held its breath. He could tell her now. He almost did. Maybe he should have. Maybe every terrible thing after this would grow from that one more silence. But Hermione's eyes were already full of fear, and Harry remembered Dumbledore telling Snape, I mean for him to choose when the time comes. No, not yet. Not like this. Not while she sat beside a bed ready to turn love into rescue and rescue into a cage. Because Voldemort is stronger than me, Harry said. And I refuse to pretend courage makes that untrue. Hermione searched his face. She knew it was not the whole answer. She was too tired to dig through him, or too afraid of what she would find. Ron asked about you, she said. Harry's breath stopped, only for a second. What did you tell him? That you were alive. Harry looked down. Thank you. I didn't tell him you were all right. Good. He wouldn't have believed me. No, Hermione wiped her face quickly. He's angry. I know he misses you. Harry closed his eyes. I know. He thinks missing you makes him stupid. That hurt more than the slap. Harry opened his eyes again. Hermione stood. I cannot join this. I know. I cannot approve of it. I know. I also cannot pretend you're wrong about everything. Harry looked at her. That was the cruelest mercy she could have offered. She placed a folded parchment beside his bed. Locket destruction methods. Real ones, not guesses. Harry did not touch it. Hermione's voice hardened. Use them. Hermione, use them before the thing convinces you leverage is the same as purpose. He looked at the parchment, then at her. I'll read it. That is not what I asked. No, her mouth tightened. For once, I would like you to do what I ask because I am right, not because it fits whatever board you're playing on. Harry had no answer. Hermione turned to leave. At the doorway, she stopped. When you looked at him, she said without turning around, did he look afraid? Harry thought of Voldemort's still face. The pause, the eyes when Harry named the locket. No, Hermione nodded slightly. Then don't mistake needing you alive for fearing you. She left before he could answer. Harry sat very still. That was Hermione's gift. A truth sharpened until it could cut through his favorite lie. Voldemort did not fear him, not truly. Voldemort feared uncertainty. Harry was only the current shape of it. That distinction might keep him alive longer than pride would. By evening, the reports came in. No villagers dead. 4 seriously injured. 1 child missing for 6 hours, later found hidden under a bridge because the stasis charm had broken early and she had run. 2 court operatives dead. 1 goblin wardbreaker and a squib courier named Amara Vale, no relation to Carey's despite the shared surname. Amara had been 62. She had carried 3 children through a drainage tunnel and gone back for a 4th who had already been moved by someone else. She died because information was late, because the plan was thin, because Harry had walked into the square and drawn all eyes to himself while the edges bled. At the funeral, Carey's placed a railway ticket on Amara's covered body. She always liked Muggle trains, Carey said. Harry stood wearing no mask. The gathered court members looked at him differently now. Not less loyal, less innocent. Good, Harry thought. Then hated that too. When the small ceremony ended, the half-blood boy approached him. His name was Ellie Turner. Harry had known it for weeks. He had not used it because the boy flinched whenever Harry came too close, and names could be another kind of reach. Ellie stopped 3 feet away. Harry waited. You scared me, Ellie said. Harry's throat tightened. Yes. During the rescue? Yes. I still dream about it. Harry forced himself to hold the boy's eyes. I'm sorry. Ellie looked surprised. Maybe he had expected explanation. Harry had plenty. Seconds. Strategy, survival, context. None of them belonged here. I'm sorry, Harry said again. Ellie swallowed. You saved my sister last night. Harry did not know what to do with that. I didn't know she was your sister. I know. The boy looked down, then up again. I'm still scared of you. Harry nodded. You should be sometimes. Ellie seemed to consider that. Then he said, I'm more scared of them. Harry closed his eyes briefly. There it was, not forgiveness, not absolution, a hierarchy of fear. That was what Harry had become for some of them, not safe, safer. He wanted to reject it. He could not afford to. Then I'll try to make that mean something, Harry said. Ellie nodded once and walked away. Luna appeared beside Harry after he left. You gave him the truth. Not all of it. No, she said, but a piece that belonged to him. Harry looked at her. She handed him Ron's copied deluminator. You came back for it. So did you. I did not promise not to come. That's cheating. Yes. He took the deluminator. The little silver thing felt heavier now. You saw him, Luna said. Harry knew who she meant. Yes, and Harry looked toward the horizon. He's not afraid of me. No, he will adapt. Yes, he's stronger. Yes, he almost saw enough. Luna's voice softened. But not everything. Harry's hand went unconsciously to his scar. Luna saw. She had always seen too much. He lowered it. Not everything, he said. She did not ask. That was her kindness and her danger. 3 nights later, Voldemort sent no attack, no message, no spectacle. Only silence. That frightened Harry more. Aldrich said it meant Voldemort was thinking. Scarn said it meant Voldemort was auditing his own secrets, which was often more dangerous than war. Hermione's destruction notes remained unread beside Harry's bed for 2 days. On the 3rd, he opened them. The methods were precise. Basilisk venom, fiend fire with extreme danger, sword of Gryffindor if impregnated with venom. certain goblin-forged implements under rare conditions, ritual separation theories, untested and ethically horrifying. Hermione had annotated everything. Risks, sources, doubts, warnings. At the bottom, in smaller writing, she had added, "A Horcrux is not only a weakness in him, it is an injury to the world while it remains." Harry stared at that line longest. Then he took out his notebook and copied it exactly. Below it, he wrote, "I know, then not yet." The locket remained in the Goblin Vault. The soul remained kept. The war had not been won. Voldemort had not been defeated. Harry had not even escaped cleanly. He had survived because leverage stayed Voldemort's hand, because villagers were evacuated by people braver than the stories would ever name, because Bellatrix's hesitation had confirmed a pressure point, because Lily's eyes behind a cracked mask had unsettled a monster for half a breath. Half a breath. That was all. Sometimes history turned on less. In the next prophet sketch, the mask was shown broken. One silver crack down the left side, green eyes visible through shadow. Harry cut it out and placed it beside the others. Potter panic, Potter's hollow court, Lord Peveril rises. Peveril flees Voldemort trap. He almost smiled at the last one. Fleeing was not always failure. Sometimes it was what survival looked like when pride did not get a vote. At the end of the page, he wrote, "Voldemort knows I kept one." Then, after a pause, he looked at my eyes. Harry closed the notebook. Outside, the hollow court moved again. Smaller cells, quieter routes, harder promises. More people asking for help now that Lord Peveril had stood in a village square and lived, even if only barely, even if only by turning Voldemort's fear into a temporary wall. The myth grew. The truth limped behind it. Harry sat alone with the broken mask in his hands and looked through the crack. For the first time, he wondered whether the mask had broken because Voldemort's curse struck it, or because something behind it had begun to press outward. He repaired the crack with silver wire instead of smoothing it away. Let them see it, he thought. Let them know survival leaves seams. Then he put the mask on. Lily's eyes stared back from the dark window. Voldemort had seen them now. The next time he would be ready, so would Harry, not stronger. Never that, but harder to finish. And in a war built by men who thought the only meaningful endings were victory or death, Harry Potter had found the one answer neither side knew how to forgive. Not yet. Chapter 8. The choices were never given. For 3 days after the village, Voldemort did nothing. That was how Harry knew he had been heard. A lesser enemy would have struck at once. A frightened enemy would have lashed out. A wounded pride would have demanded blood quickly, loudly, in some place Harry could understand. Voldemort gave him silence. Silence was not mercy. Silence was a blade being sharpened in another room. The hollow court moved under that silence like something injured learning new bones. No shelter held more than 5 people now. No route remained unchanged for longer than 48 hours. No courier knew both the sender and receiver unless the message was too useless to steal. Squibs carried half the network through Muggle post. Goblins carried the pieces too dangerous for paper. Werewolves moved at night through roads the Ministry had never cared enough to map. Harry slept in fragments. When he slept, he dreamed of a square full of sealed windows and Voldemort saying his name. Not Potter, not Peveril. Harry that had frightened him most. Not the curses. Not the legilimency. Not even the way Voldemort had driven him backward in a direct magical clash, as if Harry were a stubborn door and nothing more. The name frightened him. It meant Voldemort had stopped thinking of him as a symbol. Symbols could be dismissed. People had to be killed carefully. On the 4th day, the Ministry moved. Not against Voldemort, against Harry. The official decree arrived in 6 newspapers, 3 wireless announcements, and 1 stiffly worded notice delivered by owl to a safe house Harry had abandoned 2 weeks earlier. Harry Potter, self-styled Lord Peveril, was declared an unlawful magical actor operating outside Ministry authority, suspected of harboring dark affiliates, interfering with wartime security, obstructing detainment procedures, and spreading classified materials harmful to public order. Public order? Harry read the decree aloud at the long table in the chapel cellar. Aldrich Voss leaned against the wall with his arms folded. Scarn sat on a crate, sharpening a knife so slowly it seemed less an action than an opinion. Carrie's veil stood near the stairs, one hand resting on the shoulder of a little girl who had stopped speaking after the village. Luna sat cross-legged beneath a broken window, repairing the cracked edge of Harry's mirrored mask with thread that was not magical, but somehow looked as if it should be. When Harry finished, no one spoke. Then Scarn said, "They have used many words to avoid saying territory." Harry lowered the paper. Aldrich nodded. "That is what this is. They don't mention territory, because they don't want to admit you have any." Harry looked at the map. It was not territory in the old sense. No castle, no manor, no borders guarded by men with banners. But the hollow court had routes now, protected houses, storage caches, hidden infirmaries, sympathetic shops, old goblin passages, abandoned wizarding properties rewarded under names the ministry had stopped tracking decades ago. Not a country, not a kingdom, a pattern. And patterns became territory when enough frightened people knew where to run. Carrie spoke quietly. "They'll raid the known houses." "They'll try," Aldrich said. Harry set the decree down. "No, they'll raid the houses we are meant to defend." Luna's needle paused. Harry felt every face turn toward him. He tapped the map. "They know we've scattered. They know we won't gather for property, so they'll choose people." Aldrich's eyes narrowed. Hostage logic again, ministry version. "Cleaner paperwork," Scarn said. "Same knife." Harry stared at the map until the ink blurred. He could see it already. Horrors surrounding a house with children inside because someone's blood status was under review. Werewolf families dragged out for protective questioning. Squib couriers arrested because they could not defend themselves magically. The ministry would not call it a hostage strategy. They would call it lawful detainment in unstable wartime conditions. Everyone had learned from Voldemort, some only filed the lesson better. "We need one place," Harry said. Aldrich pushed off the wall. "That contradicts every survival decision we made after Norwich." "I know." "Then it is a bad idea." "Yes." Luna looked up. "But," Harry touched the edge of the ministry decree, "if we stay scattered, they pick us apart by choosing who we cannot bear to leave." Voldemort proved that. The ministry will imitate it. We need somewhere they cannot enter without making the cost visible immediately. Scarn's knife stopped. Visible to whom? Everyone. The word settled into the room, not hope, a warning. Aldrich understood first. Harry saw it in the way his expression changed from rejection to calculation. "You want a declared sanctuary?" "No," Harry said. "I want a trap with doors open." Carries frowned. "For who? All of them?" The place had to be Godric's Hollow. Harry hated that. He hated how stories pulled people back to the places that wounded them, as if trauma were a circle and not a road. He hated that Voldemort had begun there. He hated that Dumbledore's plans had been built around what happened there. He hated that his parents' graves stood in soil people visited, as if grief could become tourism if the dead were famous enough. But names mattered. Places mattered. Harry had spent months learning that power did not always live where strength did. Sometimes it lived where people believed meaning had gathered. Godric's Hollow had meaning, the Potters, the Peverils, the first fall of Voldemort. The place where Lily Potter's choice had broken a killing curse and turned a baby into a symbol before he had breath enough to refuse. If Harry was going to force the world to look at what had been done with that symbol, there was nowhere else. They built the sanctuary in 9 days, not a fortress. A fortress invited siege. This was something uglier and more delicate. Scarn's goblins anchored record charms beneath property lines older than the ministry. Aldrich fed 3 different false versions of the plan into Death Eater-adjacent channels, each true enough to be believed and wrong enough to split attention. Carries moved families through in waves, never letting one group remain long enough to become helpless. Squib couriers carried physical copies of sealed evidence to Muggle solicitors, foreign wizarding contacts, goblin exchanges, and 2 newspapers that hated each other too much to collude. Hermione sent no letter, but every third ward layer had her logic in it. Harry recognized the structure immediately. Not the exact spellwork, Hermione was too smart to repeat herself, but the mind behind it. Redundant anchors, fail-open protections for civilians, fail-closed protections for documents, marginal notes in the charm matrices, furious and precise. She had found a way to help without standing beside him. It hurt. It saved time. Both things were true. Ron sent nothing. Harry did not ask. Luna stayed close through the preparations, candle in hand more often than not. She did not speak much. Sometimes Harry found her standing near his parents' grave, not praying, not mourning, simply being there as if the dead might feel crowded and need someone polite nearby. On the 7th night, she found Harry before the Peveril stone. The mirrored mask hung from his hand. The silver cracked down one side had been repaired with thin wire, deliberately visible. Harry had refused to let Elian smooth it away. A hidden break was decoration, a visible one was memory. Luna stood beside him. Do you think he would have approved? Harry did not ask which he. There were too many dead men in that graveyard now. My father, Dumbledore. Harry almost laughed. It came out as a breath. No, are you sure? He believed in giving people what they needed to choose correctly. Luna tilted her head. And you, Harry looked at the Peveril name. I believe people who decide what others need usually decide they need less truth. Luna considered this. That is a very sharp belief. It had sharp teachers. She looked at him then, and her expression was sad in the way only Luna could be sad. Not heavy, not pitying, but clear. You're going to say something tomorrow that cannot be unsaid. Yes. About the locket. Yes. About yourself. Harry's fingers tightened around the mask. The graveyard became very quiet. Luna did not move. She had asked softly, but she had asked. That mattered, not pushed, not demanded, not cornered, asked. Harry could have lied. Instead, he gave the smallest truth he could bear. There is a reason Dumbledore thought the end had to be mine. Luna's face changed only a little, but enough. Oh, she said, just that. Oh, no horror, no frantic questions, no immediate plan to save him from himself. Just the sound of a truth finding a place to sit. Harry looked away. I'm not telling the others yet. No, you think that's wrong? I think it is lonely. That's not the same thing. No, Luna said. It is sometimes worse. He closed his eyes. For a moment, the mask in his hand felt heavier than the locket. I can't become only that. A boy marked for death, his breath caught. Luna had named it too easily. Harry opened his eyes. She was watching the grave, not him. If they know, he said, everything becomes about stopping it. Yes. And if they don't, I become Dumbledore. No, he looked at her sharply. Luna's voice remained gentle. You become Dumbledore if you stop noticing that it is wrong. Harry said nothing. She reached out and touched the edge of the mask with one finger. You notice so loudly it keeps everyone awake that almost made him smile. Almost. The next morning, Godric's Hollow filled with ghosts wearing living faces. The ministry came first. Auras in formation. Officials behind them. Scrimgeour at the front, mane of hair wind-tossed, face grim with the exhaustion of a man trying to control a world that had already slipped from his hands. Kingsley stood among the auras, expression unreadable. Harry noticed that his wand remained lowered. The order came second, though not as one thing. McGonagall arrived with Remus and Tonks. Hestia Jones. Daedalus Diggle. A few others Harry recognized, all pale and tense. They did not stand with the ministry. They did not stand with Harry. That, too, was a kind of answer. Hermione came with them. Harry saw her immediately. She stood near McGonagall, hair tied back, face white with determination. Her eyes found the repaired mask in Harry's hand, then his face, then the ward line drawn in pale ash across the village road. Ron stood beside her. Harry's chest tightened. Ron would not look at him, not at first. Ginny was not there. Harry was grateful and wounded by it. Then the temperature dropped. Not the way Dementors brought cold. This was different, cleaner. A serpent entering a room and convincing every warm thing to remember it could die. Voldemort came with no army visible at first. That was a lie. Harry knew better. Death Eaters waited beyond the village in hidden clusters, under disillusionment, behind walls, inside old ruins. Aldrich had tracked enough of them to know they were there. Not all, never all. Voldemort's power lay partly in the ones you did not count. He appeared beside the church gate as if the village had expected him. White hands, black robes, red eyes, a wand that had ended more lives than the ministry had ever counted. The ministry formation broke slightly, not enough to run. Enough to show truth. Voldemort smiled. "Minister," he said. Scrimgeour raised his wand. Every aura followed. Harry did not. He stood at the center of the three lines, ministry before him, Voldemort to his left, hollow court behind him, order caught between. Godric's hollow held its breath. Harry lifted his wand, not to attack, but to activate the first charm. Every window in the village lit silver. Every reflective surface, glass, water, polished metal, the lenses of spectacles, the eyes of old portraits in nearby houses, caught the same image, Harry's face. Not masked, not yet. His voice carried without becoming loud. "My name is Harry Potter." A murmur moved through the gathered crowd. Voldemort watched him with mild interest. Scrimgeour's mouth tightened. Harry continued. "I have been called liar, symbol, weapon, chosen one, vigilante, criminal, and Lord Peveril. Some of those names were useful, some were cages. Today, I am speaking before any of you decide which one helps you most." He looked at Scrimgeour first. "The ministry has declared me unlawful because I exposed unlawful detentions, blood status reviews, and wartime committees designed to disappear people under softer language." Scrimgeour barked. "This is not a trial, Potter." "No," Harry said. "That's why it might be honest." A ripple went through the hollow court behind him. Harry looked at Voldemort next. "Voldemort has come because I hold a piece of something he cannot afford to lose." The silence became absolute. Even the wind seemed to stop. Voldemort's eyes sharpened. Harry did not say Horcrux yet. Not for the public, not fully. Words had to be placed like charges. Too many at once, and people heard only explosion. "He built his power on fear of death," Harry said. "Not mastery over it, fear. Everything else, blood, immortality, followers, terror, grew around that first cowardice." Voldemort's wand moved, only slightly. The ward line at Harry's feet flared silver, not a shield strong enough to stop him. A signal. Far away, in 27 locations, sealed packets prepared to open if Harry's heartbeat stopped, if his wand signature vanished, if the locket vault received no countercharm, or if 3 goblin witnesses failed to hear the correct phrase within the hour. Voldemort felt the shape of it. Harry saw the moment he understood, not the details. The trap, his wand stilled. The ministry saw Voldemort pause. That mattered. Harry turned toward the order last. This was harder. McGonagall looked at him like a wound she could not heal. Remus looked like he had aged 10 years in 10 days. Hermione's eyes were wet. Ron finally looked up. Harry almost lost the thread. He forced himself to continue. "Dumbledore once told me it is our choices that show what we truly are." The words moved through the graveyard like a bell. McGonagall's face changed. Hermione flinched. Harry's voice lowered. He was right. For 1 second, grief nearly swallowed him. He let it show, not all. Enough. That is the worst part. He was right. Choices matter. They matter so much that taking them away from someone cannot become mercy just because you do it gently. No one spoke. Harry looked toward Dumbledore's old allies. "I was raised by people who hated me because blood wards made it useful. I was kept from prophecy because adults decided ignorance was safer. I was led through a war with only enough truth to keep moving. And when my death became part of someone else's plan, it was called sacrifice before it was ever offered to me as a choice." Hermione covered her mouth. Ron stared. Remus whispered something Harry could not hear. Voldemort's face had gone very still, too still. Harry knew he had said enough for dangerous minds to begin assembling the shape, not all, never all, but enough to make the next lie impossible. Scrimgeour seized on the wrong part because politicians often did. "Are you accusing Albus Dumbledore of conspiracy?" Harry laughed softly. "No. I'm accusing all of you of being relieved when someone else makes the hard decision." That landed harder. Even Voldemort smiled faintly at that. Harry hated giving him amusement. He moved on quickly. "The Hollow Court claims sanctuary under Peveril right, Goblin Witness, and public record. Not crown, not kingdom. Sanctuary. Scarn stepped forward behind him, a goblin voice carried next, sharp and formal. He recited clauses from contracts older than the ministry, property protections tied not to noble vanity but to burial rights, shelter obligations, and debt recognition. Most of the humans did not understand the legal structure. That was useful. Unfamiliar law sounded like magic to people who had spent their lives thinking only their own rules counted. Scrimgeour's face reddened. "This is absurd," Scarn smiled. "Most human law begins that way and ages poorly." A few people in the hollow court laughed. It was brief. It mattered. Harry raised his wand again. Silver light spread from the graveyard through the village road, touching doors, walls, stones, the old church gate, the Peveril grave, the Potter grave. Not protective enough to stop an army. Public enough to make an army visible. If the ministry crosses this line to seize those under our protection, every record of illegal detention, every blood status list, every correspondence with known Death Eater sympathizers, and every goblin-documented financial irregularity will be released beyond your reach. Scrimgeour stepped forward. "You are threatening the government." "I am documenting it." Then Harry looked at Voldemort. "If Voldemort crosses it, the soul piece I hold dies, and every partial truth needed to turn his followers against his secret spreads before nightfall." "There, not Horcrux." "Enough." A murmur broke through the ministry ranks. Death Eaters shifted invisibly around the village. Harry could feel the air react. Voldemort's smile disappeared. "You overestimate the loyalty of your witnesses," Voldemort said. Harry nodded. "Yes." That answer unsettled more than denial would have. Harry continued, "That's why none of them have all of it." Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Harry had never been more aware of his own body. The sore shoulder. The scar cold beneath his fringe, the wand slick in his fingers. The mask hanging from his left hand. Lily's eyes exposed to the morning. He was not winning. He was standing on a bridge made of threats and praying everyone else saw the drop. Bellatrix struck first, not at Harry, at a child. She appeared on a rooftop above the left lane, wild-eyed and furious. Wand pointed toward a cluster of hollow court families behind the ward line. The curse left her wand green and fast. Harry did not block it. He was too far. Carrie's did. Her shield shattered. The curse deflected upward and exploded against a chimney. The whole village moved at once. Auras raised wands. Death Eaters revealed themselves. The order surged forward. Hollow court members dragged children back. Screams broke from the watchers. Voldemort did not look at Bellatrix. He looked at Harry. Testing. Harry's wand slashed downward. The first sealed packet opened, not the locket's destruction, not yet. A warning shot. Above the village, written in silver fire, appeared a list of names, not Horcruxes, Volt withdrawals. Death Eater funding routes. Families who had paid both the ministry and Voldemort to survive whichever side won. The not name burned beside a ministry seal. The Lestrange name burned beside a goblin claim. Two Aurors lowered their wands in shock. A masked Death Eater swore loudly enough to identify himself. Scrimgeour went pale. Voldemort's expression remained calm, but his eyes had become terrible. Harry spoke through the chaos. "One step more, and the next packet is not financial." Bellatrix shrieked. "My lord, let me—" Silence. The word cut through the entire village. Bellatrix froze. Voldemort had not raised his voice. He did not need to. That was the difference between Harry's myth and Voldemort's power. Harry could create hesitation with leverage. Voldemort could create obedience with a word. No one should ever confuse those things. Harry did not. Scrimgeour turned on Harry. "You would release destabilizing information in the middle of war." Harry looked at him. "You mean the truth?" "I mean information that could collapse public confidence." "Public confidence in what?" Hermione shouted. Everyone turned. She stepped forward from beside McGonagall, face pale, wand in hand but pointed down. Harry's heart twisted. Hermione looked at Scrimgeour, not Harry. "In committees that target children. In detention orders hidden under security reviews. In officials taking money from families funding terror." Scrimgeour's jaw worked. "This is not the time." "It is always not the time when the truth embarrasses power." Hermione said. Harry closed his eyes for half a second. Of course she had come armed with the correct sentence. Ron moved beside her, not forward, beside. His face was tight, frightened, angry, but he stood there. That, Harry thought, was not forgiveness. It was something less clean and more precious. Scrimgeour pointed at Harry. "He is using you." Ron's eyes flicked toward Harry. For a moment, everything balanced there. Then Ron said, rough and low, "Yeah, he does that." Harry flinched. Ron continued, "But you used him first." The words struck harder because Ron clearly hated saying them. Harry stared at him. Ron did not smile, he did not soften, he did not come closer, but he did not look away either. Voldemort watched this exchange with cold fascination, as if love and anger sitting in the same room remained a puzzle he found beneath himself. Harry knew better now. That was Voldemort's blindness, not stupidity, blindness. He could understand fear, ambition, resentment, loyalty bought through terror. But love that remained after trust broke, anger that still refused to hand someone over, grief that could become witness instead of obedience, those things had defeated him once. They would not defeat him today. But they still made him pause. Harry lifted the mask, slowly. The repaired silver caught morning light. "I am not asking anyone here to love what I've built," he said. "I am not asking forgiveness. I am not asking permission. I am saying this exists now." He put the mask on. The world changed. The boy vanished. The eyes remained, Voldemort's gaze fixed on them. For a moment, the village road became another room, another night, another green light. Harry felt the scar burn cold. He felt the soul fragment inside him twist toward the man who had unknowingly left it there. Voldemort's expression shifted, not fear, not weakness, memory without repentance. Harry stepped to the ward line. "You cannot kill me today without risking what you made to escape death." Voldemort's wand rose. Harry did not move. "You cannot ignore me without allowing a third power to grow." The wand lifted higher. Harry felt every instinct scream. "And you cannot reclaim what I hold without admitting, to yourself and to everyone watching, that Lord Voldemort has pieces to lose." The name rolled through the village. Voldemort looked at him for a long moment. Then he smiled. It was one of the most frightening things Harry had ever seen. Not because it promised immediate death, because it promised patience. "Very well," Voldemort said softly. Bellatrix made a sound of protest. Voldemort ignored her. "To be acknowledged is not to be feared, Harry." Harry's jaw tightened behind the mask. "I know." "Do you?" The red eyes gleamed. "You have built a shelter out of pressure points. Clever, temporary. You have gathered the unwanted and convinced them survival is dignity. Touching, temporary. You hold one thread of a tapestry and believe I will not simply weave around it." Harry said nothing. Because Voldemort was not entirely wrong. That was what made him dangerous. Voldemort turned slightly, addressing not only Harry but every hidden follower, every watching official, every frightened person behind the ward line. "Keep your court, keep your title, keep your little sanctuary." The Death Eaters stirred. The Ministry looked stunned. Harry felt no victory. Only a colder understanding. Voldemort was not conceding defeat. He was allowing a board he intended to study. "For now," Voldemort added, then his gaze returned to Harry's eyes. "One day you will run out of other people's loyalty before I run out of fear." Harry answered quietly. "One day you will learn those are not the same currency." Voldemort's smile sharpened. Then he vanished, not fled, never fled, departed. The Death Eaters disappeared with him in staggered cracks of apparition, leaving Bellatrix last, trembling with fury before she too was gone. The silence afterward was worse than battle. The Ministry remained, the Order remained. The Hollow Court remained, no one had won. Everyone had failed to force the ending they wanted. That, Harry understood, was the closest thing to success this story allowed. Scrimgeour tried once more. "You still expect the Ministry to tolerate this?" Harry turned toward him. "No, I expect the Ministry to calculate." Scrimgeour's face hardened. Harry gestured toward the silver name still fading from the air. "You can attack us and spend the next year explaining why half your emergency policies look like Death Eater strategy with cleaner ink. You can arrest families under my protection and watch every goblin claim and foreign paper turn this into a legitimacy crisis, while Voldemort uses the chaos. Or you can call this containment. Kingsley spoke before Scrimgeour could, a ceasefire line. Scrimgeour glared at him. Kingsley did not back down. McGonagall stepped forward next. Her voice was brittle. Sanctuary for civilians, no recruitment of students, no attacks on ministry personnel inside the line, no harboring active murderers. Harry thought of Aldrich. Aldrich stood behind him, face unreadable. Former affiliations judged by current actions, Harry said. McGonagall's mouth tightened. That is dangerous. Yes. Everything about this is dangerous, Potter. Harry removed the mask, not because he had softened, because she deserved his face when he answered. Yes, Professor, it is. McGonagall looked at him, and for a moment she was not deputy headmistress, not order member, not war survivor. She was the woman who had left a baby on a doorstep because Dumbledore had told her it was necessary, and had spent years pretending necessity hurt less when spoken by a wise man. I should have asked more questions, she said. Harry did not expect it. It struck him harder than any accusation would have. McGonagall swallowed about many things. He wanted to forgive her, not because she had earned it in that moment, because he was tired. Because forgiveness was sometimes the easiest way to stop feeling the weight of what came next. He did not give it, not fully. Ask them now, Harry said. Her eyes filled. She nodded. That was enough for today. The terms were not signed, not then. No parchment could have held them honestly, but lines were spoken. Witnesses heard. Goblins recorded. Ministry officials calculated. The order, fractured as it was, stood close enough to make the first lie difficult. The Hollow Court would hold Godric's Hollow's old Peveril properties, 3 connected safe routes, and a rotating sanctuary network under Goblin witness. The Ministry would not recognize Lord Peveril. Not officially, but it would not cross the ward line without joint emergency review. That meant delay. Delay meant time. Time meant lives. Voldemort would not strike openly at the sanctuary while the locket remained held under dead man conditions. Not because he feared Harry. Because he feared loss. That distinction remained carved in Harry's mind. By sunset, the village had emptied of armies, not people. People remained. That was the point. Children slept in houses that had been warded by witches, goblins, squibs, and one retired muggle locksmith who had no idea why everyone kept thanking him for installing ordinary deadbolts. Kerry's organized food. Scarn argued with McGonagall about treaty language until both looked almost pleased to have found someone stubborn enough to be worth disliking. Aldrich stood watch at the edge of the road, neither accepted nor expelled. Hermione found Harry near his parents' grave. He had expected Luna first. Maybe Luna had known Hermione needed to arrive before her. Hermione stood beside him without speaking. For a long time they looked at the names, James Potter, Lily Potter. Finally Hermione said, I know there's more. Harry's throat tightened. Yes, about you. He closed his eyes. The graveyard air felt too cold. Yes, Hermione's breath shook. Is that why you kept the locket? One reason. One of how many? Too many. She nodded slowly. Harry waited for the demand. Tell me, now you owe me. She had the right. He had no good answer. Instead, Hermione whispered, I am not ready to lose you because you decided I couldn't help. Harry opened his eyes. She was still looking at the grave. I'm not asking you to tell me today, she said, each word careful and painful, but do not turn my ignorance into consent. If you keep a truth from me, that is your choice, not mine. The line cut clean. Harry deserved it. I know. Hermione looked at him then. Do you? He almost smiled because everyone kept asking him that. Maybe they needed to. Maybe the day they stopped asking would be the day he truly became impossible to reach. I'm trying to, he said. Hermione studied him. It was not enough. It was something. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small vial. Basilisk venom residue, she said. Not much. Enough for testing, not enough for the locket. Harry took it carefully. Where did you? Don't ask questions you don't want answered honestly. For the first time in days, Harry nearly laughed. Hermione's mouth trembled. Destroy it someday. He looked at the vial, then at her. Someday, he said. She hated the answer. She accepted that it was the only one he would give for now. Ron came after her. He waited until Hermione had gone, then approached with his hands shoved deep into his pockets, face red from cold or anger or both. Harry did not speak first. Ron stared at the grave, then at Harry, then at the ground. "You look stupid in the mask." Harry blinked. Then, despite everything, a laugh escaped him, small, broken. Real. Ron's face twisted. "Don't laugh." "Sorry." "No, you're not." "No," Harry admitted. "Not for that." Silence. Ron kicked a loose stone. "I'm still angry." "I know. I still think this is mad." "It is." "I still don't trust him." Ron jerked his chin toward where Aldrich stood in the distance. "You shouldn't." Ron looked at him sharply. Harry shrugged. "I don't trust him the way I trust." He stopped. Too late. Ron's expression changed. "Harry finished anyway, the way I trusted you." Ron looked away. "That's gone then." Harry thought about lying. He was so tired of lying. "No, but it's different." Ron nodded as if the answer hurt exactly as much as expected. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small object, the copied deluminator. Luna must have given it back to him, or perhaps Ron had brought another. With the Weasleys, objects had a way of multiplying through love and tinkering. Ron held it out. Harry stared. "I thought you dropped it." "I did. Scarn found it." Luna gave it back. Harry took it slowly. Ron did not let go at first. Their fingers held the same piece of silver between them. "I'm not joining your court," Ron said. "I know. I'm not calling you Lord anything." "Good. And if you start properly becoming him, I'll hex you myself." Harry looked at him. Ron's eyes were wet and furious. Harry nodded. "I'd expect nothing less." Ron released the deluminator. Then he stepped back, not healed, not returned, not gone. That was more than Harry had allowed himself to hope for. When Ron left, Luna was waiting by the Peveril grave. Of course she was. Harry walked to her with the deluminator in one hand and Hermione's vial in the other. "You collect sad objects," she said. "I collect useful ones." "That is what sad objects call themselves when they want to be kept." Harry looked at her. She smiled faintly. "Did we win?" she asked. He looked toward the village, at the ward line, at the people moving beneath lantern light, at ministry figures retreating down the road, at the empty place where Voldemort had stood and promised patience. "No." "Good," Luna said. Harry frowned. "Good. If you thought this was winning, I'd worry more." He looked down at the mask. The repaired crack caught the last light of sunset. "What is it, then?" Luna thought for a moment. "A room with 3 doors, and everyone has agreed not to burn it down while still inside." Harry breathed out. "That's depressing." "It is politics." That startled another laugh from him. Luna's smile warmed, only for a second. Then she looked at the Peveril grave. "You changed the shape." Harry followed her gaze. Maybe that was all he had done. Maybe that was all anyone could do without lying. The war still existed. Voldemort still lived, apex and undiminished, a monster with patience sharpened by insult. The ministry still stood, wounded but not transformed, already searching for ways to call retreat procedure. The order still hovered between old loyalties and new questions. Ron had not returned, Hermione had not forgiven him, Luna had not saved him, and Harry had not become clean. But behind him, in houses once empty, people slept under wards not designed to sort them by blood. Goblins held a soul fragment in escrow and smiled like bankers at a funeral. Squibs carried messages no spell could trace. Werewolves stood guard without asking permission to be useful. A former Death Eater watched a road because Harry had refused to buy safety with his surrender. A third power had taken root, not strongest, not purest, not safe, impossible to ignore. Harry put the deluminator in his pocket. He placed Hermione's vial inside his robes, then he lifted the mask. For a moment he looked toward his parents' grave. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. Luna did not ask what for. Maybe she knew there were too many answers. Harry put the mask on. Silver covered his face. The crack remained visible. Through the narrow eye-slits, the world sharpened. Godric's Hollow lay before him, no longer only the place where a baby had survived because others chose for him. Now it was a line, a warning, a shelter, a wound refusing to close politely. Luna stood beside him with her candle. Behind them, the hollow court moved softly through the dusk. Harry touched the Peveril stone once, cold, real. "It is our choices that show what we truly are," he said. The words no longer sounded like comfort. They sounded like evidence Dumbledore had been right. That was the cruelest inheritance. Harry looked toward the road where Voldemort had vanished, then toward the village where the Ministry had retreated, then back at the graves that had started everything. "And this one," he whispered, "is mine." The candle flame moved in Luna's hand. The mirrored mask reflected it back in fragments. Silver, gold, a thin, repaired crack, and behind it, unchanged enough to hurt, were Lily Potter's eyes, not innocent, not victorious, not saved, watching.